Chapter 1. Nepal. Kathmandu. The legendary magic shrine Kamataj is here. As for the exact location, no one in Kathmandu knows. For people in the magic world, Kamataj is a legend. A sacred and mysterious legend. And the origin of all these legends originated from the first powerhouse in the magic world, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Since Ancient One won the Mage Conference for centuries, Kamataj, a magic holy place founded by Ancient One, has also become famous. Many practitioners in the magic world want to join Kamataj. However, few people can find this place. Although Kamataj has no class. But you have to go in before someone will teach you. It's just that few people know. Those who can enter Kamataj are those chosen by Ancient One. And those who are not selected can't get in even if they squeeze their heads. It is precisely because of this. Kamataj, this place, will be the dream holy land of many wizards. At this time, Kamataj's mage temple is holding a mage meeting. As a big brother, since the Ancient One wandering around, Kamataj's matters have been handed over to Mordor. Recently, Domum, the ruler of the Dark Dimension, has attracted more and more believers on the earth. Cassius, you will come to New York with me later, and give it to Berkeley for the time being to guide the newcomers. As for Kamataj's other major and minor matters, the king will take over first. It was a daily mage meeting, and Mordu handed over Kamataj's daily work. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. It's just that some people are happy and some are worried. Hearing that the senior brother actually handed over the apprenticeship training to him, Berkeley was taken aback, and said with some embarrassment, "Me? Senior brother, I have just been promoted to a trainee mage, is it not good to teach now?" Mordor shook his head and consoled Berkeley with a smile. "Berkeley, you are the best one among the last batch of apprentices, just some basic secrets for new apprentices, so don't worry too much." At the end of the speech, seeing Berkeley still seemed a little hesitant, and he hurriedly said, "You are only a temporary substitute. We will come back a few days later, and then Cassius will be responsible." Since the wandering of Ancient One, the teaching apprentice had been left to Mordu. Later, because there were too many people and the affairs were complicated, Mordor was handed over to the mage Cassius. But this time, Domum's movements are getting bigger and bigger. New York is in big trouble. All the official mages of Kamataj, except the king, must go to New York. Therefore, the matter of guiding the apprentice can only be handed over to Berkeley for the time being. Although Wang is a very old archmage. However, he still has a very important task to manage the library. You know, Kamataj's library is the most important place besides the Ancient One temple. So Wang, who wants to manage the library, obviously has no time to teach apprentices. Although, Mordo was also a little worried that Berlick's three-legged cat spell teaching would mislead his children. But special period. There is no way. Berlick was a little relieved when he heard Mordo say this, and carefully asked Mordo, "Then, big brother, when are you coming back?" "About a week. You just need to teach the apprentices the most basic introductory secret method." Mordo sighed. Waved, the meeting adjourned. The masters salute, leave, and perform their duties. Only Berkeley showed a miserable face and stood still and did not leave. Cassius, who was about to leave, stepped forward. Seeing Cassius, Berkeley hurriedly saluted, "Brother." Cassius nodded and asked blankly, "Are you dissatisfied with Brother Mordor's arrangement?" Berkeley shook his head quickly and said, "How come, brother? I'm just worried that my practice is still shallow and I can't convince those apprentices, and you are the apprentice I taught. You shouldn't worry." Before Berkeley had finished speaking, Cassius interrupted sharply. Before Berkeley could speak again, Cassius said again, "You are the best apprentice in the last year. No matter what, you can't smash me. The sign of Taj Kama. I don't want to hear others say that the apprentice I taught is useless. Berkeley's heart trembled and quickly shut up. He looked at Cassius's cold and serious face, dressed in brown monk clothes, with his hands behind him, and the wind blew. He looked like a peerless expert. Suddenly, Berkeley was a little lost. Understand? Just then, Cassius scolded again. Berkeley only recovered from this. I see. Brother. Berkeley nodded firmly. When Cassius left, Berkeley raised his head and chested out, following Cassius's appearance, walking towards the training ground with his hands behind his back. The conversation with Cassius made Berkeley understand a truth. No matter how powerful it is. Pretending to be very important. Chapter 2. Oh, I actually entered Kamatage. This is incredible. I'm so nervous now. I actually want to start learning magic. I don't know if I can see the true face of Sorcerer Supreme in Kamatage. It doesn't matter whether you can see Sorcerer Supreme, I just look forward to learning something. I'm really afraid that if my talent is not good, Kamatage will not want me. On the empty training ground. At a glance, dozens of people wear plain clothes. The expressions on their faces were different, worried, excited, and more excited. They were discussing, their eyes full of expectation. Did not notice Zhang Yang in the crowd at all. No way, sir. I actually crossed into the Marvel world. And somehow became Kamatage's apprentice. At this moment, Zhang Yang felt a little flustered and a little confused. He just slept at home, opened his eyes and came to such a ghost place. Only after hearing the discussion from the people just now did I know. It turned out to be Kamatage here. Sorcerer Supreme? Isn't this the Marvel world? Although he has only watched Avengers 3, Zhang Yang also knows exactly what Marvel is. Aliens invade at every turn. Superpowers blow up the street. Supernatural powers, superhumans, mages, and extraterrestrial creatures emerge in endlessly. So dead. He Zhang Yang is still just an ordinary person. Seeing all the apprentices wearing monk clothes all around was very excited. Zhang Yang at this moment could not get excited. With a long sigh, Zhang Yang is about to look around. Suddenly, a cold voice rang in everyone's ears. Where do you think Kamatage is? What is magic? I don't have this confidence. Come to learn magic. Quiet. The apprentices present, including Zhang Yang, followed the reputation and looked at the source of the sound. She was a petite girl, who looked only 17 or 8 years old, but she had a very hot body. Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. Kamatage's plain monk clothes also failed to cover the girl's bumpy figure, on the contrary it also brought out her charm. However, the girl's cold and frosty face, at first glance, she knew that it was an uncomfortable character. Who are you? In the crowd, a young man frowned and asked the girl. The young man looked at the girl. Dissatisfaction appeared on his face. My name is Ellie, the future Sorcerer Supreme. The girl named Ellie raised her chin and spoke word by word to the youth. The look on the girl's face was unusually firm. There was a strong aura from all over his body, which formed a sharp contrast with the apprentices on the training ground. It didn't look like an apprentice who hadn't practiced magic at all. When this powerful aura came out, it shocked the clamoring youth. The young man's face showed a bit of comfort. This is Kamatage. There are many powerful mages. Without knowing the details of the other party, no one dared to make a move rashly. Zhang Yang, who was observing everything, looked at the woman named Aili, and then looked at the spacious training ground. I hesitated for a while. Although Zhang Yang wants to leave now. However, I have to admit that Kamatage is the site of Ancient One after all. As Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One is one of the best in the Marvel world. For Zhang Yang, who is currently incapable of any ability, Kamatage is really a novice village suitable for staying in. Moreover, Kamatage, although it looks crude, does not have a sense of magnificence as a magical holy place. But the problem is, the site of Ancient One is not where you can get out if you want to go out, but you can come in if you want to come in. Zhang Yang can remember that when he was watching Avengers 3, the mages of Kamar-Taj could go anywhere by waving their hands to open the portal. If you want to leave Kamar-Taj, you have to learn to open the portal first. Otherwise, now Zhang Yang, an ordinary person, walks out of Kamar-Taj, if he encounters some villain and blows up the street, wouldn't he be dead? No way, who let him cross to Marvel? There was another sigh. Just when Zhang Yang had just made a decision, suddenly there was noisy surroundings. Who is that? Why is his clothes different from ours? He looks so majestic. Is it Kamar-Taj's mage? Quickly, stand still. It shouldn't be easy to see him like this. At this time, the eyes of the apprentices had shifted from Avery to others. It was a man in a brown monk's clothing. He looked more than 30 years old, with his hands behind him, walking towards the crowd. The man was expressionless and his expression was cold. With each step, the monk's clothes fluttered with the wind. It looked like a pair of masters who had been practicing for a long time. The powerful aura shook the originally noisy training ground for a while. Even Avery, who had just been arrogant, stood obediently in the crowd. Zhang Yang also stood with the crowd. Seeing the man slowly approaching, he scanned all the apprentices on the training ground with sharp eyes. My name is Berkeley, and I am responsible for teaching you secrets. From now on, you will call me Brother Berkeley. Chapter 3. Berkeley. For Zhang Yang, he had never heard of the name Berkeley. In Marvel, the wizards Zhang Yang knows, except Ancient One and Doctor Strange, are the kings who like to listen to Beyoncé music. But, in Marvel, magic has always been a powerful existence. Zhang Yang estimated in his heart that there should be more than 1 or 2 masters of Kamar-Taj. Moreover, Berkeley looked unsmiling. It's really a bit of an outsider's taste. After all, it is a person who practices secret methods. You can feel different from ordinary people in terms of temperament. It must be a bit of a foundation to be able to stun the Ellie who just clamored that he would become the Sorcerer Supreme in the future. After all, Zhang Yang hasn't been here for a day, and he doesn't know Kamar-Taj, nor has he seen magic with his own eyes. Anyway, now Zhang Yang is here to study, so we must remain humble. Zhang Yang thought. Berkeley spoke again. Mage, it's not so good. You need the determination to endure hardships and the perseverance. Of course, you also need to have a certain talent, and you can die at any time. Determination. Get off the horse. The classic outfit forced quotations. Berkeley's words are just giving all the apprentices a good start. But obviously, these words are very deterrent. As soon as Berkeley finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of the apprentices who were still full of excitement before became serious. Even Zhang Yang is a little serious. Although he was forced to appear helplessly at Kamar-Taj, since he decided to learn magic, he couldn't just do it casually. Otherwise, if I learned a half-hearted magic, if I walked out of Kamar-Taj who was sheltered by Ancient One, I would face the boss who invaded the earth afterwards. Not to mention that Zhang Yang had to reach the Ancient One level, but the magic of Doctor Strange still had to be learned. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Zhang Yang secretly made up his mind. Now, I teach you the first step in learning magic. Raise your hands, concentrate your attention, and let everything go. Meditate magic spells in your heart. If you find this kind of spells a little impractical, you can also call this language a program. Feel the energy of your nature, the spell, already in your mind. The pretense is over, there is no extra words. Berkeley started teaching elementary magic. While he was talking, he was demonstrating. Raised his hands, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and continued in his mouth. Feeling how far away the power is given to you in the universe, then, chant the spell, gather the energy, and pull out the magic light. With the end of Berkeley's words, Berkeley's hands slowly opened, and a yellow, shining magic light appeared in Berkeley's hands. Oh, my goodness! If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe it. It's amazing, Brother Berkeley drew a light out of thin air. Magic is incredible. How is this done? All the apprentices were shocked in unison on their faces, and they opened their mouths one after another, as if they had just witnessed the birth of a miracle. They were eager to trying to do it the way Berkeley taught. However, no one can pull out the magic light, not even a little light. Avery, who was full of confidence in him, also had a strange look on his face. A trace of obsession and determination flashed in her eyes, and she began to draw magical rays according to Berkeley's instructions. However, after trying several times, the result was not much better than others. The sound of praise and exclamation reached Berkeley's ears overwhelmingly. See how the apprentices keep failing. Berkeley's nervousness was finally relieved. Originally, Berkeley was worried that his apprentices would be unqualified as a trainee master, so he deliberately pretended to be colder, in order to calm these apprentices. Now it seems that the effect is pretty good. Berkeley felt relieved, his face still serious. He put his hands behind his back, and said sharply, "Go harder. Focus. All right." As he said, he was shuttled among the apprentices, as if looking at the learning progress of those apprentices. Until he walked in front of Zhang Yang, couldn't help but stopped, frowned slightly, and asked Zhang Yang with a slightly unhappy expression, "Why don't you practice?" This reprimand drew Zhang Yang's thoughts back. He just recalled how Doctor Strange drew those magic weapons and shields when he watched Avengers 3 before. "I forgot to do it for a while. Brother, I will try now," Zhang Yang said quickly. Berkeley nodded and looked at Zhang Yang's well-behaved appearance, just like when he entered Comitage back then. His tone couldn't help but be gentle, and said to Zhang Yang, "Failure is not terrible, the terrible thing is that you dare not do it. Don't be afraid, try." Chapter 4. Berkeley's encouragement gave Zhang Yang a lot of confidence and a touch of warmth. After all, it is a spiritual practitioner. The meaning of practicing magic is the ability to cultivate, and it is also the cultivation of the mind. Feel the gaze of Berkeley's belief. Zhang Yang took a deep breath. After all, it was the first time to learn magic, and I felt a little nervous. He listened to Berkeley's guidance. Put away distracting thoughts, concentrate, and feel the energy and spells from this multiverse, right in your mind. Imagine what Doctor Strange looks like when he casts his shield magic. Zhang Yang raised his hands. For a moment, it seemed as if a computer had been injected with a lot of information, and there were images constantly, and weird words flashed in his mind. Those pictures and words slowly wandered away from his mind, wandering all over his body, injecting his soul, reaching his hands. With Zhang Yang's hands slowly pulled apart, a yellow magic light appeared in front of everyone. Berkeley? Avery? Apprentices? I ignored the eyes of others. Zhang Yang followed the way in his mind, drawing a circle with both hands, and then opened it to draw a square light, and then closed his hands. Bang! A shining magic shield suspended in front of Zhang Yang. It also appeared in front of everyone in the training ground. With the appearance of the magic shield, Berkeley's face slowly turned from expressionless at the beginning to shock. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Although he tried very hard to restrain his expression. Don't let yourself be too exaggerated. But the suddenly enlarged pupils still betrayed him. At this moment, Berkeley even couldn't believe his eyes. Magic? Magic shield? This guy actually displayed the magic shield directly? Essentially, the magic shield also belongs to Comitage's basic magic, Very simple magic. It's just that an apprentice who has learned magic for less than 10 minutes. After listening to your own words, can you draw a complete magic shield? This is a bit of a joke. You know, it took Berkeley a whole week to paint the magic light, let alone the complicated magic shield. It took him a whole month to draw it. Have you been exposed to magic before? Berkeley couldn't help asking his inner question. Zhang Yang waved, wiped the magic shield and shook his head. This shocked Berkeley's heart again. Although there is a talent for learning magic, the problem is, this kid is so talented. Looking at the unsatisfied or satisfied expression on Berkeley's face, Zhang Yang couldn't help asking, "Brother, how?" Zhang Yang's words brought back Berkeley's thoughts. Seeing Zhang Yang's humble expression, Berkeley couldn't help feeling. There are really not many people who can have such talents and are so humble, and I can't help but feel good about Zhang Yang. But in order not to make Zhang Yang too proud of a newbie who just started, he pressured his inner shock, and said calmly on his face, reluctantly. After the words, Berkeley continued, "There are many kinds of magic shields. The stronger the magic power of the wizard, the harder the drawn magic shield will be. You still need to practice more, and..." Berkeley raised his head and stood tall, paused, and continued pretendingly, "Moreover, magical energy can not only draw shields, but also sharp weapons, such as swords, knives, whips, etc. You just drew shields, now you can try to draw other sharp weapons. Of course, different sharp weapons, spells and energies are different. All of these require you to understand." The apprentices who Berkeley spoke earnestly nodded. Cannot help but feel the depth of magic. Zhang Yang nodded after listening. Zhang Yang is now very clear about his position and identity. His novice village is in Komitage. There is an Ancient One who shocked the entire multiverse. Ancient One is suppressing it. Zhang Yang's purpose of learning magic is to make himself stronger. It was just an introductory magic, he had to work harder to learn more powerful magic. "I see, brother, I will continue to practice," Zhang Yang said. Seeing Zhang Yang's humble, studious and serious look, Berkeley couldn't help but say, "Okay, let's do this today." A practitioner who learns to draw magical rays can learn to draw magical shields by himself, and then draw some other things that have not been learned. Practice more by yourself. Practicing magic requires more learning, more feeling, and more communication. The most important thing is to realize more. Chapter 5. Isn't it? Brother Berkeley only taught once and that person already knows how to draw magic shields. What's wrong with the ability to draw magic shields? Brother said, this is the most basic, magic energy can also draw magic weapons. That's right, it seems that it's the same. Komitage is a magical holy land, and there are so many high-level secrets. But we have to work harder. Brother Berkeley left. A few apprentices started talking. The content of the discussion is mostly what Zhang Yang just did. It's just that Zhang Yang has already been familiar with the dormitory at this meeting, and can't hear these people's discussions. But Avery heard it. Avery, who was planning to practice more on the training ground for a while, couldn't help frowning after hearing these people's twittering comments. She couldn't see this kind of villain who talked about others behind her back, especially, it also affected her practice. Walking forward in 2 or 3 steps, Avery said to the apprentices who gathered together, "Shut up, you guys. If you don't practice well with this kind of kung fu, can you learn what the elder brother taught just when you talk about others?" Avery's personality is as hot as his body. The tone of speech is not very good. Annoyed the apprentices who were discussing. And among these apprentices, there are young people who had previously attacked Ailey. Who do you think you are? You came to order us. The young man was a little angry, and stepped forward to vent his dissatisfaction to Avery. I said, my name is Avery, the future Sorcerer Supreme. Ailey looked at the youth, sneered, and raised his hand to draw a magical light in his hand. This made the young man's eyes stunned. Have you learned to draw magic light? Avery disdainfully said, the talented people are working hard, but you people who are not talented enough, don't work hard. I really don't know what qualifications you have. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. When the words fell, Avery stared sharply. The young man and his partner trembled with fright. The person next to him hurriedly walked to the young man's ear and whispered, Barrow, forget it, she seems to be very powerful, and this is Taj Kama. We searched for a long time before we finally came in. Practice is important. Hearing the persuasion of others, Barlow took a deep breath and said to Avery, don't be so arrogant, open your mouth and shut up to become Sorcerer Supreme. Do you think it's easy to become Sorcerer Supreme? That kid is much better than your talent. Avery didn't change his face, so what, as long as I work hard, one day I will become Sorcerer Supreme. At that time, you will probably still only make random comments behind others. After the words were over, Avery turned and left the training ground. It seems that I don't want to say one more word to them. She walked quickly towards Kama Taj's apprentice canteen. When passing by the boys' dormitory, Avery stopped and glanced inside. Her delicate brows wrinkled slightly, and she secretly made up her mind, from now on, this man is my competitor. Sleepy. Standing up from the bed, Zhang yawned and couldn't help feeling. After listening to Berkeley yesterday, Zhang went back and thought about it all night. I have carried out a general arrangement of the things in my mind and the fragmented information. Have to say, Kama Taj is truly a magical place, and magic is truly mysterious. Brother Berkeley just drew a magical light, and there were so many colleges in it. No wonder he said that practicing magic requires more enlightenment. At this time, Zhang felt very reasonable in his heart. Marvel's world is really amazing and huge. He has to learn more. Regardless of the rest of the night, Zhang got up early in the morning and ran to the training ground. There is only Zhang in the empty training ground, but Zhang is not idle, and continues to feel seriously. But after a while, the first person besides Zhang came on the training ground, Ailey. Seeing Zhang, Avery was obviously a little surprised. She thought she had come early enough, but what she never expected was that Zhang would come earlier. Ailey looked at Zhang, who was closing his eyes as if meditating, with a little respect in his heart. It's not scary to be talented, but the scary thing is that talented people work harder than you. At this time, Avery made up his mind again in his heart. From now on, she must come earlier than Zhang. Chapter 6. Kama Taj, the Library. Early in the morning, Berkeley came to salute the king. It is to please N, and it is also to report on the apprentice. As always, Wang sat at the front of the library, looking at the magic books very seriously. When Berkeley walked in, Wang did not look up, but asked in a calm tone, how does it feel to teach people for the first time? Berkeley quickly said, very good, Archmage. This sentence is pretty good and true. If Zhang Yang's accident is aside, the others are fine. However, Berkeley cannot ignore the existence of Zhang Yang. In this class of apprentices, there is an apprentice who is fairly talented. Berkeley reported to Wang Rushawai. Yeah. Wang didn't seem to take this matter to heart. After all, there will always be one or two apprentices with better talents every few sessions. It's just a pity. It is not that much that can meet the expectations of Ancient One Mage. There are very few people who can endure the hardships of practice. If you have a good talent, you can teach well. Wang Feng said lightly, turning a page, without saying a word. Obviously, this meant to signal Berkeley to leave. Berkeley gestured, saluted, and walked towards the training ground. When we walked to the training ground, almost everyone was there. Berkeley glanced at all the apprentices, and finally set his sights on John Yang. As if sensing Berkeley's gaze, John Yang smiled. But at the age of 17 or 8 years old, his smile was particularly sunny. This has strengthened Berkeley's favor with John Yang. Berkeley stepped forward and asked John Yang, "What's your name?" Although it was still an expressionless face, his tone was much gentler. John Yang replied respectfully, "John Yang." Berkeley nodded and said to the apprentices, "Apart from John Yang, who else can learn magic light?" Quiet. There was a dead silence. No one spoke. The apprentices looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes, and did not dare to say anything. At this moment, a firm and stern voice came from the crowd, "Me." Avery raised his hand and walked to Berkeley. Berkeley's heart trembled. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Isn't it? He studied magic light for a week. This year, 2 people have learned in one day? Berkeley thought to himself, still expressionless on his face, "Try it?" After receiving the signal, Avery raised her hand very confidently and pulled out a magical light between her hands. Then she did not stop, but continued to draw the magic shield like John Yang yesterday. According to John Yang's actions yesterday, Avery repeated it. Soon, a magic shield floating in the air appeared. A compliment came from all around. At this time, Berkeley was not calm in his heart. Isn't it? This class of apprentices, are they all evildoers? Yesterday, John Yang drew the magic shield after watching it for 10 minutes. Today, another girl popped up, and in just one day, she also drew a magic shield? At this time, Berkeley suddenly felt a little stressed. Such pressure made Berkeley lift his chin, as if he wanted to look more dignified. He nodded to Avery and said, reluctantly, "What's your name?" Avery's eyes are firm. "Brother, my name is Avery. I want to be the Sorcerer Supreme in the future." Avery's words caused an uproar. A different expression appeared on each apprentice's face. Even Berkeley couldn't help being taken aback. Although this sounded a little arrogant, it made John Yang a little appreciative. Those who dare to think are always better than those who dare not. It is good to have this goal, and I also hope that you can work hard to achieve it. Although it was a little surprised that Avery would say this, Berkeley did not accuse it, but seemed to agree with it. He encouraged Avery, and at the same time said to all the apprentices, "I know, each of you comes to Comitage with a purpose, then. So I hope that you can accomplish your goals through magic, and at the same time, you can't forget Comitage's purpose to protect the earth. Find the right time." Berkeley was again preaching and coercing. After seeing those apprentices nodding their heads affirmatively and fighting spirit in their eyes, Berkeley suddenly changed his words. "However, it is not so easy to become Sorcerer Supreme. For a mage, hard work and talent are both important. But the most important thing must be savvy. Magic is mysterious, so understanding is more important. As I said yesterday, magic energy can not only pull magic rays and shields, but also make magic weapons. Avery, besides magic shields, what else do you realize?" Avery looked startled, and shook his head in embarrassment. "Just painting the magic shield." Avery practiced all night. "How can there be time to learn something else?" Berkeley rarely smiled. "It's okay, keep going." "Phew. Okay." With a sigh of relief, he looked at John Yang again and said, "How about you? What else did you learn after going back to practice yesterday?" Seeing Berkeley's question, John Yang couldn't help but uttered a moment of emotion. "Returned to brother, magic is really mysterious." Berkeley nodded. "Of course mysterious." He looked at John Yang's expression and saw John Yang sighing. "The stone in my heart was put down." Berkeley thought without hesitation. Seeing him like this, he probably didn't realize anything. So far so good. There are quite a lot of talents in this class of apprentices. If I learn too fast, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it through Brother Cassius's return and I won't have anything to teach. Berkeley thought to himself, and exhaled again. However, before this breath was over, Zhang spoke again. I thought about it all night last night, and I probably realized more than 300 kinds of magic weapon spells. However, it stunned everyone present, including Berkeley. Berkeley, chuck it. I just drew a magic light in front of Zhang. Can he understand the painting methods of more than 300 kinds of magic weapons? Berkeley? Chapter 7. As Berkeley said before, the spells and energy of each sharp weapon are different. Although there are only subtle differences between these spells and energy. But it is not so easy to realize it. Berkeley stayed at Karmitage for a whole year. With his current ability, he has realized the painting methods of 5 sharp weapons: knives, swords, spears, whips, and ropes. And according to his understanding, he was already considered strong among the last batch of apprentices. But now, Zhang actually said that he has realized more than 300 kinds of sharp tools? Who are you, stupid? Besides, even if Zhang really knows how to draw several weapons, it's impossible to have more than 300 kinds, right? They all talk about 18 martial arts. If Zhang pulls 18 pieces of Berkeley, he can barely believe it. But now he says that he has learned more than 300 kinds of sharp tools? Do you think I didn't learn magic? Pooh. Con man. Berkeley frowned slightly. There seemed to be a bit of irritation in his expression. The apprentices around listened to Zhang words in awe. However, when they saw Berkeley's expression, they all fell silent for a moment. All the apprentices looked at Berkeley together, not knowing why. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Originally, Zhang had realized these 300 kinds of magic weapon drawing methods, and he still had some little pride in his heart. I thought that Brother Berkeley would give me a few words of praise and teach myself more by the way. Don't want to be at this moment. The expression on Senior Brother Berkeley's face made Zhang a little angry. This makes Zhang a little bit incomprehensible. Where does Zhang know what Berkeley is thinking at this moment? Huh? Started to pretend? I just drew a line. Can you draw more than 300 kinds of graphics? The more the magic is repaired, the more it drifts, and the sense of superiority is also cultivated. Junior brother. You pretended to be forced, don't blame me for slapping you in the face. Berkeley sneered crookedly, without too much nonsense, and said to Zhang, come on, show it. See what you know. A simple and direct sentence instantly attracted the eyes of all the apprentices to Zhang, including Avery. Although he has not been relieved from the surprise. But Avery's body was still very honest and focused on Zhang body. At this time, her eyes were full of expectation and disbelief. Although Ailey was a little surprised and emotional that Zhang could realize so much magic in one night, but at the same time, she was a little bit disbelieved. Although Avery doesn't want to doubt others, seeing is believing. I heard that Senior Brother Berkeley asked Zhang to show it. Avery cast a warm and direct gaze on Zhang's body. I saw Zhang nodding his head, saluting Berkeley first, and then he said, then, Brother Berkeley, I'll be the boss. Words fall. Zhang raised his hand, gathered his energy and looked forward seriously. Energy converges, magic gathers. The magic light lit up in Zhang's hand. Soon, the patterns gathered, hovering in front of Zhang, and exposed in front of everyone. With the change of Zhang's gestures, magic light forms a different weapon. Like slides, flashed in front of Berkeley and the apprentices. Sword, knife, and whip. At first, although Berkeley was a little surprised, he still took it. But the farther back, Berkeley became more confused. Chapter 8. Practice magic. Talents are high or low, and savvy is good or bad. So the practice is fast and slow. To say that Zhang Yang can comprehend 18 weapons. Although Berkeley was shocked, it was acceptable in theory. After all, the spells and creations of these weapons can also be found in the library. But the question is, what the hell is Zhang Yang using magic to draw a pistol? There are submachine guns. Machine gun? There are even bullets? Are these things really recorded in Kamataj's magic? No. The expression on Berkeley's face changed from surprise at the beginning to shock, then to dumbfounded now. In his heart, there seemed to be thousands of horses rushing by. Berkeley couldn't help thinking seriously. In Kamataj's magic, is there any magic that can create pistols and bullets? Just when Berkeley was dumbfounded. In the next second, Zhang Yang waved his big hand, and a red magic chain appeared in front of Berkeley. This red chain completely stunned Berkeley. Scarlet chain. Is this him? So in the more than 300 kinds of sharp weapons that Zhang Yang has realized, there are even scarlet chains? Berkeley seemed to be worried about something wrong with his eyes. Raised his hand and quickly rubbed his eyes. However, no matter how many times he reads it, Berkeley can be sure. Zhang Yang really drew the scarlet chain. This is not a damn thing that can be realized by feeling natural energy. The scarlet chain was originally called the scarlet chain of Sitolak. Sitarak is the master of the Crimson Universe. The power of the red tank comes from the Crimson Universe. The formation of scarlet chains. It is necessary to realize the power of the Crimson Universe and condense it to complete. In Kamataj, this is already a high-level magic. To know the scarlet chain, ordinary superhuman beings can't get rid of it at all. Once bound, that's deadly. Without the power of the cosmos, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky if you want to break free. This Zhang Yang actually saw the scarlet chain coming out after he drew a thread. Thinking of himself, after studying for a year, drawing a magic rope to restrict the enemy is incredible. Draw the scarlet chain. With his current progress, a rough estimate is that it will take 10 years to start practicing without eating or drinking. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. If it's slow, it's possible in 20 years. Hiss. Call. Damn. I twitched in my heart for several seconds. Berkeley stabilized his mind. What kind of talent is Zhang Yang? This Nima is simply a genius. This perception. Looking around, there are few in the entire world of wizards that are more powerful than him. What is his brain made of? Watching Zhang Yang complete the display of 300 weapons. Berkeley's mind was shocked only to hear the buzzing sound, and his scalp was numb. Originally, Berkeley was a little skeptical of what Zhang Yang said. But now I am convinced. In less than 10 minutes, I learned an introduction to magic and drew a magic shield. Suddenly realized 300 magic weapons overnight. It also absorbed the power of the Crimson Universe in another world and drew the scarlet chain. Horrible. Why on earth? Everyone at Kamataj practiced hard and diligently. Day after day, year after year. From spring to autumn, starting from the basics, step by step. Why can Zhang Yang learn the results of decades of hard work by others overnight? What is he more than others? Just because he is young? Or is it because he is handsome? Emperor Wedishan. Why are you so unfair? Born to be a mage of Kamataj, could it be that I have brought down Kamataj's overall mage level? At this time, Berkeley was a little depressed. Berkeley, who had cultivated some confidence in teaching apprentices, had no confidence that Zhang Yang would be hit. Depression made him doubt life. Zhang Yang looked confused with the twitching expression on his face. Question mark full of brains. Big brother Berkeley, what is going on? Big brother, I have finished the show, please advise. Seeing that Berkeley hadn't responded for a long time, Zhang Yang asked whether he was humble or arrogant. However, Berkeley did not respond. Brother. Zhang called again. At this time, Berkeley had a slight reaction, and he uttered a syllable from his mouth very calmly, yeah. Berkeley took a deep breath, his eyes were dull, and he looked at Zhang unlovably. It's normal. Although, Berkeley knows that Zhang is very strong. But, as the brother who taught them, Berkeley must not let Zhang see that he is inferior to Zhang, otherwise, how could he establish prestige in front of these apprentices? Hearing what Berkeley said, Zhang was taken aback. This is just ordinary? Zhang, you are just getting started in the field of magic. Think about our Sorcerer Supreme, think about the big brothers, think about the great masters. You must work harder and reach their realm as soon as possible. People must go higher. Look everywhere, don't be confined to your eyes. When Zhang was puzzled, Berkeley said quickly. That said, it seems to make sense. No one wants to become stronger. What Zhang knows now is really not worth mentioning compared with other great masters. Understand, brother, I will work harder. Zhang looked at Berkeley and asked seriously. Harder? What a god! Your talent is so high, you still have to work hard? The existence of a person like you simply doesn't give others a way to survive. If you work harder to learn faster, where do you want to put the archmages? At any rate, the archmages have learned such a strong ability for 10 or even decades. With your current understanding, learn more magic. I am afraid that the archmage will not be able to hold you down. Berkeley roared. However, Berkeley is also very clear if he tells Zhang the truth. Zhang definitely left Comitage in minutes. But now, the whole world is in turmoil. Sorcerer Supreme has been looking for someone who can fight against Domum, such as Zhang, absolutely can't leave. Thinking of this, Berkeley looked at Zhang, pretending to be inattentive. In fact, you don't have to work too hard. When it's time to sleep, you should sleep more. Chapter 9. Berkeley didn't know where his face came from and said to Zhang okay and normal. But Berkeley didn't expect it either. The first time I was teaching an apprentice, I encountered a genius? No, think about it now, saying that Zhang is a genius is a bit insulting him. The word genius is not worthy of Zhang. Berkeley knew it well. Zhang, he couldn't teach anymore, he learned too fast. Now, I can only ask the king for instructions. In a hurry. You must ask for instructions immediately. Practitioners who don't know magic light will practice magic light in this class. As for Avery, you already know the magic shield, so you can learn more about the magic of other sharp weapons. Berkeley held back his trembling heart and announced to the apprentices what they should do. Only Zhang, Berkeley didn't know what to do with him. Big brother, what about me? Zhang couldn't help but ask without receiving the task. Berkeley hesitated for a while, and sighed helplessly. You, go back to sleep first. Berkeley is also very helpless. If someone with such a good talent still works so hard, do you want to survive for other mages? It's just that Zhang didn't know this idea in Berkeley's mind. At this moment, some of his second Zhang monks are confused. Go to bed? What does it mean to go to sleep? Zhang seems to want to ask, however, Berkeley has left in a hurry. This made Zhang touch his head involuntarily. I really don't understand what Brother Berkeley meant by letting himself go to sleep. Forget it, just go to sleep. Zhang simply went back to the dormitory to sleep for a while. Waiting for Zhang to leave, there was a burst of crazy heated discussions in the training ground. Hey, you said, this man named Zhang is amazing or not? He has mastered more than 300 kinds of sharp weapon magic in one night. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. I don't think it will work. If it's great, Brother Berkeley will definitely let him train. But now, you can tell him to go to sleep. I don't think it's okay either. Didn't the brother say that he was unremarkable? The apprentices were talking about it, and suddenly, a sharp voice came in, I tell you, people like John Young just like to be smart and like to do some useless work. Avery knew that it was Barlow who spoke without even looking at it. After all, Barlow did this for the first time. It's just that Avery didn't bother to remind him again and again. The mud can't help the guy on the wall. After Barlow gave a glance, Avery walked a little farther to the side. She looked at John Yang's leaving figure, and doubts appeared in her eyes. Could it be this guy? Really not a genius? Archmage. It's terrible, terrible. Komitage has a genius. Leave the training ground. Berkeley ran into the library non-stop. At this time, the king was still in the library listening to Beyoncé's music and looking at the book. I feel that someone has broken through the barrier of the library. Wang frowned, and when he looked up, he saw Berkeley in shock. What's going on? Panicked. Wang frowned and asked at Berkeley. Archmage. It's amazing, Komitage has a genius. As soon as Wang's voice fell, the anxious Berkeley said quickly. Genius. Berkeley's words stunned the king. Yes. Archmage, let me tell you that there is an apprentice named John Young in this class of apprentices. Do you know that yesterday I taught him to start magic light, and what happened to him? Berkeley looked at the king, said with melancholy on his face. He learned it today. Wang took a conservative guess. No, Archmage, you guess it's a good guess. Berkeley said quickly. Wang frowned. Guess what's better? Could it be that he drew the magic shield? Wang asked. Berkeley was anxious and hurriedly said, he realized the drawing of the magic shield in only 10 minutes. After thinking about it for a night, he realized the changes of more than 300 kinds of sharp weapons and magic according to the magic light, and also created the scarlet chain. What is it? Scarlet chain. Berkeley's words sounded like a thunder in Wang's ears. An apprentice drew the scarlet chain in one night? How is it possible? How can an apprentice get energy from a different dimensional universe? Wang said incredulously. To know. It is not a spell to create a scarlet chain, but how to take in the energy of the Crimson Universe. No matter how talented an apprentice is, it is impossible to get energy from another dimension. Berkeley, the soul of the liar will be thrown into the kingdom of death after death. Wang Jens looked at Berkeley and said with a very serious tone. Berkeley was anxious when he heard, Archmage, this is true. I really didn't lie to you. Seeing Berkeley's real face, Wang believed this meeting a little bit. But if that is the case, the problem is a bit troublesome. Watching Berkeley draw a line can realize the magic of the scarlet chain. Just look at the situation where Sorcerer Supreme is not here. With this kind of savvy, if you continue to learn, it is difficult for Komitage to shock him. You know, Scarlet Chain, even a talented archmage like Wang has practiced for 5 years. Then Zhang Yang realized it by himself without being taught all night? Is his head turned on? Master, what should I do now? Does this Zhang Yang still teach? Berkeley was a little panicked, watching Wang cautiously asked. Of course. If you do what you said, you must drag him and not let him go. This kind of extremely talented magic apprentice will have to wait for Sorcerer Supreme to return after Sorcerer Supreme decides. Wang said seriously. But. At this time, Berkeley hesitated. He sighed and said with a bitter expression, Archmage, I have nothing to teach him. Chapter 10. According to Zhang Yang's current ability, Berkeley really can't beat Zhang Yang. Therefore, Zhang Yang cannot be taught, and Berkeley has not lied. Originally, Berkeley was a little skeptical about his own ability, worried that he could not teach apprentices well, and now there is such a freak as Zhang Yang. Berkeley's mentality exploded. How to teach this Nima? What if Zhang Yang knows that his abilities are no longer as good as him? Thinking of Zhang Yang, Berkeley couldn't help but want to cry. He worked hard at Comitage, and spent a year studying in the dark before he changed from an apprentice to a trainee mage. But Zhang Yang, in a day's time, his ability is close to the great master. People are really maddening than people. Sinister. Master, I also want to teach people seriously, but I am powerless now, Zhang Yang, I really can't teach. Berkeley waved his hand and said sadly. He has taught Zhang Yang a little doubt about life now. Who asked you to teach it seriously? Wang frowned. This guy, it's okay to teach seriously. Sorcerer Supreme has 1 week to come back with the big brother Mordo. With Zhang Yang's understanding of what Berkeley said, 2 days at most. Zhang Yang may be able to surpass Wang. If Zhang Yang knew, he would definitely want to leave Comitage. Therefore, Zhang Yang definitely cannot teach seriously. Teach him whatever you want, the main thing is to hold him back. A talent like this can only be held back by the Ancient One Mage, Wang said earnestly. No way, special period. Now Comitage lacks the talent to defeat Domum, so he can only do so. Teach you anyway. Berkeley looked at him for a moment, looked at Wang busily and said, but Archmage, didn't you say that people with good talents should teach seriously? The king is anxious. This Berkeley, don't be too straightforward. Special period, special method. Wang scolded and took a deep breath. I tell you, your main purpose now is not to let him realize that he is great. The most important thing in cultivation is the mind. You have to let him. I think I still have a lot to learn, do you understand? Berkeley nodded seemingly. Anyway, we must keep him. Wait until Sorcerer Supreme comes back. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Berkeley thought about a teaching plan for Zhang Yang. Thinking of the last, there is only one skill, and that is chaos. But if Zhang Yang were to be squeezed out of chaos, this was obviously wrong. Simply, this apprentice, Berkeley, was chaos. Although the senior brother Mordo knew about doing so, he would definitely be punished. But the problem is, there is no way, for an extremely talented young man. Berkeley can only do this. Otherwise, if he left, what a loss would be to Comitage against Domum. Besides, it has only been 6 days. It is not too late to let senior brother Cassius teach them after Sorcerer Supreme returns. Thinking of this, Berkeley nodded silently. As if made up his mind, he straightened his clothes and rushed to the training ground. When we arrived at the training ground, almost all the apprentices had arrived. Zhang Yang is no exception. Berkeley silently said sorry to all the apprentices. Then he looked at Zhang Yang. Taking a deep breath, Berkeley walked to Zhang Yang with a cold face. You know, why did I ask you to go back to sleep yesterday? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yang hurriedly bowed to Berkeley, and then said gratefully, Junior brother understands, I am really grateful to Berkeley for his hard work. Berkeley? Berkeley was dumbfounded. Berkeley asked Zhang Yang this question, originally to suppress Zhang Yang. After all, Berkeley felt that Zhang Yang would definitely say he didn't know. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yang looked very grateful. This makes Berkeley a little confused. Before Berkeley could ask anything, Zhang Yang said excitedly, Brother, I finally understand that you said that the key to practicing magic is to understand more. Yesterday you asked me to go back and rest. When I closed my eyes and thought about it on the bed, there was a flash of light in my mind. When I got up this morning, I suddenly realized how to open the portal. Comitage's magic is really wonderful and mysterious. The brother just drew a magic light. Unexpectedly, it turns out that there is such a big connotation in it. When I was thinking about it for the past 2 days, I discovered that magic light is the foundation of everything, and it can be connected to any object with a wire. It's really amazing. Zhang Yang's tone was a little excited when he spoke. Although it was a mysterious appearance praising Kamataj's magic, Berkeley always felt that he was acting forcefully. Do you think you are drawing when studying magic? Can I draw a pattern with lines and then display it? What kind of magic do you have to learn if it's so easy? It's only your lightened brain that can do this. Change it to someone else. I'm afraid that you won't even be able to get started with magic with this method. It's so irritating. Berkeley roared in his heart. Although what Zhang Yang said is offensive, the problem is that this is not the point. The point is that Berkeley seems to have heard that Zhang Yang just said that he has realized how to open the pass. Are you serious? Berkeley looked at Zhang Yang and asked very seriously. What to do? Berkeley was a little panicked. Yeah. Zhang Yang nodded, his expression extremely serious. His sinister. I'm so sorry to be born as a human being. Berkeley pressed his temples with his hands. Please, don't realize it. Realize again that Kamataj may not be able to tolerate you. Chapter 11. Zhang Yang looked at Berkeley with a headache when he held his temple with his hand, and was a little stunned for a while. Since yesterday, Zhang Yang has discovered that Brother Berkeley either shook his head or sighed at him. This makes Zhang Yang a little confused. The more than 300 kinds of sharp weapon magic and portal magic he had previously enlightened were used in the movie Doctor Strange. Logically speaking, there should be no problem with his own enlightenment. Why does Brother Berkeley keep shaking his head? Big Brother Berkeley, are you having a headache lately? Zhang Yang asked frankly. Berkeley, what's the headache? Why do you keep shaking your head and sighing and pressing your temples if it's not for a headache? Zhang Yang asked straightforwardly. It's not because your savvy is too good for me to have a headache. I thought so, but Berkeley couldn't say that. I shook my head and sighed because you have a big problem. What he said made Zhang Yang puzzled again. Zhang Yang, I know, you want to learn magic. I also know, you are very hard, but practicing magic, you are fine, not too much. Looking at Zhang Yang, frowned slightly, looking like he didn't understand. Berkeley, the words began to flicker with sincerity. I have to admit that you have a lot of ideas, and your savvy is still barely able to survive. Compared with this class of apprentice, you are a pretty good seedling, but your problem is that you have too many ideas. I lost my focus. At Kamataj, this is a taboo. There are many types of magic: melee magic, ranged magic, auxiliary magic, attack magic, defense magic, etc. And there are many types of magic. You said it is okay to learn all magic, of course. But the question is, where is your focus? What is your major? Support, defense, or attack? Berkeley said sincerely. Indeed, there is a bit of truth. After all, Zhang Yang has recently realized a lot of magic, but Zhang Yang also discovered that although there are many, they basically write basic magic. Based on Zhang Yang's impressions and what he saw and heard at Kamataj. When it comes to Ancient One, it is natural to think of mirror space magic. The mirror space magic of Ancient One has been cultivated to the point of perfection. Generally speaking, when Ancient One opens the mirror space, almost no one can get out of the mirror space. Let's talk about the abilities of Doctor Strange and those Kamataj mages. The magic practiced by Kamataj is called a secret method. It can also be called melee magic. Generally, there are rarely too many bells and whistles, mainly in close combat. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Space teleportation magic is supplemented. Many people seem to think that Kamataj's magic does not look cool. But the problem is that it is very practical. It's like if an enemy turns on ranged magic on you. If you use a portal to teleport directly to him, then a magic sword is inserted straight into the heart. Even if the enemy's magic looks fancy, it is useless. So, here comes the most critical question. Whether your magic sword can be directly and accurately inserted into the heart of the enemy. This is what Zhang Yang understood in Berkeley's words. Keep it simple and straightforward. Magic attacks must be fast, accurate, and ruthless, and hit the enemy's lifeline directly. To be more precise, you must have a very proficient magic ability. Whether it is auxiliary magic, attack magic, or other types, in short, there are no more essences. Brother Berkeley. I understand. Zhang Yang suddenly realized. That's it? Yeah. Berkeley nodded pretentiously. Although Berkeley didn't understand what Zhang Yang understood in his flickering quotations. But the way it should be done still has to be done. If you should ask, you still have to ask. Then, now you come and tell me what you understand. Berkeley asked Zhang Yang seriously. Seriously, because Berkeley really wants to know. Senior brother means that there is not much to learn magic, so you must first master one magic and play the best role, and then master the other one, right? Zhang Yang said seriously. Good guys. People are really incomparable with people. I can talk about it casually, and he can understand the truth. Berkeley wanted to cry without tears, and nodded with satisfaction on the surface. Russ can be taught. After the words fell, he continued, a truly powerful magician must have his own understanding of everything in the world. The origin of magic comes from nature. In nature, seek out the true meaning of magic. Don't just be greedy and drink good. But don't be greedy. So, put aside the bells and whistles. Although you have learned more than 300 kinds of sharp weapon magic and portals, your abilities have not yet reached the point where all of them can be controlled to the point of perfection. What I mean by drawing magic light is to let you learn magic light. Do you think the power of magic light is worse than those magic weapons? As Berkeley said, he raised his hand to draw a magical light, then held it in his hand, walked to a tree, and slashed. A burst of invisible force slipped. Blowing the leaves of the big tree, there was a slurping sound. Quiet. Extremely quiet. Zhang Yang, including all the apprentices present, looked at Berkeley. Now, holding a magic light in his right hand, it looks like a still picture. Just when everyone was stunned, just listen to a boom. The tree across from Berkeley was cut off. It's amazing. Avery couldn't help exclaiming when he saw this. Brother is amazing. How did this happen? So magical light is so powerful. The apprentice on the side could not help but exclaimed. Berkeley slowly put away the magic light, with his hands behind him, looking at Zhang Yang and all the apprentices. I hope you put down all the bells and whistles, return to the source of magic, and surpass yourself. Magic can be a sharp weapon or a shield. The most important thing is how you use it. Berkeley said, and left without looking back. Chapter 12. There are 3 days left. After waking up, Berkeley counted his fingers and counted the time, thankful. As usual, Berkeley went to the library to report to Wang. The difference is that it is different from usual. This time, Wang was not listening to Beyoncé, but sitting in front of the library, seemingly waiting for Berkeley to come. Upon seeing Berkeley, Wang quickly asked, "What happened yesterday?" Although only heard. But what Berkeley said Zhang Yang was terrible. Such a talented seed, don't be taught by Berkeley. Wang only hated that he wanted to manage the library and couldn't see it with his own eyes. Archmage, yesterday, that guy slept a while and realized the magic that opens the portal. Berkeley sighed and reported truthfully. You mean, he can open the portal now? Wang was a little surprised. Berkeley nodded. You didn't teach them, he realized it himself. Wang asked again. Berkeley nodded helplessly. It seems that Zhang Yang is really a rare talent. Wang said with emotion. Although portals are basic magic, it is much easier to learn than scarlet chains. But the problem is, this Zhang Yang has realized it by himself without anyone teaching it. Really terrible. Wang shook his head. This time, he will not enjoy reading. Such a talent would be terrifying if it were harvested by Domum as a believer. You have to hold Zhangyang as much as possible. Sorcerer Supreme will be back in 3 days. Wang said seriously. Berkeley nodded his head like pounding garlic, and said confidently, "Don't worry, I will definitely be able to hold it. I have already figured out a solution to the Archmage, and I plan to teach them indiscriminately during the return of Sorcerer Supreme." Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Hearing Berkeley's words about chaos, Wang couldn't help but frowned, and said righteously, "Chaos? Where is Kamatage? You would think of such a bad idea." Berkeley hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, the Archmage has misunderstood. The chaos I said is not to call them actual mages, but to teach them basic theories. Although this is a bit unfair to other apprentices, it is in order to keep them. Zhangyang, there is only this way, and there are only 3 days left. It will not be too late to teach Sorcerer Supreme and the big brothers back. After all, practicing magic can never come out overnight. And Berkeley's so-called chaos. It's not just to teach people indiscriminately, but it's not practical, so they just talk about some great principles for them to understand. In this case, even Zhangyang has a high savvy. No one teaches it by hand. Presumably, it will take 3 or 5 days to realize it." When he realized it, Sorcerer Supreme returned. At that time, for Zhangyang, Sorcerer Supreme will naturally have arrangements. Understanding what Berkeley meant, Wang nodded, "That's it, this idea, I think it's good." Berkeley breathed a sigh of relief. I muttered a little dissatisfied in my heart. I don't know the bad idea just said. By the way, what did you teach Zhangyang and those apprentices yesterday? As Berkeley was thinking, Wang suddenly asked. Berkeley hurriedly said, "I told them that we should focus on a magical skill. There is not much magic in it." Although these words were summed up by Zhangyang himself. But probably, Berkeley taught this yesterday. Seeing that the king didn't say a word, Berkeley continued, "I asked them to practice the most basic magic light yesterday and let them focus on practicing the magic light." Wang was stunned. Magic light? Isn't magic light the most basic magic? This is the beginner's guide. Didn't Zhangyang already know the magic light? Wang was a little dazed. "I mean let them practice magic light into a weapon of destruction." Berkeley said seriously, "It's like cutting a tree with magic light." "Cut down the tree with magic light." Wang Yi was taken aback. In theory, this is not impossible, but it must be done by a mage with a certain amount of magical energy. And practice magic, to be precise, is practice magic energy. But now that Zhangyang can learn the Scarlet Chain magic, cutting down the tree with magic light is not too difficult. Is it difficult? Wang asked, looking at Berkeley, puzzled. "It's really not that difficult, Archmage." Berkeley took a deep breath and said, "However, this will limit Zhangyang's understanding. We can gradually increase the difficulty, but the constant is that he can only practice magic light." "Yeah," Wang said seriously, "then what do you plan to let them contact?" Berkeley frowned and thought about it for a while and said, "Archmage, I want to apply to take them to the Himalayas." "Go to the Himalayas?" Wang was taken aback again. "Yes." Berkeley nodded. "All right, then you take them." Although he didn't know what Berkeley wanted to do, the king approved it. After all, it turns out that Cassius often takes his apprentices to practice in the Himalayas. Berkeley salutes and resigns. "In my heart," he said silently. "Just survive these 3 days." Chapter 13. After reporting to Wang, Berkeley continued to walk towards the training ground with that unpredictable appearance. As always, the apprentices stood neatly on the training ground early in the morning. Berkeley scanned the apprentices, already memorizing the name of each apprentice in his mind. After confirming that all the apprentices were present, Berkeley glanced at Zhang Yang, who was refreshed, and finally set his sights on Avery. A girl of 17 or 8 years old. Although I don't like to laugh and look cold to everyone, and once boasted to Berkeley that she would definitely be the Sorcerer Supreme in the future. However, I have to say that Ailey, a young girl, is still very talented. If it wasn't for this year's abnormal Zhang Yang, Avery's talent is definitely the focus of training. Of course, although Berkeley ignored Avery before, after Avery helped her rescue yesterday, Berkeley paid a little attention to Avery. Moreover, he also thought of a way to make Zhang Yang not consider himself strong. Berkeley raised his chest slightly, and after a long silence, he finally spoke. It has been 3 days since you came to Comitage. In these 3 days, how many students can draw magic light? Of the dozen or so apprentices present, only 4 raised their hands silently, including Zhang Yang. Berkeley frowned slightly, so he sighed with difficulty. You are really the worst I have ever brought. Like the apprentices before, you can basically practice melee in 3 days. Xingyun Liashui pretended to be forced. When Berkeley said this, he was still a little dazed. After all, the group of apprentices who had studied for a month only began to teach melee magic. Want to practice melee after learning magic for 3 days? What is being magic? Can anyone learn it on the street? However, there is no way. In order to keep Zhang Yang, Berkeley can only do this. But Comitage is a magical shrine after all. Entering Comitage is not a simple matter. Therefore, no apprentice questioned Berkeley. Just focus on them this year, is the worst apprentice. For a time, the atmosphere was a bit solemn, and most of the apprentices lowered their heads one after another, and their faces were full of disappointment. This makes Zhang Yang not only a little emotional. In fact, when Zhang Yang first entered Comitage, he really thought it was difficult to learn magic. It takes less than 10 years to start. After all, this kind of illusory and vague thing similar to fantasy cultivation, if because he is in the Marvel world now, he does not believe that anyone can magic. However, after he really came into contact with him, he discovered that it was not difficult to learn magic. Most of the apprentices who had watched this class come in with him hadn't even entered the door yet. Zhang Yang felt a little smug in his heart. But listening to what Berkeley said, Zhang Yang understood for a while. It's not that I am too talented. There are many people who are better than their own talents. There must be a lot of powerful characters and powerful magic in Comitage. Zhang Yang was thinking in his heart. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Suddenly, I heard senior brother Berkeley speak again. From my point of view, Avery's talent is the strongest. Zhang Yang's ability is not bad because he has too many ideas and no focus. Berkeley spoke solemnly. He originally wanted to say that Avery's talent and ability are the strongest, but the problem is, this is too false. So, Berkeley combined it and improved Avery's talent. Talent is a very hanging concept. Anyway, these apprentices can't really figure out whose talents are better. In short, it is necessary to establish a competitor for Zhang Yang, and that's it. And this competitor cannot be too strong, nor too weak, so Zhang Yang has to be competitive. It is best if they are apprentices in the same group. Thinking about this, Berkeley walked towards Avery. When he walked in front of Avery, Berkeley said earnestly, Avery, you must work hard and strive to become a trainee mage in Comitage's assessment. Avery looked stunned for a moment. Although this sentence made Avery happy for a while, the question is, isn't Zhang Yang's talent the best? Even if he realized a lot of bells and whistles. But the problem is, she hasn't realized those magics yet. But, looking at Berkeley's affirmative gaze, Avery's suspicion vanished instantly. Avery said seriously, yes. Brother Berkeley, I will definitely work harder. She is going to be Sorcerer Supreme. How can you not have this confidence? Since her talent is the strongest, as long as she works hard, given time, she will definitely be able to surpass Zhang Yang. Ailey thought, turned his head and glanced at Zhang Yang. At this moment Zhang Yang seems to be watching her too. The two looked at each other. Avery's heart beat faster for a moment. She quickly retracted her eyes and lowered her head. At the same time, Berkeley has come to Zhang Yang. Hey! 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 Berkeley stood in front of Zhang Yang and sighed 3 times. The subtext of these 3 breaths is, "You guy, why on earth is your perception so perverted? You must never realize it again. Please, let me carry it through these 3 days, just wait for Sorcerer Supreme to come back." However, Zhang Yang did not know Berkeley's subtext. Zhang Yang thought that senior brother Berkeley was dissatisfied with his too many thoughts, so he hurriedly said, "Brother Berkeley, don't worry, I will definitely take it step by step and practice every magic to the extreme." Zhang Yang said seriously. This moved Berkeley a little bit. Good guys. Better. It seems that his teaching plan for Zhang Yang has finally achieved some results. As a result, these 3 days should be able to survive safely. Berkeley shook his head, tears of gratitude. At this moment, he really wanted to bow to Zhang Yang. Thank you Zhang Yang for letting go of the entire Kamatage mage. Otherwise, follow Zhang Yang's comprehension and continue to comprehend. All the mage mentality of Kamatage may be about to collapse. Others may say that they have worked hard for decades to learn a magic, so he can learn it all in one night. Do you want to play any more? Berkeley sighed, and said to Zhang Yang, very well, I hope you don't let the brother down my painstaking efforts to you. What a painstaking effort. Every day thinking about how to keep you in Kamatage, for you alone, broke Kamatage's rules. It's not easy for me. However, Berkeley didn't know that Zhang Yang seemed to have misunderstood what he said. Seeing Berkeley seemed to be very caring about himself, Zhang Yang hurriedly said, yes. Junior brother understands. After speaking, Zhang Yang gave Berkeley a grateful look. I thought, I must work harder than before. At any rate, you have to become the Archmage of Kamatage first. Chapter 14. Berkeley breathed a sigh of relief when Zhang Yang answered in the affirmative. He looked at all the apprentices on the training ground, and did not forget to encourage them, however, don't be discouraged and learn magic. This is the case. As long as you work hard, you will surely make a big difference in the future. Your primary goal now is to hurry up and practice, become an intern mage, and then go out for actual combat. Kamatage is just your starting point, and where you can go in the end, what kind of person you become. It depends on what you hear in the outside world. Berkeley's words are serious. The so-called practice. It's not just repairing, more importantly, doing it. As the name suggests, yes means to go to the outside world and take a closer look. Several times, I have reached the realm of Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, and I often go out and wander around. The so-called wandering is not to go out to play, but to get in touch with nature and other magical elements better, thereby improving the abilities of the practitioner. Originally, Berkeley was going out to practice. But because of the turmoil in New York, Berkeley's practice was delayed. It is estimated that after a while, Berkeley will have to go to practice. Hey, I hope it's not going out to practice with Zhang Yang, otherwise, wouldn't all the things he fooled about Zhang Yang be exposed? Berkeley prayed silently. When the words fell, he coughed slightly, and concealed his embarrassment. Well, there is an introductory course on magic. You have been practicing for 3 days. But so far, only 4 practitioners have learned it. No. Continue to practice introductory magic today. As for those who have already learned, I will take you through your first practice. Berkeley turned his gaze to Zhang Yang and continued, by the way, didn't you say that you have realized the portal magic? Suddenly being called, Zhang Yang was relieved for a while and nodded quickly. Berkeley answered flatly and raised his brows. Then you try, open songman to the top of Mount Everest. Mount Everest. Zhang looked at him for a moment, looking at the monk's clothes he was wearing, and hesitantly asked, Brother Berkeley, are you going to take us to the Mount Everest practice? Berkeley nodded. This one nodded, shocking Zhang and Aili on the side were a little bad. Although Zhang just came to Kamatage, he also knows what Mount Everest is. The lowest temperature on the summit is -30 or 40 degrees Celsius all year round. Due to the extremely cold climate, it is also known as the third pole in the world. As you can imagine, the place should not be much cooler. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Zhang glanced at the monk clothes on his body. This costume is the uniform of Kamatage. It is neither thin nor thick. It can neither take the cold nor protect it from the cold. Wearing this body to go to the summit of Mount Everest, you must not die in the cold. Zhang thought, and said to Berkeley, Brother Berkeley, before we leave, do you have any other clothes? Berkeley's expression sank. Do you think I am taking you on a tour? I am taking you to practice. As a mage, if you can't resist this bit of cold, how can you become a qualified mage? Berkeley said seriously. It seems, it does make sense. Yes. Brother. Zhang said, raising his hand to draw a circle out of thin air. On the opposite side of the circle is Mount Everest. Berkeley trembled in his heart, thinking without a word. I go. Really learn the portal? Did Zhang grow up eating magic? Why does he learn magic so fast? And many more. Just when Berkeley was indignant, suddenly, Berkeley discovered something. Is there no hanging ring in Zhang hand? The suspended ring is one of Kamatage's artifacts and the most commonly used artifact. Its function is to help the mage condense energy better, thereby releasing magic. This is a must-have equipment for novices. At least, when you can play well and gather energy, you must bring this thing. Otherwise, many things may distract you and make you unable to perform magic well. At least for many mages. Without the hanging ring, magic cannot be performed at all. At least he also got the archmage, that is, the level of the king to cast magic without using the hanging ring. But Zhang, an apprentice who has just learned magic for 3 days, can he use magic without the ring? This Nima is a freak. Is his mental power so strong? Can you put aside all distracting thoughts anytime, anywhere, without distractions? Berkeley was shocked. This guy is not necessarily too strong, right? Hiss. Terrible. It seems that this guy, in the future, will definitely be a strong man who will shock the entire world of wizards. Brother Berkeley is already well. Just as Berkeley was thinking about it, Zhang said quickly. Berkeley was relieved now. Seeing that no one seemed to have discovered this problem, Berkeley didn't mention it either, but secretly wrote it down. When the time comes, he must report the matter to the king. I thought, Berkeley led Zhang, Aili, and 2 other mages to the summit of Mount Everest. Chapter 15. When he was an apprentice, Cassius would often bring Berkeley and a group of people to Mount Everest for training. So Berkeley is used to the extreme cold temperatures of Mount Everest. But Zhang and Avery and the others are obviously not used to it. Looking at the snow-capped mountains and the howling wind. The other 2 wizards hugged their weak bodies, curled up, shivering coldly. Although Zhang was not so cold, he couldn't help shivering all over his body, rubbing his arms with both hands to keep warm. Only Avery gritted his teeth as he watched Berkeley's unmoving appearance. She stood upright, but the slightly trembling lips that were so cold that she couldn't help betrayed her. Seeing the 4 of them, Berkeley put his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, Do you know why you feel cold? The 4 shook their heads. That's because your own energy is not enough. Berkeley said, raising his head and walking in the snow of Mount Everest. As he walked, he continued, the most important thing to practice magic is to feel the energy from nature, and then gather these energies. So now all you need to do is feel the cold and have the energy to resist the cold. Of course, if there is practitioners who can't persist, can leave first. As Berkeley spoke, he drew a Chuan Song Men. In fact, Kamatage didn't say anything about feeling the cold. The purpose of Cassius bringing them to Mount Everest is to bring them to practice passing the Song Men. However, this also came after they had been exposed to magic for a month. But now, because of Zhang Yang's practice of Mount Everest, Berkeley has advanced. Of course, it is unlikely that Zhang Yang will be taught to draw a portal, because Zhang Yang has already met. Moreover, it is still on the basis of not wearing the hanging ring. What a pervert! Therefore, Berkeley brought Zhang Yang and his party here, saying that it was to protect them from the cold, but in fact, it was to increase the difficulty of Zhang Yang's training. In fact, Berkeley is able to withstand the cold because it has a certain amount of magical energy. When a certain amount of magic energy is gathered in the body, it converts its own magic energy into body temperature, thereby increasing the body temperature and resisting the cold. This operation extremely consumes its own magical energy. The general beginner mage can't do it. And with Berkeley's current ability, it will last for an hour at most. After all, one's own magical energy can't be taught by teaching. It takes time and time to practice. Although Zhang Yang can realize many kinds of magic spells, he can also learn the Scarlet Chain magic. But the problem is, the Scarlet Chain is drawn from the power of the Crimson Universe and weapon magic. Most of them have basic magical energy, which can be learned by familiarizing themselves with spells. Doesn't require much consumption of magical energy. To put it simply, it's like a person who goes to learn swordsmanship. Look at the moves once, as long as you are not a fool, you can learn it by practicing a few times. But to comprehend the sword intent and use it to kill people, it is not that simple. Truth, that's the truth. The same applies to Kamatage. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. As long as there is a little magic talent, as long as you learn spells with the help of magic tools and practice it a few times, the basic magic mastery is just a matter of time. But, want to use magical energy. This is a matter of accumulation. Therefore, Berkeley does not believe that Zhang Yang can have the energy to resist the cold in a short period of time. At most, 10 minutes. Zhang Yang and his party will definitely leave and return to Kamatage. It's so good to practice magic. Berkeley was a little proud. Of course, this is also the case. Wang reminded him and then thought of this method. Seeing Zhang Yang, Aili, and the other wizards holding on to the cold, Berkeley still wandered among the four of them unmoved. But in 3 minutes, someone shook his head. "Brother Berkeley, it's no good, it's too cold." A middle-aged apprentice shook his head and said shiveringly. Another younger apprentice also quickly said, "Master, brother, can't hold it? Go back." Berkeley pretended to be sorry, and waved. The two apprentices fled away. Now, only Zhang Yang and Aili are left. Berkeley looked at Zhang Yang and Avery's hard-bearing appearance, not panicking or hurried. 10 minutes passed. None of the two let go. Berkeley looked at him for a moment, and thought without hesitation in his heart. At most 30 minutes, they will definitely let go. 30 minutes passed. The two of them are still standing on the top of Mount Everest, and no one is planning to retreat. But Berkeley consumes too much magical energy. At this time, he felt a hint of chill. He looked at Avery. Avery can clearly see the cold look, but he is still resisting. It seems that he should be resisting soon. Then turn his head to look at Zhang Yang. Good guys. Why does this guy's expression become more and more wrong? Why does it seem to look more and more relaxed? 10 minutes passed. They have been standing on Everest for more than 50 minutes, and Berkeley feels that he can't hold it anymore. feeling colder and colder. However, Zhang Yang's expression seemed to be getting more and more relaxed. This guy, is it possible that he really has resisted the cold? Berkeley thought. At this moment, Zhang Yang suddenly said, "Brother Berkeley, I feel, it seems, it's not cold anymore." Zhang Yang said very seriously, and the words fell without waiting for Berkeley to speak, and then asked, I have finished training." Boom. Berkeley's words were like a thunder on the ground, and Berkeley's scalp was numb. No way. No way. Zhang Yang actually resisted the cold in only 40 minutes? The Berkeley people are stupid. Before they had time to speak, Zhang Yang said excitedly, "Brother, what you said is really good. I now feel a wave of energy wandering in my body. This energy helps me very well." Withstood the cold? Berkeley's mouth twitched. Zhang Yang won't be true, his own magical energy has already been gathered in his body, right? Berkeley hesitantly said to Zhang Yang, "You try to use the abilities in your body, just like what I demonstrated to you yesterday. Do you remember? It was yesterday, when I drew the magic light, and then swiped it, there was a magical breath. That is magical energy." Berkeley said seriously. Although I don't want to admit it, Berkeley also wants to see how much magical energy Zhang Yang has in his body. Zhang Yang nodded, raised his hand to draw the magic light, and held it in his hand. He felt a wave of energy wandering in his body, felt the wind around him, felt everything in nature, and then strenuously waved it. Boom. There was a loud noise. The wind tore apart, flying away with the magic light in Zhang Yang's hand. Zhang Yang waved his hand, shaking the entire Mount Everest. Berkeley's eyes widened, feeling the trembling under his feet. If he read it correctly, there is a crack, starting from the place where Zhang Yang waved his hand, and spreading towards the distance. Then, the mountain shook. Cracks, the more cracks, the bigger. The entire summit of Mount Everest was cut in half by Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, you have become an intern mage, you have been a teacher. Chapter 16. Berkeley said this almost tremblingly. He didn't understand at all, why did he bring Zhang Yang to Mount Everest? Is he deliberately looking for abuse? He just talked casually for them to practice gathering magical energy. This thing can't be gathered without a year or a half. After this, Zhang Yang stayed on Mount Everest for 50 minutes, he could cut the top of the mountain in half? Am I special? Senior brother. I seem to have tried too hard and accidentally cut the summit of Mount Everest in half. Looking at his masterpiece. Although Zhang Yang was a little happy in his heart. However, he also seemed to realize that he was in trouble. Said to Berkeley with some embarrassment. However, Zhang Yang did not know. In Berkeley's view, Zhang Yang is pretending to be forced. And it's still invisible. The deadliest. What is carelessness? Am I invisible? You chop down this light, the 8,000-meter Mount Everest, I'm afraid there are only 4,000 meters left. Zhang Yang, how did you do it? At this moment, Berkeley didn't want to hide from Zhang Yang anymore. I don't want to let Zhang Yang feel that he is not good anymore. There is no way to hide it at all. Is it special? Can one person cut the summit of Mount Everest in half? Every fool knows that this is not something that an apprentice can do. Can Zhang Yang be a fool? But, saying that he is a genius is insulting him. Genius is not good enough for him at all. He is simply a god. God-like existence in the magic world. Now let Berkeley say that Zhang Yang is unremarkable? Can't say Zhang Yang? Killing Berkeley can't say it? Now, Berkeley just wants to know how Zhang Yang did it. I went back and thought about it all night seriously after listening to my brother yesterday, and then I kept thinking about how to maximize the power of magic light. Then when I was standing on Mount Everest, I felt like I had figured it out. Zhang Yang said very seriously. At the end of the sentence, I did not forget to thank Berkeley and said, "Senior brother is really right. It is really right to practice a kind of magic to the realm of perfection." After listening to John Yang, Berkeley just wanted to slap himself twice. He originally thought that letting John Yang only practice one kind of magic would greatly suppress John Yang's understanding of other magic. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. But he seems to have overlooked one point. If you practice a kind of magic to the extreme, what a terrible thing. A magic light. Can the summit of Mount Everest be cut in half? How powerful magical energy is needed to do this? John Yang, just think. Can you realize this by enlightenment? No. How do you make Kamataj's mage live? Does someone else practice like this year after year, and train hard day after day? Do you just rely on it? Are you full of magic talent points? Please, be a man. At this moment, Berkeley is crying without tears. God knows how desperate he is. Shook his head, Berkeley said to John Yang and Avery, "Let's go." At the end of the conversation, Berkeley went through the portal in despair and arrived at Kamataj. John Yang and Avery followed closely behind. The three of them entered the training ground. The apprentices were a little confused. How do they feel that Brother Berkeley is a little strange? Why does it look a little unhappy? And so does Avery. Why did she open her mouth, as if she had just seen something that shocked her? But, why does John Yang look so happy? Just when the apprentices were puzzled, Senior Brother Berkeley said, "First of all, let us congratulate John Yang, he has successfully become a trainee mage, and then, today's training is over." Berkeley said weakly. Apprentices? What the hell? After going to Mount Everest to practice, John Yang didn't even need to take an exam, so he became an intern mage? For a moment, all the apprentices looked at John Yang. At this moment, John Yang couldn't restrain a smile on his face, and said to Berkeley, "Thank you, brother." Berkeley nodded and said, "Tomorrow, you go directly to the library to report, and the Archmage King will start your magic." Wow! There was an uproar. At this time, the apprentices looked at John Yang with only infinite envy and jealousy. Archmage teaching? Isn't he must be learning very powerful high-level magic, right? However, even though Berkeley admits that John Yang is indeed great, Berkeley still does not forget to remind John Yang, "John Yang, the king is a great mage, although you just played the power of magic light very well, but Kamataj is great mage, it's definitely not a vain name." When the words fell, Berkeley took a heavy step and left in the eyes of everyone's doubts. John Yang was happy in his heart. But he also knew that his novice village was Kamataj. This kind of power is far worse than those high-level magic. John Yang knows that he still has a lot to learn. Go back and continue studying magic, John Yang said, walking towards the dormitory. Wait for Berkeley and John Yang to leave. All the apprentices looked at Avery. "Avery, what happened?" "Yeah, Avery, can you tell us something?" For a while, the apprentices all gathered around, seeming to want to ask what happened. However, Avery just opened his eyes wide, in a daze in disbelief. This made Barlow in the crowd a little upset. "Aren't you going to be Sorcerer Supreme? Brother Berkeley also said that you have the strongest talent. Why did John Yang become a trainee mage, but you didn't?" Barlow said to Avery sarcastically. In the past, Avery would definitely answer coldly, but this time, Avery did not. She just shook her head stupidly, and muttered unconsciously, "He is too strong, too strong." Chapter 17. New York. SHIELD. National Land Strategy Defense Attack and Logistics Support Department. The purpose of its existence is to deal with various abnormal events, to monitor, study, subdue or destroy those people or things that may pose a threat to the Earth in the future. It seems that I have a new mission again. Every time I enter Nick Fury's office, Black Widow knows that nothing good will happen. Of course, it's not a bad thing for her to panic idle. Compared with the dark memories of being in the Red House during World War II, S.H.I.E.L.D. was considered humane. Nick Fury treats her pretty well. There is indeed a trouble. Looking at the Black Widow who walked in, Nick Fury frowned and said with a complex expression. Such Nick Fury gave Black Widow a bad feeling. After all, as the king of agents, Nick Fury rarely has an expression like he does now, and rarely says the word trouble. Generally speaking, trouble amounts to something serious. Putting away her charming charm, Black Widow got a little serious. Let's talk about it. What trouble? I hope it won't be too tricky. Nick Fury took out a piece of information from the drawer and placed it in front of Black Widow, saying, Mount Everest is 1/2 shorter than usual, and there has also been a mountain collapse, serious avalanches, landslides, and falls. Disasters occur. However, according to the drone detection we sent, the formation of this phenomenon does not seem to be caused by natural factors. Black Widow looked stunned. What the hell? Everest is 1/2 shorter? Or is it caused by unnatural factors? What does this mean? You would never doubt that the fact that 1/2 of Mount Everest was missing was man-made, right? Black Widow raised his eyebrows and said in disbelief. According to the results taken by the drone, it is not ruled out. Moreover, when the Mount Everest is abnormal, many residents feel a force at the foot of the mountain. I heard that it is domineering and powerful. Nick Fury said seriously. Listening to the tone, it doesn't seem to be a joke. This appalling disappearance made Black Widow have to pay attention to what Nick Fury said. Suspiciously, Black Widow opened the file. It's okay not to look at it, but I was stunned when I saw Black Widow. Is this special? Artificial? Who can cut Mount Everest in half? Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. This damn thing is definitely done by the supernatural person. Otherwise, it's a mutant, or an Omega-class mutant. This ability is so abnormal, right? Nick, you don't plan to let me solve the people who chopped Everest? Black Widow hesitated to close the file and asked tentatively. Seriously, Nick Fury couldn't think of such a bad idea. After all, if Nick Fury finds Black Widow, it is almost impossible to kill. I never do stupid things that are uncertain. Nick Fury shrugged. I just asked you to take people to investigate near the Himalayas. To be honest, I think there should be very strong supernatural beings near the Himalayas. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes. Seems to be making some calculations in his heart. Okay. Simple and straightforward. Black Widow didn't hesitate to do whatever he could. It's just an investigation, it's not that difficult. Just. What about the universe cube? Black Widow asked involuntarily. Recently, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been studying the Rubik's Cube in the universe. Black Widow was also investigating the anomaly of the Rubik's Cube in the universe. The unknown force from the universe is really overbearing and terrifying. In particular, the universe's Rubik's Cube has attracted two guys who claim to be gods, which is particularly outrageous. One with a hammer said he was Thor. Another guy with an antler helmet said he was the future king of Asgard, the father of the gods. It looks like two silly people. Thinking of this, Black Widow couldn't help sighing. Leave it to the US team to handle it. You will go to the Himalayas for the time being to investigate. The Mount Everest incident has too much influence, and the World Security Council is putting pressure on me. Nick Fury pressed his temple. There have been a lot of recent troubles. Okay. Black Widow said, took the information, stepped on the crisp high heels and left Nick Fury's office. As soon as Black Widow left, Nick Fury picked up the phone on the desk and dialed out. Soon, the call was connected on the other end of the phone. Agent Hill, how is Project B going? Nick Fury asked in a deep voice as soon as the call was connected. Everything is normal, proceeding according to the original plan. Agent Hill reported truthfully. You have to speed up, Hill, there is a problem over the Himalayas. Nick Fury seemed a little dissatisfied with the original plan, and his tone was serious. This made Hill feel a certain amount of pressure, but, anyway, Nick Fury is her chief. Except for yes, Hill couldn't answer anything else. However, Hill clearly had some doubts in his heart. Sir, use the universe Rubik's Cube to create lethal weapons. If we can't control it, things will get very bad. The Earth is likely to suffer. Although it was Hill's questioning, it was also a reminder. However, Nick Fury also thought of this. Also, Nick Fury was a little impatient and even dissatisfied with Hill's reminder. Agent Hill, you just need to speed up the completion of the plan. You don't need to worry about other things. Earth, there must be some means of self-preservation. Besides, there is a strong superpower in the Himalayas. We don't know if it is an enemy or a friend. Of course, I hope it is a friend, but the problem is that if it is a friend, the ability is too strong, and it is also a kind of trouble. Us ordinary people, there must be a way to restrain them. Nick Fury said, his eyes sharpened. He seemed to be thinking, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 18. Late at night. Comitage. Berkeley sat alone on the training ground and looked up at the sky. The night is deep, and there is no moon and no wind. In the space, only sighs were left. Hey. 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 Sighed 3 times. Berkeley shook his head again, and suddenly, a figure hurriedly walked up into the night. Berkeley? Someone tentatively asked. Berkeley reacted, and when the man approached, Berkeley realized that the man was the king. Archmage. Berkeley cried feebly, saluting, and did not get up. Although it is a bit disrespectful, Berkeley can't care about it. Wang frowned. Perceive this subtle change in Berkeley. But he didn't take these so-called red tapes to heart. He just asked Berkeley anxiously, you and the apprentices, are you all right? Berkeley looked up at the king with blank eyes. Ah. Wang frowned and said, a major event happened to Mount Everest today. After hearing a powerful magical aura, Mount Everest was cut by half. Mount Everest is very close to Taj Karma. This is no small matter. I suspect that it may be the believer of Domum who is acting as a demon near us. It is estimated that Sorcerer Supreme might also know about this. Didn't you apply to me this morning to let the apprentices go to the Himalayas to practice? I am worried that something may have happened to you. By the way, let's see if you know who did it. Wang Jens said. Seeing his serious expression, you know that this matter is no trivial matter. Read more at hottentelnovel.xyz. As an archmage, the main purpose of the king is to guard the library. Generally speaking, it is impossible for Wang to leave the library for a half step without major events. But this time, Wang deliberately walked out of the library to find Berkeley. It is conceivable how much influence this matter has. According to Berkeley's original temperament, hearing the Wang say this, he jumped up anxiously. Then at this moment, Berkeley was extremely calm. He waved his hand to Wang, give me a pause button, I'm really tired. Wang, Berkeley, what are you talking about? Berkeley didn't seem to hear it, and continued, I was born as a human, I'm sorry. Wang was a little angry, Berkeley. Seeing Wang angry, Berkeley nodded with certainty, I know. Wang Yi was taken aback, and hurriedly asked, then you met with the followers of Domum? Berkeley shook his head slowly. Wang was anxious, so, what are you doing? Berkeley looked at Wang Dao with a bitter expression, Master, Zhongyang cut down the Himalayas. What the hell? How is it possible? Wang widened his eyes and said in disbelief, Zhongyang has only learned magic for 3 days. Can he have such a strong magical energy? Cut the Himalayas in half. No, who are you bluffing? It seems that anyone has never learned magic. That magical energy, no matter what, it takes decades of practice to achieve it. Zhang Yang can reach this point in only 3 days of learning, and that will prevent other mages from living. Wang was dissatisfied, and said, "You lied." Looks like questioning Berkeley. This is really not to blame the king. Rather, no matter in theory, in what Wang saw or heard, or even in the book of Emperor Weishan, there was no similar example. It is difficult to convince Wang. Really? Archmage. It's not just me. Other apprentices also saw it. It's okay not to mention the gap. When it comes to the gap, Berkeley can't help crying. Tolerating his heartache, Berkeley said to Wang with a cry. Seeing that Berkeley was so serious, Wang was stunned for a moment. No way. Did Zhang Yang really do it? Can you cultivate such a powerful magical energy in only 3 days? Isn't Kamatage a god? Chapter 19. Berkeley's words made Wang a little dumbfounded. This Zhang Yang, is the talent really so strong? I don't know why Wang just doesn't believe it. He looked at Berkeley and said, "Didn't you say that you want to teach? Can you teach such a strong magical energy? I haven't noticed it before." Wang's words are like a bayonet. A fatal blow. Fortunately, the mention of Berkeley made me feel uneasy, and wailed to Wang Yu without tears. Archmage. I don't know either. I'm just teaching chaos. I took them to the Himalayas to teach them to resist the cold and feel the energy of nature. Who knew that Zhang Yang not only resisted the cold but also gathered energy after 50 minutes of staying? So I let him try, but he used magic light to forcibly chop the summit of Mount Everest in half. The most important thing is that I discovered today that Zhang Yang didn't even bring a hanging ring when he opened the portal. How powerful is this mental power to concentrate to this point? Berkeley looked at the king. The 4 characters "suspect life" were written all over his face. This made Wang start to believe what Berkeley said. But the problem is, this is unscientific. It makes no sense. Has such a powerful magical energy been cultivated in 50 minutes? Can you split Everest with magic light? Can the portal be opened without the hanging ring? One thing that came out of Berkeley, whether it was in Kamatage or the entire magical world, it was unprecedented. Anything can become a legend. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. This Zhang Yang. Does he have anything to do with Emperor Weishan? You know, the Kamatage lineage, inherited from Ancient One, is the secret technique created by the Trinity God, Emperor Weishan. If Zhang Yang is not related to Emperor Weishan, Wang really did not expect that an ordinary person had such a strong ability to learn magic. It is impossible to reach such a point even if it is talented. This Zhang Yang is simply amazing. Wang was exclaimed in his heart, only to hear Berkeley sigh and say, "Archmage, I really can't help it. I have already told Zhang Yang to turn him into an intern mage. Starting tomorrow, he will go to your class." Berkeley looked at the king. Let alone last 3 days, in this situation, Berkeley can't sustain it for a minute. Who knows how far Zhang Yang can practice in 1 minute? Master, I can understand it. We practice in years, and Zhang Yang practices in minutes. Berkeley sighed up to the sky. It's not fair. Seeing Berkeley look like this, Wang couldn't help but see K in his heart. Although Berkeley said so exaggerated. But Zhang Yang is just a newcomer who has learned the secrets for 3 days. What Wang said is the top 10 mages on the Kamatage ranking. If teaching this kind of newcomer is a little worried, does he still need the name of the great mage? Alright. Wang frowned. Since this is the case, let him come to the library for class tomorrow. I will teach it myself. Berkeley nodded frantically. The head nods faster than the rattle. Thankfully, he finally got rid of Zhang Yang. No need to be insulted anymore. So, you are sitting here today watching the sky and doubting life because of Zhang Yang. Watching Berkeley shrinking melancholy on the training ground, Wang couldn't help but contempt, isn't he just a mage with better talent? Not so. I think Kamataj is also a magical holy land. You're like this, isn't it? Smashed the sign of our magic sacred place? Don't panic, I'll teach him. Berkeley looked at Wang Dao gratefully, thank the Archmage, but I advise the Archmage, that person's savvy is really a pervert. When the words were over, Berkeley looked up at the sky again and became depressed. Wang shook his head and sighed at Berkeley, look at you for what you are. When the words fell, Wang left. He was thinking as he walked, as if thinking about something. But Berkeley is still sitting on the playground watching the stars. No one noticed that on the huge playground, there was another Ailey in plain monk clothes, just like Berkeley, looking up at the sky, muttering. Isn't my talent the strongest? Why is he so strong? Can I realize the profound magical energy by thinking? Why didn't I think of anything after thinking about it all night? Dear readers, for the sake of the author's hard work, give some flowers, comment votes, or leave a comment Q1, at least let the author know that someone is watching. Thank you very much. Chapter 20. Wang thought about it all night. Sleepless all night. If anyone encountered this, Bachan couldn't sleep. It stands to reason that Kamataj received a talented apprentice and he should be happy. After all, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One has searched for this kind of genius for centuries. The purpose is to help the wizard world cultivate a strong man who can shock the multiverse against Domum. But Zhang Yang's talent is not necessarily a bit too abnormal, right? Just like him. If he really taught him all the secrets of Kamataj, he might be able to understand them all. Think of it this way. The king hesitated. In fact, Wang is the administrator of the library. The magic he knows is definitely no less than Ancient One. After all, Kamataj's library is a treasure. There are all kinds of magic in it, big and small, even the dark magic books that Kamataj banned. Wang has managed the library for so many years. Although he has limited his talents and hasn't learned many magics, but in Kamataj, no one dares to understand more magic than him except Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. All taught to Zhang Yang? What if I teach a boss? After all, Zhang Yang has never gone out to practice, his mind is evil and still can't be determined, it is too risky to do so. Only teach the basics? Zhang Yang is a person who can directly split the top of Mount Everest with magic light. Wang shook his head, no way. However, the words come back again. Although Berkeley said Zhang Yang seems to be very powerful. But Wang has not witnessed it personally. Maybe that guy from Berkeley is talking too exaggerated? You still have to see it with your own eyes. Be adaptable. Wang thought so. I thought about it all night and stayed up all night, and early the next morning, Berkeley let Zhang Yang. With the huge dark circles under his eyes, it was really difficult for Wang to fight hard. Archmage. Berkeley saluted the king. Seeing Wang's Zhengli, Zhang Yang also hurriedly bowed, Master. Wang yawned and nodded. It's the Archmage of Kamataj after all. There is no need to put on airs like Berkeley. After all, both ability and fame are on display. Seeing Zhang Yang, Wang looked up and down. The 17 or 8-year-old boy is quite energetic and upright. He looks humble and pleasing. There is nothing to choose from. Wang was still very satisfied with Zhang Yang's first impression. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. I am the Archmage of Kamataj. From now on, just call me the king. Wang said casually. Zhang Yang was taken aback. King? Isn't that the librarian of Kamataj, the king who likes listening to Beyoncé music? Zhang Yang felt a little happy in his heart. After coming to Kamataj for so long, Zhang Yang finally met a character he was familiar with. Okay, Wang. Zhang Yang nodded, eyes full of light. To know. The film has limited funding and does not show the secret of Kamatage well. For the role of Wang, it is not very prominent either. But, as far as Wang's identity is concerned, in Kamatage, he is definitely a strong one. After all, he is a great mage and one of the only disciples of Ancient One who believes. There is absolutely nothing to say about ability and character, so Zhang Yang is still very satisfied with the fact that his guiding mage is the king. Okay, I probably listened to Berkeley about your situation. I heard that you have learned more than 300 kinds of sharp weapon magic. Without too much words, Wang went directly to the topic. Zhang Yang nodded and said, neither humble nor overbearing, well, following Brother Berkeley, I have indeed learned a lot. This sentence indirectly affirmed Brother Berkeley's teaching to him. This has improved Wang's favor with Zhang Yang. It is said that people who drink water do not forget to dig wells, and that they have to know how to be grateful. It seems that Zhang Yang, this kid, has a good heart. But Berkeley on the side listened to Zhang Yang's words, his face was hot red. I couldn't help snarling in my heart. With the sky above, I really only drew a line. I didn't teach the rest, it was all on his own. Of course, the thoughts in Berkeley's heart, Wang couldn't hear. Wang now just wants to test whether Zhang Yang's ability and savvy are really as perverted as Berkeley said. Wang got up and looked at Zhang Yang and said, since this is the case, you can use the Ring of Lagator. As Wang said, he raised his hand to make a demonstration. It's the Archmage after all. The speed of Wang's magic is very fast, unlike Berkeley's that it takes a while to prepare. Almost between raising his hands, two small round red magic shields appeared on both sides of the king's left and right hands. I think Berkeley should have taught you magic shield magic. And Ragardal's circle magic is also Kamatage's basic magic, counting from the hand. It is an indispensable weapon built on the magic shield. If you understand more than 300 kinds of sharp weapon magic, it shouldn't be difficult to master Ragardor's ring magic. Wang explained to Zhang Yang earnestly. After the explanation was over, the king took back the ring of Ragardor, raised his hand to signal Zhang Yang to show. Zhang Yang nodded. Of course, among the more than 300 sharp weapons that Zhang Yang has realized, there is the magic of the ring of Ragardor, so it's easy. Zhang Yang then displayed the ring of Lagator. Same as Wang. Two red magic shields also appeared in Zhang Yang's left and right hands. Although Zhang Yang's speed of casting magic is not as fast as Wang's. But I saw the ring of Ragardor displayed by Zhang Yang. But Wang felt surprised in his heart. There are two forms of the ring of Lagator, one is orange-yellow. The other is the red form. Generally speaking, almost no mages below the Archmage level can display the red form. Because the intensity of the red form is higher than that of the orange-yellow form. The ring of Ragardor in the red form can at least resist the attack of the sub-heavenly father. And one of the representatives of Yashan Father is Thanos. Just imagine, how powerful magical energy is needed to display it. Zhang Yang, this kid, has been able to display the red ring of Ragardor after 3 days of learning. It's really scary. Wang could have allowed Zhang Yang to directly cast the Scarlet Chain magic. After all, Berkeley said that Zhang Yang learned the Scarlet Chain magic in only 1 day. But think about it, if this is the case, it might let Zhang Yang know that Scarlet Chain magic is very powerful. Therefore, Wang changed a new way to test. It's just that Wang didn't expect that Berkeley's words were really not exaggerated at all. This Zhang Yang is really a god. Chapter 21. Knowing that Berkeley is really not exaggerating, this will make the king hesitate. He looked at Zhang Yang. There was neither a voice nor an expression. It makes Zhang Yang unable to understand. Wang, what's the matter? Zhang Yang couldn't help asking as he looked at Wang in a daze. However, Wang did not speak. Although Zhang Yang couldn't figure out what happened to the king, Berkeley knew it. The great mage king was testing Zhang Yang's strength just now, but he never thought that Zhang Yang's strength in the first 3 days would be stunned by the king. Hey! Think of it at the beginning. He had such an expression before. Berkeley understands Wang's feelings very well at this moment. So Berkeley hurriedly walked to Wang's side and whispered in Wang's ear, "Archmage, it's okay. Just get used to it. There will always be a gap between people." Berkeley comforted the king heartily. This comfort brought back Wang's thoughts. Glancing at Berkeley, the king turned his gaze to Zhang Yang. Seeing him with his hands behind his back, he started to circle Zhang Yang and looked at Zhang Yang. After spinning 3 or 4 times in a row, Zhang Yang almost didn't faint. "I couldn't help it anymore," Zhang Yang asked Wang, "Wang, don't you turn around." At this time, Wang stopped. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. "Don't say it, it's really dizzy. You are the best of these apprentices, otherwise you would not come to me." Wang is a very upright person. Not only upright, but also honest, not very good at lying. Let Wang Huo Zhang Yang say that Zhang Yang is nothing extraordinary, but Wang really can't do it. But if you tell the whole story, you are afraid that Zhang Yang is too proud, so Wang commented very pertinently. This evaluation is not false. Zhang Yang is indeed the best in this group of apprentices. It's just that Zhang Yang is the best apprentice of magic since Comitage was founded. This sudden compliment made Zhang Yang a little flattered. "Thank you, Wang. Brother Berkeley has always said that I am innocent and you are the first person to praise me." Zhang Yang smiled at Wang. "What the hell? Mediocre? Do you think Zhang Yang's talent is mediocre? What about us?" Wang turned his head and glared at Berkeley. Berkeley almost didn't cry. He didn't want it either. He didn't want Zhang Yang to flow too much. Although Wang was a little bit at odds with Zhang Yang in Berkeley's evaluation, but, understanding Berkeley's original intention, Wang still said to Zhang Yang, "Your brother Berkeley just doesn't want you to be too proud. A cultivator, what he cultivates is the heart. I think now I'd like to ask you, what's your purpose in coming to Comitage? What is your position on yourself?" Wang's question made Zhang Yang a little contemplative for a while. At first, Zhang Yang's positioning for himself was simple. It would be nice to survive in the Marvel world. But now, Zhang Yang wants to become stronger. In Marvel, there are bosses of Thanos level, and mutants of Omega level. Zhang Yang wants to learn more magic. If he can stand firm in Comitage, then basically, on Earth, Zhang Yang can be invincible. As for why he came to Comitage, this was not his original intention. He came after he got up, and he couldn't help it. "Wang, I want to learn the secrets in Comitage, and protect myself and important people," Zhang Yang said earnestly. Without big ambitions and unpretentious answers, Wang Niexin gave a high affirmation to Zhang Yang as a teenager. The king patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder and said, "I hope you will not forget your original intention, and always have the right time. Now, I will teach you the portal. I think you must be surprised. You have learned the portal, why should I teach you? After listening to what I can say, you will understand." Chapter 22. Seeing Wang's seriousness, Zhang Yang couldn't help but become serious. Berkeley on the side listened more seriously. The great master Wang is giving a lecture. Comitage is the most knowledgeable person besides Ancient One Mage. Even if it is nonsense, listening to a section will definitely benefit a lot. To learn magic, the most important thing is not on the surface, more, on a deeper level. Through the surface, we can see the essence. Wang stood in front of Zhang Yang and taught Zhang Yang the first lesson. The portal is Comitage's basic magic, but, at the same time, it is also one of the most practical magic. In the entire multiverse, on the timeline of our universe, there are a total of 11 dimensions. And we are in a 3-dimensional space. If you find dimensions difficult to understand, you can call these dimensions different dimensional spaces. The so-called different dimensional space is the space on the same cosmic timeline as us, but life is not in the same place. The portal seems to be basic, but in fact, it is controlled based on your own ability. Portal magic, the pinnacle of the game, is unlimited opening. In short, that is, do whatever you want, as long as you want to go, there is no place to stop you, not just on the earth. Wang looked at Zhang Yang and said seriously. When the words were over, Wang raised his hand and drew the portal. As the portal opened, a fierce wind and sand blew into the library. On the other side of the portal, there was a barren desert, with sand and dust roaring across the sky. This is a different dimensional space, a barren land, and Kamatage used to exile the most sinful people. When your ability reaches a certain level, you can decide the distance or size of the portal, just like this. As Wang said, he pushed his hand forward slightly. The portal suspended in the air moved quickly towards Berkeley. Before Berkeley could make a sound, he disappeared in the library. Although Zhang Yang has seen it in the movie, ignore Doctor Strange, they use a portal. But for the first time now I watched it up close. The feeling the scene brought to Zhang Yang was still very shocking. The shock made Zhang Yang a little excited. After a series of actions were completed, Wang clapped his hands and said to Zhang Yang, however, there are certain restrictions on the use of portals. That is, you have to accurately know the latitude and longitude, and clearly imagine those pictures. Of course, some of them are clearly set. If you want to open the portal of a different dimension, you have to break the barrier forcibly, or you have to know the spell of his enchantment. If you don't understand well, you can understand it as a password. Wang looked at Zhang Yang. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. For the current Zhang Yang, the best thing Wang thought of was to let Zhang Yang learn the portal. Even Zhang Yang's savvy is good. No matter how fast you learn about portals, this ability to break the dimensional space still has to be studied for a period of time. A breakthrough in this dimension. It can be called space magic. However, after you learn it, you can only say that you can run faster than others, and it doesn't have any practical effect. For Zhang Yang, the uncertain factor that Ancient One has not yet come back to make a decision. This kind of magic is the most suitable for him. Well, you go back and think about it first. I hope that tomorrow, you can give me a surprise. Wang looked at Zhang Yang and said. When the words fell, he was about to sit back at the table and continue reading. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly raised his hand and opened the portal. Boom! With a soft sound. An embarrassed Berkeley came out of the portal and smashed to the ground. He looked up and saw that at this moment, his hair and body were all yellow sand. It seemed that the barren land just now was not so well treated. I'm sorry, Wang said while looking at Berkeley, but there was no sense of apology in his tone. Archmage, you are in class, why do you use me as a demonstration? Berkeley asked in tears without tears. Wang frowned, looked at Berkeley and asked seriously, is it possible that I will use Zhang Yang as a demonstration? Berkeley looked stunned. He glanced at the back of Zhang Yang who had left the library. Thought for a while. Well, next time you want to demonstrate, tell me so that I can be mentally prepared. Berkeley got up from the ground and patted the dust on his body. No way. A genius like Zhang Yang, this magic freak. Using him as a demonstration, it is estimated that Wang is reluctant to bear it. Such talents are generally the ones who need to be carefully taken care of. Hey. Berkeley sighed and looked at Wang curiously and asked, Master, what did you teach Zhang Yang? Wang sat at the desk and said, I asked him to practice portal magic to the point of perfection. Berkeley looked surprised. What? Archmage, don't you want him to teleport through different dimensions? Wang nodded. This made Berkeley swallow. Although portals are basic magic, but breaking different dimensions is definitely a high-level magic. Generally speaking, only those who have reached the official mage level can learn. He hasn't started learning yet. This Zhangyang has only been here for 3 days and started to learn, really envious, jealous, hate. Berkeley sighed and suddenly seemed to think of something. What if he goes back tonight? Wang Bai glanced at Berkeley and said, do you think that light enlightenment can enlighten society? Is it true that people in other dimensions eat dry food? Unless, he can directly break the barrier, or he knows the spell of a certain other dimensional space. Otherwise, how could it be so easy? Is magic really easy to learn? Berkeley suddenly realized. Sure enough, the Archmage still has a way. Chapter 23. Wang believes that the magic of portals can be strong or weak. First of all, if you can practice control at will, then, in the battle, you can almost hang up, let alone the enemy touch you, it is difficult to get close to you. Secondly, convenience. It is necessary for home travel. If Zhangyang can really achieve what Wang said, then basically no place in the entire multiverse can trap Zhangyang and escape the magical fighter. And the last and most important point is that it does not pose a great threat to the Earth. Even if Zhangyang learned teleportation magic to the peak, after all, it is not a combat type of magic. It is unlikely that it will have a great impact on the Earth. For the time being, this is the only magic that Wang Neng can teach Zhangyang. Now they are only 1 day away from Sorcerer Supreme's return. Waiting for Ancient One to return. Everything is easy. Using the teleportation trick, Zhangyang can at least practice for 2 or 3 days. Wang Ru thought. Early the next morning, Zhangyang came to the library. He came with Berkeley. Berkeley came to invite and Zhangyang came to study. Master. When the two saw the king, they saluted first. Wang nodded. Without paying attention to Berkeley, he looked directly at Zhangyang and asked, how about going back yesterday? Can you try, where can you send it as far as you can? Wang's words made Berkeley look at Zhangyang. Somehow, Berkeley was nervous. On the contrary, Zhangyang said calmly and contentedly, Wang, I haven't tried it yet. I thought about it all night yesterday, and there are many strange characters in my mind. Wang Yi was taken aback. Strange characters? Try it. There is nothing left, Wang said to Zhangyang. Zhangyang nodded and was about to raise his hand. Suddenly, Zhangyang looked at the king and asked, by the way, king, I always wanted to ask you yesterday, why did you draw the portal or use the magic of the Ring of Ragador so fast? Actually, Zhangyang wanted to ask this question very much yesterday. He found that he himself did not use magic as fast as the king. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. This makes Zhangyang a little confused. But yesterday he was too focused on thinking about the portal, so he forgot to ask the king. Practice makes perfect. I have used these magics for decades, and they are naturally faster than ordinary people. Wang Chengcheng replied. If you use it for a long time, it will naturally be faster. That's it? After getting the answer, Zhangyang didn't ask any more, just raised his hand and started to use the portal magic. Zhangyang's magic is not fast. He raised his hand and drew a circle in the air with his right hand. The yellow light flickered in the air, forming a dark space like a black hole, connecting the space of different dimensions. After the circle was drawn, a picture of another space slowly emerged on the other side of the portal. Wang and Berkeley couldn't help looking into the portal. It's okay not to look at it, and the two of them are dumbfounded. This. A resplendent, European-style palace. Every wall, floor, and even tables and chairs look very delicate. A man and a woman are not far from the portal at the moment. The man is wearing a golden robe, holding a golden spear, and his face is covered with silver stubble. The women are dressed in princess-like long skirts, and are dignified and decent. At the moment the portal opened, the woman just kissed the man on the cheek. Although the woman does not look young, she is much smaller than the boy. This scene embarrassed Wang, Zhangyang, and Berkeley. Berkeley couldn't help but whispered to the king, "This old man is so happy, so old, and so energetic." At the same time, the man seemed to feel the power of a different dimension breaking through his barrier. He turned his head very calmly, looked into the portal, and said in a majestic voice, "Presumptuous, who would dare to break into Asgard?" Wang and Berkeley were taken aback. "What the hell? Here it is. Asgard? Is this person in front of him the god King Odin? Quick! Zhangyang! Close the door, something big happened." Wang said to Zhangyang in a panic. "Damn Zhangyang!" A portal opened to Asgard, and it happened to see the queen making love with Odin. Sinister. Being so scared by the king, Zhangyang quickly wanted to erase the portal. However, that's too late. Odin has already walked through the portal, and the look on his face is not so good. Looking at Odin who appeared in the Komitage library, the king was dumbfounded. No way. Zhangyang opened the portal and sent Odin directly. This is the game, it's over. Chapter 24. What should I do if I open the portal and sent Odin over? What should I do if I can't beat it? Wait for answers online. Anxious. Wang and Berkeley both wanted to die. Looking at Odin standing in the library, holding the eternal spear and wearing a golden shirt, the faces of the two of them were blue and white. The air was extremely quiet, and there was still a trace of embarrassment. "Who?" "I opened the portal to Asgard." Sternly glanced at the three of them, Odin's face appeared a little serious. Odin's tone is not heavy. But the stern words, in line with his kingly demeanor, made Berkeley's legs weak in fright. Boom! At this time, Odin lightly smashed the eternal spear in his hand on the ground, making a simple and powerful sound. Berkeley was so scared that he immediately knelt on the ground. Who is the other party? Odin. God King. Father of the gods, Lord of the 9 realms. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One will give you 3 points of thin face when you meet. Offend him, is this endless? Berkeley was flustered, knelt on the ground and bowed his head, afraid to speak. I have to say that it is God King Odin, who exudes the unparalleled majesty and demeanor of the king. If it is an ordinary person, he really dare not look directly. Even the king, who has a certain status in Komitage, was shocked by Odin and dare not say a word. I was thinking how to explain this. At this moment, Zhangyang on the side suddenly spoke. I saw that he paid Komitage a salute to Odin first, and then looked directly at Odin and said, "I'm sorry, I opened the portal. I am Komitage's apprentice, and I am practicing the portal recently. I drove to you somehow. If it disturbs you, please forgive me." Zhangyang's tone is very sincere. After all, I did the wrong thing first. It's natural to apologize if you accidentally see other people's affection and violate other people's domain. One person does the job and the other person is responsible. You can't let Wang and brother Berkeley take care of it for him. Wang Jian Zhangyang, who was standing by the side, said so without saying a word. He couldn't help but look at Zhangyang. Sigh silently in my heart. In the end, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Boy, standing in front of you is Odin, the God King who is currently fighting in the 9 regions and unifying the 9 regions. He is a famous person in the entire multiverse. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Odin, who has to be polite even to watch Ancient One. How dare you talk to Odin like this? Hey! Wang sighed silently in his heart. It was normal that he had only been in Komitage for a few days. However, speaking of words, Zhangyang's move made Wang feel a little favored for Zhangyang in his heart. Good boy, dare to be dare, really a man. However, if the apprentice is asked to fight, where will he put the face of the great mage? Wang immediately stood in front of Zhangyang and saluted Odin. Komitage has no way of teaching. If you want to blame, I am willing to go to Asgard to make amends, and please don't embarrass my apprentice. As Wang said, he glanced at Odin and hurriedly lowered his head. It is impossible to say not to be afraid. I was so embarrassed. Hearing what the two said, Odin didn't pay attention to the king, so he looked directly at Zhang Yang's body. Do you know who I am? Odin stepped forward and asked Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang looked at Odin for a while, nodded and said, I presume to guess that you are the father of the gods, Odin, right? As soon as he said this, Odin's brows couldn't help but frowned. Unexpectedly, there is still an unknown person in the 9 realms who knows his identity and dares to look at him directly. This was a bit unexpected by Odin. Wang and Berkeley on the side were even more shocked. This kid knows that Odin is here? Then he can be so calm? Is it so strong? Wang and Berkeley couldn't help but looked at each other. Originally thought Zhang Yang was a kid with a high level of savvy, but he didn't expect that he would be so calm in the event of an accident and his mood was stable. For some reason, they actually saw a trace of Sorcerer Supreme from Zhang Yang's body. You said you painted the portal. At this moment, Odin spoke again. This is not a question, but a question. Zhang Yang nodded. There is no denial. Odin frowned, did not speak any more, but looked at Wang Dao. He is just your apprentice. Wang nodded again and again. I just joined Kamatage, and I have been learning magic for less than a week. I hope God King will not embarrass him. Haven't learned the magic for a week? Can you break the barrier of Asgard and open the portal to Asgard, and also to his palace? Odin frowned, walking towards Zhang Yang with the gun of eternity in hand. The Wang who stood in front of Zhang Yang felt a little flustered when he saw this, and hurriedly said to Odin, God King. Before he finished speaking, Odin glared and frightened back with the rest of the words. However, even though he was afraid in his heart, Wang still did not back down. I won't hurt him, Odin said solemnly. He seemed to be comforting the king, although his tone was blunt, but at least, his words made the king a little relieved. Shocked the entire multiverse, the famous god Odin. Keep your promises. Since he said he would hurt Zhang Yang, he would definitely not hurt? At this time, the dynasty gave some. Watching Wang move away, Odin slowly walked in front of Zhang Yang. He looked at Zhang Yang, without saying a word, but placed his hand on Zhang Yang's forehead. This makes Zhang Yang a little confused. I didn't feel any strangeness on my body, nor did I feel any discomfort. At this moment, Zhang Yang looked at Odin, and he felt as if he was holding some cult ceremony, but it was not easy to bother. After a while, Odin slowly moved his hand down, and a strange expression appeared on his face. The suddenly dilated pupils seemed to be somewhat shocked. However, no one noticed these subtle changes. For the sake of Ancient One, I won't be embarrassing you, Kamatage. After a long while, Odin said slowly. This sentence, like a gold medal to avoid death, made Wang and Berkeley relieved. Kamatage thanked God King for magnanimity. Both Wang and Berkeley salute. Open the portal non-stop and send Odin back. When Odin left, Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, walked to the desk and sat down and sighed. Sorcerer Supreme works when it's critical. Chapter 25. Odin was finally sent away anyway. Wang sighed. Looking at Berkeley, who had been paralyzed on the ground for a long time and refused to get up, he said dissatisfied, at such an old age, yet so unstable. I lost Kamatage's face. I can't get up yet. Glancing at Zhang Yang, Wang whispered in Berkeley's ear, how do you say it is also a senior, and taught Zhang Yang? You are like this now, Zhang Yang must not question the strength of our Kamatage. Berkeley wanted to cry without tears, and did not dare to refute the king, so he could only hold back his grievances in his heart. Damned. He doesn't want to either. If this is really not the case for other people, Berkeley, Even if they are afraid, they will definitely put the shelf well. But the person standing there just now is Odin. Oh my god. There is no scum that can wipe out Berkeley by waving his hand. Berkeley is just an intern mage, how can I handle it? I'm scared, Archmage. Berkeley trembled in Wang's ear with a weeping face. Wang frowned and whispered angrily, I'm afraid too. This is the truth. I'm afraid, I'm really afraid. But now, what do you say? Zhangyang must not doubt our Kamatage's ability. Wang was slightly angry. A blank glance at Berkeley. I'll find a way. Berkeley said quickly, looking at Zhangyang. Now. Zhangyang stood straight in the library. Berkeley stepped forward and was about to speak, when Zhangyang saluted the king and said to the king, take trouble. Zhangyang knew he had caused trouble. Although Odin and Ancient One should not be far apart in strength, the two are in different areas after all. The powerhouses in the Marvel world have particularly strong domain awareness. With Zhangyang making such a fuss, Odin will definitely bond with Ancient One. Besides, the Wang was so anxious to stand in front of him just now, for fear that Odin would hurt himself if Zhangyang would not express any apologies, and he was really sorry that the king was so partial to himself. Anyway, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Traveling here for so long. Zhangyang also felt the warmth of Kamatage here. Everyone here treats themselves well. Hearing Zhangyang confessing his mistake, Wang was moved in his heart and shook his head quickly and said, it's no problem, protecting Kamatage was originally my job. Although it is an official and polite statement, the voice is much milder than usual. At this moment, Berkeley standing next to Zhangyang quickly said to Zhangyang, Zhangyang, although you did something wrong, you just confessed everything to Odin and bravely admitted your mistake. This behavior is it deserves to be appreciated. After the words, Berkeley put his still trembling hands behind his back, and said to Zhangyang with a serious face, just now, the Archmage told me that your behavior is very worthy of praise, and decided to make an exception to teach you Kamatages. Absolutely, this kind of magic can only be learned by Kamatage's close disciples. It is a very powerful magic. Do you want to learn it? Absolutely. Or should the disciples close the door to learn? No, when did Kamatage say this to the disciple? As soon as Berkeley finished speaking, the king was stunned. Wang looked at Berkeley. For a while, he didn't know what trick Berkeley wanted to play. He was about to ask Berkeley. Zhangyang on the side said, I want to learn. Simple and direct 2 words. Zhangyang's eyes still have expectations. This made the Wang stunned. He used the sound transmission magic to ask Berkeley, no, when did Kamatage have a fascination? Still closed disciples. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One is a relatively casual mage. There is no big shelf. Therefore, Kamatage's rules are not particularly large, and the teaching is relatively casual. The only rule is that the title of the mage is somewhat different. In order to facilitate management, the mage of Kamatage is divided into 5 levels, from low to high. They are apprentice, trainee mage, formal mage, archmage, and guardian mage. This level was determined by senior brother Mortar. Because Mordo manages Kamatage more. Although there are different levels, everyone is a cultivator. The practice is to cultivate the mind. Most of the masters do not have such a high profile, and get along with each other more casually. I've never heard of a story about disciples and unique knowledge. So Berkeley's words made Wang a little confused. But Berkeley, with a look of don't worry, continued to say solemnly to Zhangyang, do you know why we were so scared when God King Odin appeared just now? Zhangyang tentatively asked, is it because of the strength? Berkeley neither nodded nor shook his head, not quite right. Zhangyang frowned and asked puzzledly, what's wrong with that? With a sigh, Berkeley said mysteriously, because just now, Odin used fear magic on us. King? Zhangyang. Fear magic? What the hell is that? Zhang Yang has some doubts. He thought that Kamatage's unique skills were also commonly used in ancient ones such as creating mirror space. But what is this fear magic? Also, Zhang Yang couldn't help but questioned, Odin he, can magic? Berkeley said affirmatively, of course, Odin and Sorcerer Supreme have known each other for a long time. It can't be said that the king can magic, but when the two communicate with each other, they always know each other. Don't believe me? You ask the Archmage. Berkeley said, looking at the king, pleading. Wang Muleng let out an I wondered for a long time, what is the fear magic? Chapter 26. Seeing Wang responded to himself, Berkeley quickly said to Zhang Yang, the Archmage is the most knowledgeable person in Kamatage. He has said so, brother, don't you believe me, brother? Berkeley prolonged his nasal voice. Unsmiling. Zhang Yang looked tangled and said straightforwardly, I don't believe it at all. Berkeley is anxious. This junior. Really a stupid man of steel. Can't speak and do things a little more tactfully. However, you are fooled to this point. Berkeley can't tell Zhang Yang that I lied to you, so, facing Zhang Yang with a serious expression, since the little brother doesn't believe it, let the master teach directly you. When the words fell, Berkeley quickly looked at the king. Suddenly be called. The Wang was also stunned. Seeing that Berkeley walked to the side of the king, he whispered, Archmage, hurry up and teach, otherwise you'll be exposed. Wang was embarrassed, and responded in a low voice, what do you teach? Berkeley, fear magic. Wang said sharply, why is there any fear magic in Kamatage? What is that? What are you talking about with me? Berkeley is anxious, this great mage king is really honest and terrifying. So he hurriedly turned to Wang Dao, just stare at others, and the magic that will make people feel scared. Archmage, you read a lot, learn a lot, just slap it off, you don't want Zhang Yang to think that Kamatage is not powerful. Master. Berkeley's words came to Wang's heart. Think about it, it seems the same is true. Biting the bullet, Wang also agreed. After all, I am not used to lying and want to fool Zhang Yang. Wang Niexin has also done a lot of ideological work. But, Berkeley's slippery head, it's all here. Wang also had to make up the lie. Cough cough. Coughing lightly, alleviating the following embarrassment, Wang looked at Zhang Yang and said, just now, what your brother Berkeley said is true, God King Odin has indeed used fear magic on us. This made Zhang Yang stunned. Wang's character is relatively simple and honest. From the perspective of Zhang Xiang and Zhang Yang's previous understanding of Wang, this is indeed the case. He said Kamatage has fear magic? Is it possible, really? But why, when he watched Marvel, he hadn't heard of it? Could it be that it was not made in the movie? Although this explanation can be explained, after all, what Zhang Yang is facing now, but the real Marvel world, he really came to Kamatage. In Kamatage's library, a library of magic books. Some things Zhang Yang didn't know were normal. However, Odin fears magic? Zhang Yang is really not sure about this, and he doesn't quite believe it. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Seeing Zhang Yang's puzzled expression, Wang couldn't help but speak again, when you just saw Odin, did you have a trace of fear in your heart? Zhang Yang nodded. There must be fear, after all, it is Odin, a figure of the Heavenly Father level, who provokes him himself. Of course there will be a little bit. No, it won't be so exaggerated that the Berkeley brother kneels directly. After all, Zhang Yang is not a person who is greedy for life and fear of death, but it is better to live well. Seeing Zhang Yang nodded, Wang said, that's right, because Odin used fear magic, but the king saw that you are just an apprentice, so he didn't hit you cruelly, but he strengthened his fear magic on me and brother Berkeley. Effect. Especially, Your senior brother Berkeley, speaking without words, said that the old man Odin, who is so old and so energetic, angered the God King, and this made him even more fearful of magic. Wang said to Zhang Yang. Although there was no expression on his face, in fact, Wang was still a little panicked. After all, Wang is now fooling Zhang Yang. Is this? Zhang Yang said dubiously. Yes. That's it? Berkeley quickly helped out, affirming decisively. Zhang Yang looked at Berkeley with an affirmative expression, and then looked at Wang Dao. Then, Wang, what is fear magic? Wang took a deep breath and combined the magic books he had read. Fear magic is a kind of spiritual magic. You can think of it as a kind of long-range magic. It refers to using your own energy to form the enemy. An invisible sense of oppression and fear. Release through the eyes. A powerful wizard can control the range and intensity of fear magic. The range is easier to control, from small to large, but the intensity is more difficult to control. Fear is only mild, and severe can make people scared, fearful, or not dare to look straight, panic, yell, or even be insanity and finally lose your mind. This is a very powerful secret method. Generally speaking, we only teach Guan, yes, Guanmen disciples, and we have to make sure that the human character is not bad. Otherwise, we will not teach randomly. After all, this secret method of controlling humans inxing is too terrible after learning. As the king spoke, he sighed. This sigh. It is because he has been a mage in Kamatage for so many years, and he has actually begun to learn to fool apprentices. If it wasn't for Zhang Yang to stay, leaving such a good seedling and waiting for Sorcerer Supreme to return, it is impossible for Wang Cai to mess around with Berkeley. If Sorcerer Supreme knew about this, he would definitely get scolded. Hey! There was another sigh. But, Kamatage, isn't it focused on melee magic? Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask. At any time, melee magic is the main thing, but it doesn't mean that we don't know how to use long-range magic. We will still use some assistance. Wang said. This sentence is true. Kamatage is not without long-range magic, but uses less. Zhang Yang nodded. I really believe it 3 or 4 points. After all, Wang said so earnestly. Wang, can you give an example? Zhang Yang asked Wang. This made Wang stunned. Demonstration. Why don't I demonstrate much at all? Berkeley on the side hurriedly stepped forward and said, since the younger brother wants to demonstrate, then I will show it to the younger brother together with the archmage. This fear magic is extremely dangerous, the younger brother, your small body, I am afraid that you will not be able to bear it. After Berkeley finished speaking, he watched the king nodded and bowed his head, and said to the king, brother, I still hope that he will be merciful. Understanding what Berkeley meant, Wang slowly nodded. Then he put his hands behind his back and glared at Berkeley. In order to make the effect realistic, Wang also slightly used the secret Vatum wine to blow the books in the library. Could it be this magic? In addition, the atmosphere must be set up. With Wang staring. The look on Berkeley's face was starting to be wrong. The lips trembled slightly, then the head was cold sweat, and then the whole body trembled. Finally, the legs softened and pushed and knelt in front of the king. All the actions were done in one go. The acting was so full that even Wang couldn't help feeling that Berkeley's acting was really good, and Oscar was afraid that he would owe him a golden figure. The scene almost ended when Berkeley knelt down. Wang stared, tears were almost coming out. Rubbing his eyes, Wang couldn't help but sigh, this magic is powerful and powerful. The only thing is that it takes a bit of an eye. Have you learned it? Zhang Yang frowned and said straightforwardly, I have to go back and think about it. Wang nodded, all right, you go back and think about it. Zhang Yang saluted, Xie Wang and brother Berkeley for guidance. Fu. Watching Zhangyang leave, Wang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The first time I felt that teaching people was so difficult, I had to be able to act. Chapter 27. Wang felt that he was a casual person. But for the apprentice Zhangyang, Wang spent a lot of thought. Very serious hope that he can stay in Komitage. After all, Zhangyang is not only a talented person, but also a very pleasing person. He has a pure mind and is a very good seed. If Zhangyang left Komitage, it would definitely be a very regrettable thing. Especially if he was bewitched by Domum and became a devotee of Domum who sacrificed their souls, it would be even more pity. It is not only a pity, but also terrible. There is no way, who made our junior brother a genius. Seeing Zhangyang leave, Berkeley also let out a sigh of relief. Teaching people is too difficult. Too cautious, too humble. Hearing Berkeley's voice, Wang became a little angry. He looked at Berkeley and said with a more serious tone, "You are too foolish. You are making up magic." When he said this, Wang was a little angry. Komitage is a serious magical shrine after all, and it's okay to let Sorcerer Supreme know that they are such a mess. Berkeley hurriedly lowered his head and said to the king, "Archmage, I can't help it. Special talents take special care. Besides, Zhangyang, learn a portal, and only one knight can teleport to Asgard. If you continue to learn this, you have to teleport without restrictions. Archmage, you can't do it now, then, what to do if it is suppressed?" Berkeley was a little broken inside. He is also very helpless. This Zhangyang savvy is simply terrible. Hey, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. There was another heavy sigh. Although Wang thinks Berkeley is a bit nonsense, what he said also makes sense. Now, this is the end of the matter, and there is no other way. But will Zhangyang really realize it in one night after going back? Wang suddenly asked suspiciously. Impossible, he can still understand this fabricated magic. Berkeley shook his head in disbelief. No matter how good your comprehension is, it will not be so good. If Zhangyang has really learned it, how can this be a good comprehension? Wouldn't it be possible to create magic? Is this okay? Don't say that the king can't hold it down. I'm afraid that even Sorcerer Supreme can't hold it down. Impossible, Sorcerer Supreme can't create magic. Berkeley waved his hand and said. Wang frowned and thought for a while. That's right, after all, Komitage's magic is all based on the power of Emperor Wedishan. No matter how savvy Zhangyang is, he can't get away from Emperor Wedishan. Emperor Wedishan is a god. An ancient god more terrifying than Odin, an ancient-level old god composed of the Trinity, the origin god of magic. It is still unrealistic for Zhangyang to get rid of the power of Emperor Wedishan. Then what if, he didn't learn, suspect that we were lying to him? One problem is over, and another new problem reappears. Moreover, this problem may be more serious. If Zhangyang really finds that Taj Kama is lying to him and teaches him indiscriminately, he will definitely leave angrily. At that time, wouldn't it be self-defeating? At this point, Wang couldn't help but worry. Sorcerer Supreme will be back soon. With Zhangyang's savvy, Sorcerer Supreme should teach him personally at that time. Berkeley said quickly. The explanation is that it can only be handed over to Sorcerer Supreme. The pot that should be shaken is still to be shaken. As for the punishment, there is no way, the punishment is fixed. Wang squinted at Berkeley and said, "You guy, you are not serious and have a lot of ghosts and thoughts, but don't say, you are still true to be timid and afraid of things. You are a soft-legged professional, you just acted, it really looks like that. Act in true colors." Berkeley touched his head, "No way, life is compelling. Before I came to Komitage, I had too many hardships, and I had to learn some tricks to protect myself from being bullied." The king looked at Berkeley. It's rare to hear a bit of bitterness from Berkeley's mouth. Chapter 28. Late at night. New York Temple. Ancient One was meditating in the room, felt a strong breath, and opened his eyes. What a rare visitor. Ancient One breathed softly. A figure in the room appeared out of nowhere, as if entering reality from the void. But in the blink of an eye, an old man with a silver hair and white beard wearing a golden shirt and holding a spear appeared in Ancient One's room. I haven't seen it for hundreds of years. The King of God will actually set foot in the shabby place of Taj Kama. Ancient One slowly got up, first saluted, and then smiled. It is the god of Asgard after all. In terms of seniority, it is still a long time older than Ancient One. It is natural for Ancient One to salute when seeing Odin. However, Odin's sudden arrival made Ancient One a little shocked. Naturally, it is also a bit unpleasant. Although Ancient One speaks modestly, there are also warnings in the words. She is reminding Odin that this is Taj Kama, and Taj Kama is the site of her Ancient One. The place of Sorcerer Supreme. I didn't want to set foot, but today, your Kama Taj people trespassed on me in Asgard. This matter, Sorcerer Supreme will see what's going on. Finding a center position, Odin sat down. It's not at all out of sight. Looking at Ancient One, he asked a bit harshly between his eyebrows. Although the old man Odin has a kind eyebrow and good purpose, he is not a good talker after all. Can anyone break into Asgard by Kama Taj? This is surprising. Odin is this old and not good enough? Asgard's barrier was broken so easily? Ancient One didn't change his face. Is there such a thing? I haven't heard of it. A few simple words made Odin frown. Good guy, this Ancient One is trying to reckless. You have watched the Earth's past and future for so long, but you haven't looked at Kama Taj. Odin said coldly. No waves can be heard in the tone, but there is a bit of sarcasm in the line. Ancient One chuckled, the King of God laughed, and I don't know which mage of Kama Taj can enter the place of the King of God. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Odin's brows tightened. I heard that I was an apprentice. I learned magic for less than a week. I opened the portal to my palace. Kama Taj's apprentice? He broke Odin's barrier and entered Asgard in less than a week after learning magic? It's fine if you enter through the Rainbow Bridge. After all, the Rainbow Bridge has been injected with the power of Odin and can lead to a variety of different dimensions. But he actually opened the portal himself and came in. Good guys. What else do you have to do with the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard? Why not cut it down? Ancient One thought of it. But, thinking carefully, Ancient One didn't remember that he had found such a talented apprentice to enter Kama Taj. Although she doesn't care much about Kama Taj's affairs. But who Kama Taj entered and who entered, Ancient One still has an impression. After all, they were all people she had chosen by herself. According to Odin, an apprentice who learned magic in less than a week could open the portal to Asgard. Such an extremely talented magician, Ancient One has really never met. Now in the heart of Ancient One, the most talented person should be Dr. Strange, who is undergoing surgery a few blocks away. This made Ancient One a little puzzled. Looking at Odin, Ancient One thought in his heart. It should be impossible for a dignified king to lie. After all, the credibility in the multiverse must be punched out for people of their level. Could it be that the recent affairs of the Domum believers have been too troublesome? For the new apprentice Kama Taj entered, he didn't even pay attention to it. Ancient One raised his brows. Kama Taj would have such a powerful apprentice? Isn't the King of God kidding me? Although I believed Odin's words, Ancient One couldn't really admit it. Otherwise, wouldn't Odin think that she allowed her disciples to do this? Do you know it doesn't matter? But you must hand it over to us Asgard. Asgard is not a place where you can come and leave if you want. Odin said slightly. Raising his chin, Staring sharply, looking at Ancient One, finally said his intention. Feeling Odin, this old man is here to grab someone. Ancient One is strange. He and Odin have not seen each other for centuries. It is impossible to say that Odin is here to renew the past, and their relationship is not good. Said that Odin came to Xingshi to inquire because Kamatage's people broke into Asgard? With the demeanor of King Odin, it is not enough. Besides, there is still her Ancient One. Odin will give 3 points of thin noodles to forget this. But now, Odin went to the door personally to ask the guilt. The whispering and crooked with Ancient One, who came to ask for an apprentice from Ancient One. It's not like what Odin would do at all. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Ancient One is not a fuel-efficient lamp either. Both of them are 1,000-year-old foxes. Once Odin said this, Ancient One knew it. This apprentice is definitely not easy. She didn't take a good look at it herself, so she took it away directly to Odin, which might not work. If Kamatage's disciples took the liberty to reach the King of God, Ancient One would be here to compensate the King of God. The King of God spreads across the 9 realms and is powerful in all directions. The entire multiverse knows the reputation of the King of God. Now it's with me. The disciples are caressing about them, and they lose their tolerance. When New York stabilizes, I personally go to Asgard to make amends. What do you think? Ancient One saluted and said with a smile. The whole paragraph shows a meaning. This man, you can't take it away. Chapter 29. Ancient One is on the pole with Odin. But what makes Ancient One strange is that Odin is not angry. On the contrary, the originally serious Odin smiled faintly after listening to what Ancient One said. It's okay. Okay. Don't you want this person? No, you ran to New York from Asgard with all your luck and clamored and prepared to go back. People do not plan to withdraw as soon as they want it. This makes Ancient One a little confused. However, Ancient One didn't ask much. Seeing Odin turned around as if he was about to leave, Ancient One saluted and said politely, "Send to the King of God." I didn't want Odin but suddenly spoke to Ancient One and said solemnly, "That kid, you Kamatage can't keep it." A word that is neither light nor heavy. After talking about Odin, he left, disappeared without a trace, not even a shadow was left. This made Ancient One's smile, which had always been smiling, froze in an instant. People who Kamatage can't keep, can you keep Asgard? However, who can make the King of God come to her in person? In Kamatage, is there such a heavenly prodigy? Zhongyang was originally dubious about the fear magic of that. Even if Wang demonstrated it again, Zhongyang always felt a little unreliable. However, after returning to enlightenment for a night, Zhongyang is transparent. It was so transparent that he felt that the whole person was sublimated. Kamatage is truly a magical shrine. This kind of fear magic, which sounds like a fabricated one, is really there. Zhongyang woke up very early. As soon as daybreak, Zhongyang got up and planned to go to the library to find the king. However, before he could leave the dormitory, Kamatage's alarm went off. Taj Kama rarely raises the alarm. Unless it is the end of the earth, it is impossible for the alarm to sound. This point was mentioned by Brother Berkeley during the first class. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Of course, Zhongyang didn't take it to heart. Because it is said that Kamatage hasn't sounded the alarm for half a century, what he never expected was that he had only come this week, and the damn alarm went off. It's not a good thing anyway. Zhongyang put on the monk clothes and ran to the training ground. At this time, the entire Kamatage's wizards are almost gathered in the training ground. As the mage currently in charge of Kamatage, Wang naturally stood at the forefront. People panic for a while. No one knows what happened. But they knew that what happened was definitely not a good thing. The training ground will be more lively than before, and the mages are chatting and talking, and without exception, there is an expression of horror on their faces. What's the matter? Kamatage is in such a big posture. I don't know, it's probably not a good thing. Will you die? Like our mage, it is definitely not a simple character to deal with. Panic. Abnormal agitation. This is the current situation of the training ground. Especially the king, who has always been kind at this time, has a heavy face, with his hands behind his back. One can imagine the inner activities of other mages at this moment. Both scared and worried. Of course, most of the sounds of discussion came from the apprentices. Although the mages were frightened, they didn't say much. At this moment, Wang suddenly said, "A wormhole appeared in New York. Alien creatures are invading the Earth in large numbers. The 3 temples are not manpowered enough. We must support now." Sorcerer Supreme said, "Our mission is to help people are evacuated. As for other things, we don't care too much, the Avengers will take care of it." Wormhole in New York? Alien creatures invade the Earth? The Avengers? Zhang Yang was taken aback. Really, what he was afraid of? Zhang Yang hasn't learned this magic for long, an ancient one didn't come to teach himself, so aliens have invaded? Now I will open the portal to take everyone to New York. Don't worry too much, just treat it as a practice training, with 3 apprentices in groups, led by a mage in turn or above. The king gave the order, the words fell, and he opened it with a wave of his hand. Portal, and then roll the names one by one. Although Wang looked a bit heavy on his face, he didn't seem to be anxious. It can also allocate personnel and release tasks very well. It seems that the alien invasion is actually not as scary as imagined. This makes Zhang Yang a little clouded and misty. At the same time, Zhang Yang was named. Berkeley, Zhang Yang, Avery, a group, now, heading to the Stark building in New York. Wang assigned. Zhang Yang nodded and found Berkeley and Avery according to the assigned team. Brother Berkeley. Seeing Berkeley, Zhang Yang saluted. By the way, he smiled at Avery on the side as a sign of politeness. Seeing Zhang Yang, Berkeley nodded and patted Zhang Yang's shoulder to comfort him. Don't be nervous, there will be no danger, we are just going to save people. At the end of the speech, Berkeley walked to Wang's ear and said with grief, Archmage, you let me go with the mages anyway, bringing 2 newcomers is very stressful. Wang rolled his eyes at Berkeley and said, it's not you who lead 2, but they lead 1 by 2. Berkeley lowered his head awkwardly and coughed slightly. Passed through the portal. Avery bowed to the king and also passed through the portal. Zhang Yang followed closely behind, and was about to leave, but was stopped by Wang. Zhang Yang, the Earth is very dangerous, aliens and other dimensions are ready to invade the Earth, human beings are very dangerous, the Earth in the future may be guarded by you, I believe you. Wang looked at Zhang Yang, and said earnestly, if the Earth is gone, then no matter it is you or me, we will not have a home to settle down. No matter how powerful you are, you need a place to stay. I hope that you can live forever. Treat Kamatage as your own home. When the words were over, Wang pointed to the portal and said, go ahead, be careful. Actually, there is nothing terrifying. Looking at the faint smile on Wang's face. A warmth enveloped Zhang Yang's whole body from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 30. New York. Near the Stark building. A blue light rushed towards the sky from the Stark building, and arrogantly tore the sky out a huge hole. The dense army of aliens flew out of the opening in the sky like a hornet's nest that was stabbed. At this moment, New York has fallen. The world has fallen. The streets are in a mess. On the road, there is almost no clearing where one can stay. There are wreckage everywhere, corpses and parts everywhere. Above people's heads are flying aliens. Lasers of various colors flickered interspersed in the city, and the sound of explosions rose and fell. New York has become a hell. Oh, my goodness, this scene is still a bit bloody. Out of the portal, Berkeley couldn't help but muttered as he watched the scene in front of him. After all, it was the first time to enter the world to practice, and the first time he saw an alien invasion. Berkeley couldn't help trembling in his heart. Fear of spreading throughout the body at this moment. What I saw before my eyes was all real, naked corpses. There are also broken human arms, thighs, and pungent blood remaining in the air. As a trainee mage, Berkeley felt that he had suffered too much. Especially Jongyang and Avery followed behind him. As their brother. Even though Berkeley couldn't help trembling all over, he was still strong in fighting spirit, showing the best in front of them. After wearing the hanging ring, Berkeley started to cast the Ring of Ragardo. Hey, you two, open the Ring of Ragar door. When he is ready, Berkeley said to Jongyang and Avery. At this moment, an alien flew towards Berkeley. Berkeley was shocked and froze in place, without responding for a long time. At this moment, Avery rushed up quickly with eyes and hands, jumped, and the Ring of Ragador in his hand hit the alien's back with one blow. The alien ran into the building next to him out of control. There was a boom. Sparks flew everywhere. Look at Berkeley directly, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. No wonder the king said it is 2 belts 1. I have to say, this Avery's skill is really good. After solving an alien, Ailey did not have a lot of emotional fluctuations on her face. She just walked up to Jongyang and said, "Hello, my name is Avery. Before I learned fighting, boxing, sanda, and taekwondo, Austrian, yes, I also know a little bit of martial arts. Martial arts, you should be very good at it, depending on your look, it should be Asian." Although Avery said this paragraph very casually. But God knows. How long did Avery prepare for the self-introduction? As early as a long time ago, after Ailey targeted Jongyang, she has been paying attention to Jongyang silently. However, there has been no chance to get close to Jongyang. Immediately afterwards, Jongyang was promoted to an intern mage, and Ailey hadn't seen Jongyang for a long time. Unexpectedly, this time entering the world to practice, he would be in a group with Jongyang. God knows how excited Avery is. When I get excited, I talk more. But at the same time, Avery also mentioned Jongyang's embarrassment. Martial arts? This, Jongyang really doesn't. But Jongyang couldn't help but walk to Berkeley's ears and said, "Brother Berkeley, isn't Kamatage focusing on melee magic? Why haven't you taught me how to fight? It is said to be melee magic. Can I use it if I have never learned to fight? Don't fight around." Jongyang's words made Berkeley come to mind from his surprise. He coughed slightly to cover up his embarrassment. Berkeley said to Jongyang, "You have all learned Kamatage's unique skills. You are still so greedy, let's say, slowly come on. Magic has to be learned step by step," Berkeley said perfunctorily. After the words fell, Berkeley said to Avery, "Yes, Avery, you can make good use of magic and fighting, and it is considered that there is no white learning this week. Let's take the lead and we will help together." The wounded. Immediately afterwards, Berkeley said to Jongyang, "Jongyang, you didn't learn how to fight, just use the Ring of Ragador to block with me, and help Avery." Leaving the apprentice in front, or a female apprentice in front. Berkeley is the first person. But seeing, Avery didn't think much about it. Her goal is to become Sorcerer Supreme, aliens, or something, she will naturally not take it seriously. After hearing Berkeley's order, he walked forward. And Jongyang also followed Berkeley to rescue New Yorkers. "Brother Berkeley, why don't you make a move?" Jongyang couldn't help but ask in the process. To be honest, senior brother Berkeley's strength, Jongyang seems to have never seen it. But Berkeley doesn't want to make a move. He was frightened now and his legs were a little weak. Before entering Kamatage, Berkeley was an ordinary person. After entering Kamatage, Berkeley stayed at Kamatage, Although he learned magic, he had no actual combat experience. Seeing these densely packed aliens, Berkeley is still weak in his legs and feet. However, it is necessary to stabilize his brother's prestige. Berkeley said in a deep voice to Zhang Yang, "Will someone like your brother and me easily make a move? The main purpose of this time is to bring you out to practice. When it is not a last resort, your brother and I will not make easy moves, yes. I can't help you forever. You have to rely on yourself. Life does not have so much time for you to think and prepare. As long as you eliminate all the enemies you see, it is a perfect sneak. So, you must grow up quickly." Roar. Before Berkeley had finished speaking, he heard a loud roar. The next second, the whole ground was shaking. Zhang Yang, Berkeley, and Avery were taken aback. Looking in the direction of the roar, the expressions of the three of them were surprisingly unanimous. Especially Berkeley. "The feet are a little disobedient. It's over. I met Hulk." Chapter 31. The tall figure. Strong muscles. Green skin. The roaring face. Although Hulk, this terrifying guy, has long been well known in New York City, right now, Li Juaren standing in front of the three Zhang Yang still gives them an invisible sense of oppression. After all, this is a big guy with a height of cm and a weight of 522 kilograms. At this moment, Hulk tore the aliens wantonly. Relentlessly hammered the car stuck on the side of the road. Judging from his posture, it seems that he won't stop without turning the whole of New York upside down. "Brother Berkeley. It's time for you to take action." Zhang Yang took a step back and said expectantly. Avery on the side also took a step back when he saw this. The big guy Hulk, obviously can't be solved by Avery. "Brother Berkeley. It's time to show Kamitage's advanced magic." Avery nodded to Berkeley, with the same look of expectation. Who doesn't want to learn more? This time is the best time to practice. Presumably in order to deal with aliens, Kamitage's mages will use their housekeeping skills. Although Zhang Yang has never seen the strength of senior brother Berkeley. But he believes that it should not be too bad. If brother Berkeley can show more magic and learn it secretly, it would be one of the meanings of Zhang Yang's practice. However, Berkeley obviously didn't know what Zhang Yang was thinking. Watching Zhang Yang and Ailey keep pushing themselves to the top of the fire pit, Berkeley really wanted to cry without tears. Without thinking, I thought, these two guys, shouldn't they suspect that I'm not good? My mother. Hulk. This big guy, he punched it down, I should be able to die for a long time. At this moment, Berkeley was so scared that his legs were weak, and he couldn't move, not to mention going to fight Hulk. But the problem is, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. If they don't go, Zhang Yang wonder what to do. Taking a deep breath, Berkeley was afraid of his heart and clenched his fists. At the same time, Hulk's gaze seemed to look towards Berkeley. One person and one giant are like this, standing on the streets of New York full of gunpowder smoke, surrounded by wreckage. It seems that they have already fought for 300 rounds, and the scene was once heroic. Roar. Hulk was the first to roar. That hideous face was full of anger when looking at Berkeley. By Hulk's roar, Berkeley, who was already soft in his legs, was so frightened that his hands were already shaking. However, behind him, there were the younger brothers and sisters who looked forward to watching him beat Hulk to the ground. Is it ashamed or ashamed? Berkeley is fighting infinitely in his heart. However, Hulk doesn't seem to intend to give Berkeley time to struggle. Seeing Hulk yelling and running towards the three of Berkeley. Although Hulk is huge, his speed is not slow at all. Seeing to escape is impossible. To be ashamed or ashamed, there is always one item. Right now, I don't know if it can be saved, but the face must be saved. You can hear me clearly. Berkeley suddenly yelled, as if to embolden himself, I Kamitage. No counseling. While saying this, Berkeley had already cast a sound transmission magic to his brother Cassius for help. But at the same time, this roar also increased Hulk's footsteps. I saw Hulk leaped and jumped to the sky after running a few steps. This jump is 10 stories high. Moreover, Hulk also controlled the landing location very well. He clenched his fists high and slammed it in the direction of Berkeley. Hulk is already strong and powerful, and it is another volley blow. This is not intended to give Berkeley a way to survive. Brother Berkeley. Be careful. Brother Berkeley. Hurry up. Seeing Hulk like this, John-Young and Ailey took a few steps back quickly, but saw Brother Berkeley still standing still. Just watching Hulk descend from the beginning, he couldn't help but shouted. However, Brother Berkeley still did not move. It's worthy of being a senior, it's really admirable to be able to remain motionless in the face of such a dangerous situation. Avery couldn't help but sigh. As soon as Avery finished speaking, Hulk had already smashed into Berkeley. The speed of the fall is staggering. Seeing the moment Hulk was about to hit Berkeley, he said it was too late and soon. Berkeley raised his hand to display the portal directly in the air. He saw Hulk head straight into the portal and disappeared. Avery, this. John-Young, ==. Chapter 32. Frankly speaking. John-Young and Avery thought that Brother Berkeley would show some high-end magic. After all, the opponent is Hulk. However, the facts proved not. What Burke used was still the old spell of the portal that had been rotten by John-Young. As Hulk disappeared, there was a brief calm around him. John-Young and Avery also walked to Berkeley. Brother, I thought you would use some high-level magic, but it was still a portal. John-Young said to Berkeley with some dissatisfaction. I feel a little depressed, and I haven't learned anything secretly. What do you know? What high-level magic, low-level magic, as long as it is practical is good magic. Berkeley said in a deep voice, with majesty in his tone. I think Brother Berkeley makes sense. Ellie nodded repeatedly. John-Young frowned. Brother him, shouldn't it be nothing? But forget it, anyway, it's the king who teaches him now. Shrugging, John-Young said to Berkeley, Brother, let's continue to save people. Yeah. Berkeley nodded to John-Young. John-Young and Ailey walked forward, and did not take 2 steps, they found one thing, Berkeley did not seem to follow. Brother? Let's go. John-Young turned his head and said to Berkeley. You go first, brother, I'll wait. Berkeley said solemnly. John-Young and Ailey looked at each other, not knowing why. But since the brother said it, the two did not speak either, and continued to walk forward. But where did the two of them know? Berkeley didn't go because his legs were so soft that he couldn't move at all. Oh, it's terrible. If I hadn't reacted quickly and opened the portal in time, I would have finished playing. Berkeley murmured. Looking at the backs of John-Young and Ailey, they were crying. He carefully patted his shocked chest with a trembling hand. Before he could relax, he heard John-Young's shout, Brother! Berkeley quickly picked up the shelf and looked up at John-Young's direction. It's okay not to look at it? At this point, Berkeley felt that he was going to die again. What a special thing, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Hulk. Brother. Hulk is here again. When John-Young and Avery ran to Berkeley, John-Young quickly said to Berkeley. I know. I'm not blind. Berkeley wanted to cry without tears. He was originally a trainee mage, the time to open the portal was not particularly long, and the place could not be far away. For 5 to 10 minutes at most, Hulk came out of the portal by himself. It's all right now, Hulk enters from him. It came out again on another street. But this time, Berkeley is obviously angering Hulk. Although Hulk will be in a crazy state after transforming, whether it is enemies or friends killing randomly, but in the end it is crazy, not without IQ. This time, Hulk learned well. He didn't do the fancy moves, and ran directly towards Berkeley, and the speed was twice as fast as before, and the anger on his body was obviously aggravated. Berkeley was planning to look at the portal again, but when he saw Hulk so angry, Berkeley's hands were a little reluctant. Although Berkeley's ability is not particularly bad, after all, it is the best apprentice in the previous year. But the only shortcoming lies in this guy, too scared of death, a little bit bolder. His hands were shaking, and none of the magic that Kamatage had learned was used, for fear that he would not be able to concentrate. It is also impossible to release magic as one wishes. Berkeley knew that if this continued, he would definitely die. So he hurriedly said to Zhang Yang, you come this time. Zhang Yang, who originally thought he could see what advanced magic Berkeley used this time, was suddenly caught off guard. Pointing to himself and said, Me. Of course. This is your first practice. Let me see what you learned in Kamatage a week. Don't worry, if you can't beat it, the brother will help you. Berkeley said solemnly. Think about it, Berkeley feels really stupid. Obviously there is a talented younger brother by his side, but he doesn't use it. In terms of strength, Zhang Yang does not know how much better than Berkeley now. Quick. Life doesn't have so much time for you to think and prepare. Seeing Hulk has rushed over, while Zhang Yang is still in a daze, Berkeley said quickly. At this time, Zhang Yang obviously also realized that the danger was coming. Seeing Hulk clenching his fist, the fist that could almost hold Zhang Yang's entire body with one hand lifted a burst of sand on the ground, facing the three of Zhang Yang and smashed it over. Zhang Yang's brain hasn't reacted yet, but his hands have been raised, and he drew a huge portal at the fastest speed in his life. Hulk slammed directly into the portal with a punch, and his entire body fell in. My God! It's dangerous. This speed. So fast. Looking at Zhang Yang, Berkeley, and Avery were taken aback, and they couldn't help but exclaimed. The speed at which Zhang Yang cast the portal was really fast. It can be compared with the speed of the Archmage King. Zhang Yang has only painted 3 or 4 times, so he is so proficient. Metamorphosis. Too abnormal. But. Zhang Yang, where did you send Hulk? Berkeley asked in shock. Brother, I seem to send Hulk to Asgard. Zhang Yang touched his head in embarrassment. Berkeley, then you don't want to close the door soon. Waiting for Odin to find trouble. This day by day. It's really not worrying. Chapter 33. Asgard. Fairy Palace. At this time, Asgard was late at night. God King Odin and the Queen Phrygia were already asleep. In their sleep, Odin felt a force that was familiar with the barrier that was tearing at him. Suddenly opened his eyes. Odin got up and saw a yellow circle appear in the air. The next second, a green giant clenched his fist and rushed towards Odin, still shouting, "Ah!" Odin stared sharply. The moment he raised his hand, the eternal spear flew over from the weapon rack not far away, and with one shot, it smashed Hulk out of the palace. Boom! A loud noise rang in Asgardry. A big hole was smashed into the magnificent palace wall, and it took a long time before there was no sound. Frigga, the queen, was suddenly pleasantly surprised and frightened. Quickly put the quiltwoo in his arms and asked, "What happened?" As soon as the voice fell, a group of Asgard's guards rushed in, wearing armor and holding weapons. God King. Seeing Odin, the guards knelt down quickly. Then he walked to the big cave and watched, a middle-aged man lying quietly on the ground. He didn't seem to be from Asgard. To defend the general, he knelt immediately and said, "The King of God. I found an unknown person broke into Asgard, do you bring it back to the dungeon?" However, Odin did not speak. But his face was blue and white. Compared to putting this person in the dungeon, Odin is more like putting Jongyang into the dungeon at the moment. Odin didn't need to go to Kamatage to know. As for the entire Kamatage, apart from Ancient One, only Jongyang can break Odin's barrier. Last time, Jongyang had a live broadcast of my wife's affection, and that's fine. This time, when he and his wife were sleeping, Jongyang also sent Hulk over. No, this Jongyang deliberately couldn't get along with him, right? Looking at the smashed palace wall, Odin took a deep breath. Take a step back, the more you think, the more angry. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. He should. If not because of his special status. Odin would really send Asgard's soldiers to kill Jongyang when he was caught back to Ling. Stop him in the dungeon. Odin said in a deep voice. After a while, he sighed, and Odin continued, also, someone will come to repair the wall tomorrow morning. Jongyang, it's not good for you to have trouble with someone. Why are you having trouble with God King Odin? At the moment, Berkeley is a little depressed. He didn't expect that Jongyang would be a portal and directly send Hulk to Asgard. It has not been 2 days since Jongyang provoked Odin. This time, Jongyang provoked Odin again. Good guy. Jongyang and Odin, the beams, 80% can't solve them. This. Jongyang touched his head. Just now, please look at the emergency. Jongyang didn't look at it either. Didn't you just let it go, just get Odina? Mainly, Jongyang has already performed once in Asgard last time. So this time, I subconsciously thought of Asgard's coordinates. Indeed, some sorry Odin. Hey, forget it, it's already like this. Berkeley sighed. Anyway, it's already like this. Anyway, Hulk is in Odin and it's hard to come back. Anyway, without that fellow Hulk, it's easy. After all, Hulk has no brains, and it's really difficult for a guy who doesn't distinguish between enemies and friends. Thought of this. It is also a sigh of relief. Hulk, it is indeed difficult to deal with. I was planning to ask Jongyang and Ailey to continue to save people, but suddenly heard a roar. Before Jongyang could react, they felt a violent wind swept over them. Quickly. A hammer appeared in front of Berkeley. As the hammer hits the ground, a powerful energy oscillates. Berkeley yelled, block. Berkeley, Jongyang, and Avery simultaneously displayed the ring of Lagator to block this energy. Wait for the sand to dissipate. The three can see clearly, and 2 men are standing not far away. A man has long golden hair, a red shirt, and a hammer in his hand. The other man was wearing a blue, white, and red battle suit, a face mask, and a shield in his hand. The 2 stood opposite Jongyang and their expressions were not very good. Before Jongyang and his party could speak, the man with the hammer stepped forward and scolded, "Stupid mortals! Where did you get Hulk? Stupid, mortal!" Originally Berkeley was shocked by Hulk, and felt a little embarrassed in his heart. This would hear the ridicule of the man holding the hammer, and he was immediately angry. Take up his brother's frame. With his hands behind him, Berkeley stepped forward and said coldly to the man holding the hammer, "Who are you?" The shield man behind the hammer man stepped forward and looked at Berkeley and said, "The Avengers." Chapter 34. The Avengers. Berkeley was taken aback. Isn't it the group of people that the Archmage said before? Why did you run into them? They don't want to destroy the aliens, why are they running here to compare with them? Berkeley's face sank, and he said to the shield man, "If you don't go to fight aliens, why are you looking for us here?" The shield man and the hammer man looked at each other. His complexion was a little unhappy. "It was you who dealt with Hulk first, and you also got rid of Hulk. Who are you looking for if you don't? Stupid mortals, if you don't hand over Hulk again, my hammer won't be lost again this time." The grumpy hammer man did not answer Berkeley's words, but said to Berkeley, "It seems that they will come up because of Hulk." Listening to the hammer man's words, Berkeley was obviously a little unhappy. But looking at the costume of the Hammer Man, it doesn't seem to be the costume of the Earthling, and he couldn't help but muttered. This guy, a mortal, what on earth is it? He seems to be called Thor, and the one next to him may be the US team. Zhang Yang said quickly. Zhang Yang was not sure at first. However, according to the dress of Seoul and the US team in memory, these two people should be right. But after they later revealed that they were from the Avengers, Zhang Yang confirmed. The two men in front of me. It is Seoul and the US team. Seoul? Who is Seoul? Berkeley asked involuntarily. He still heard of the US team. After all, the US team is very famous in Country M, and it was a transformed man who was injected with the serum of super soldiers during World War II. At that time, he was the spiritual pillar of the entire Country M. But Saul, Berkeley is indeed a little unclear. Thor Seoul, he is Odin's son. Zhang Yang looked at Berkeley and said seriously, "Brother, do you know Odin? Don't you know his two sons? This kid, the circus guy, seems to be Odin's son." Berkeley was stunned. He knew that Odin was normal. After all, Odin is a famous figure in the entire multiverse world. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Some mages of Comitage also often mention it. But Odin's son Berkeley really didn't know. However, if it is Odin's son, his strength should not be bad. Berkeley thought of it. It's okay if I don't know, but Berkeley's heart is lost again when I know it. As a trainee master, Berkeley knows how much he has. Comitage had already offended Odin because of Zhang Yang. Now it's not going to offend Odin's son again, right? Why does Zhang Yang always have trouble with Odin? All the offending is Odin. This makes Berkeley a headache. Why is Odin again? What are you whispering about? You haven't released Hulk yet. Opposite, Seoul, who couldn't hear the two speaking, saw Zhang Yang and Berkeley whispering and didn't respond to his anger. He yelled at Zhang Yang and his group in a deep voice. The hammer in his hand was about to move. Hulk has already gone to Asgard. It is estimated that your dad may have been locked in the dungeon. Seeing that Seoul kept asking Hulk, Zhang Yang stepped forward and said to Seoul. It's okay not to say this. One said, Seoul became even more popular. You are the helpers called by Loki. Since this is the case, don't say anything, let's fight. Saul seemed impatient to continue talking to Zhang Yang, yelling that he was about to fight. Now that the aliens are invading, their manpower is not enough, and now they are missing a main hero Hulk, Thor, and the others are naturally panicked. As for Zhang Yang, whether they are friends or foes, they are not clear. It was just that Zhang Yang had lost Hulk, and said that Hulk had gone to Asgard. He couldn't help but doubt. Who is Rocky? What helper? We're here to save people. Berkeley said quickly when Saul said something that he didn't understand. It's just that, at this moment, Saul doesn't believe Berkeley's words. I saw him raise the hammer in his hand. With the bang there was a thunder. A thunder and lightning let out from the sky to connect Thor's hammer in Thor's hand. The next second, Thor waved his hand and smashed it at Zhang Yang. Just when Soul Liden attacked Zhang Yang and his group. I saw a huge shield in front of everyone, blocking the power of thunder and lightning. In the crowd, a familiar figure appeared in front of the three Zhang Yang. Archmage. Berkeley was grateful for Dade's shout. The person here is not someone else, but the king. However, before Juan could say a word, Soul once again attacked Soul and his group. This time, the US team also joined the attack. Wang fought with two people alone. From time to time there are alien attacks, and the battlefield is in chaos. Upon seeing this, Berkeley hurriedly said to Zhang Yang and Avery, go and help the Archmage. Avery bears the brunt. But Zhang Yang and Berkeley stood still and did not move. Zhang Yang, come on. Berkeley couldn't help but see Zhang Yang standing motionless. At this moment, John Yang looked at Berkeley suspiciously and said, "Senior brother, why don't you do it, don't you don't know magic at all? Or do you mean, brother, you're a scumbag at all?" Berkeley was anxious. "Are you questioning your brother? My legs are so soft. It's kind of. But brother, I can't fight, melee won't help. Otherwise, I will try that fear magic. I went back last night and thought about it all night," John Yang said seriously. Berkeley looked stunned. "What the hell? Fear magic? No, John Yang, wait a minute, listen to me." Chapter 35. Fear magic. Although John Yang doesn't know, Berkeley knows. Where does Kamitage's fear magic come from? That's all made up? Upright John Yang. Are you really thinking about it? Still thinking about it all night? Oh my god. Isn't it good for you to use scarlet chains or something? Have to choose a made-up magic? Berkeley was in a hurry. He was about to stop John Yang. He even made up the lie. He didn't want Berkeley to look into John Yang's eyes and felt an invisible pressure to stop him. This pressure gave Berkeley a sense of fear. It seems that John Yang at this moment is not an ordinary human at all, nor is it an intern mage of Kamitage, but a very powerful boss. The mouth that Berkeley had just opened was immediately closed by John Yang's stare. And this kind of fear is getting deeper and deeper, and Berkeley feels more and more scared. The scared ones are even untenable. Berkeley covered his chest, cold sweat on his forehead. He lowered his head involuntarily. At this moment, he felt his hands trembling, even his whole body was trembling. In fact, it's not just Berkeley who feels this power. Wang, Avery, Seoul, the US team, the nearby alien army and the people who fled, all felt it. "Why, I feel scared." The US team, which was fighting Wang and the aliens, suddenly stopped, and their hands were shaking. A wave of fear arises from the heart, as if something terrible is about to appear, but I can't find where it appears from and where it appears. Chaos. There was confusion in his mind. I was deeply afraid. Fearing that the US team couldn't even hold the shield in their hands, they smashed the shield to the ground with a clang. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Seoul, what's the matter, why do I feel so scared? The US team was a little confused. He looked at Seoul and asked involuntarily. His voice trembled a little, and the US team felt that his whole body was a little uncomfortable. At this time, Saul felt the same way. Salvan never expected that his dignified Prince Asgard, the future father of the gods, would be scared. And there is still no reason to be afraid? Moreover, this feeling of fear is getting heavier. The fear from the beginning has become fear? What on earth is it? Saul couldn't understand, but the feeling of anxiety in his heart became heavier, and his ears gradually became noisy. Oh my God! Please God save us! Aliens have invaded. The end of the earth. The earth is gone. Can anyone save me? I'm so scared. There were waves of horrified voices from the citizens one after another. People run faster. He was hurried and frightened, like headless flies crashing everywhere. With an invisible pressure getting deeper and deeper. The alien army who flew here was frightened and flew elsewhere as if they had encountered a ghost. Panic visible to the naked eye. New York, which was already chaotic, has now turned into a pan of porridge. Seeing this scene, Wang was a little stunned. He obviously didn't quite understand what was going on. However, what he understands is that at this moment, there is an invisible fear spreading in his heart. It's terrible. At this moment, Ailey beside Wang suddenly said. As she spoke, a look of horror appeared on her face. This made Wang stunned. Although Wang didn't know much about Avery. But every time I see Avery. Avery was expressionless and frosty. This was the first time that Wang actually saw the expression on Avery's face, And was he still scared? What on earth is it? Wang Xian thought, but the fear in his heart surged uncontrollably toward his body. At this moment, Berkeley suddenly crawled over. He looked at the king and said with a trembling voice, "The great master. It's terrible. Zhang Yang, he actually learned the magic of fear." Wang Yi was taken aback, dumbfounded for an instant. No way. No way. Zhang Yang actually learned the magic of fear? Is it just to deceive Zhang Yang, the fear magic that Berkeley deliberately fabricated? Zhang Yang will he? Just kidding. Fabricated, can he do it too? The author humbly asks for some flowers. Comment votes +0 equals. Chapter 36. It's young. Komitage turned out a ghost. Originally, Wang thought that Zhang Yang was just high savvy. Now it seems that Zhang Yang is not just a matter of high savvy, it is basically what is taught. Even the random magic can be straightforward for you. Zhang Yang, really terrible. Wang couldn't help thinking, the fear in his heart became heavier and heavier. It seems that Zhang Yang has not retracted his fear magic, but is still strengthening it. It's terrible, he is God at all. Looking at Zhang Yang, Wang couldn't help but said. For some reason, Wang felt a little flustered at this moment. This panic was not only felt by Wang. As the energy in Zhang Yang's body gets stronger and stronger, the scope of fear gets bigger and bigger. At this moment, inside SHIELD Bureau, Nick Fury stood in front of the huge French windows in his office and looked at the panic of New York City not far away. Frowned. In my ear, there is a noisy shout. It's terrible. Why is it so terrible? I feel as if there will be a devil coming to the world soon. The Kittery army is simply a cover. No. It's not a devil. It's a god. The earth has a god who will come to this world. It's terrible. The old god is about to wake up. God, the true God is coming. The earth will be ruled by the true God. We are just ants. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, Nick Fury wouldn't believe these words at all, and would have spoken them from these well-trained agents. True God. Old God. What shit? They don't help expel the aliens one by one. What are they screaming and screaming here? Nick Fury frowned, and hurriedly said to Agent Hill, who was standing next to him, "What the hell is going on with these people?" As the next successor of SHIELD to be trained by Nick Fury, Hill is now an assistant by Nick Fury's side. And her task is to manage all the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Obviously, now Hill does not know what is going on. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Urgently contact Agent Patton at the scene. Button, nicknamed Hawkeye. As an agent, the only professional ability is Black Widow's Hawkeye. Hill thinks Hawkeye should know something. As soon as the communicator was connected, Hill hurriedly asked, "Barton, what happened? What happened to the agents?" However, the only response to Hill was Hawkeye's repeated 3 words, "It's terrible, terrible, terrible." Nick Fury, who also wears a communicator, also heard these 3 words. Nick Fury and Hill looked at each other, their faces solemn. As a senior agent, Hawkeye is used to the battlefield, life and death, and lives a life of licking blood with the tip of a knife. But such a person would actually say 3 terrible words from his mouth? This made both Nick Fury and Hill dumbfounded. What is it so terrible? What's terrible? Button, make it clear. Hill asked Button quickly. God. God is waking up? This is a reminder. It's a reminder. When Hill asked this sentence, Patton suddenly said. Boom. A small voice rang in the address book. Although subtle, it is very clear. Nick Fury raised his brows, sensitive and careful. He asked in a deep voice, "Barton, what has fallen?" Button at the end of the address book did not answer, but kept saying, "Run. Run. No, we have nowhere to run." Nick Fury didn't ask any more. But he felt vaguely in his heart that it was not easy. "Contact the US team immediately," Nick Fury said quickly. Hill nodded and immediately connected the communicator to the US team channel. At the moment of connection, a shout came from the communicator, "It's God. He is about to wake up. We have offended God." "God again?" Hill looked at Nick Fury in a daze. "Sir, the situation for the US team seems to be worse than button." At this time, Nick Fury was also a little confused. "What happened to them? Why do you start talking about God all of a sudden? Could it be that Loki did what?" Nick Fury speculated in his heart, and at this moment, Hill suddenly shouted, "Sir, look." Hill pointed to the occupied New York City not far away. Through the locator on the glass, Nick Fury can clearly see every move in New York City. It's okay not to look at it. At this look, Nick Fury is dumbfounded. Why, the citizens all knelt down. Among those kneeling are the US team, Button or even Tony Stark. Oh my goodness! Tony Stark actually knelt down? What on earth is it? Why do they all raise their hands? What are they doing? Is this a cult ritual? Nick Fury was dumbfounded, and the question marks in his head made Nick Fury, who had always been able to control everything, feel very uncomfortable. Nick Fury wants to know the answer. I really want to know what happened. The cover will be passed on tonight, sorry, readers. Chapter 37. Who is Tony Stark? Iron Man. The rich second generation who is rich in the enemy's country is proud and sought after by thousands of people. Who is the American team? The spiritual pillar of country M, the tough guy who has experienced life and death from Hitler and Hydra during World War II to the present. Who is Patton? Killer. Weapon master. Haughty, indifferent, and cruel. Such three people would actually kneel down. Raise your hands up. Who are they worshipping? Is the God they speak of? Who is God? Rocky? No. No, it's definitely not Loki. Who is that? Nick Fury is a little dumbfounded now. He even can't wait to go to the center of the battlefield to see, but Nick Fury won't do that. Putting yourself in danger is definitely not Nick Fury's character and style of doing things. Sir, there seems to be something wrong with downtown New York, or I'll go take a look. At this moment, Hill said to Nick Fury. In the middle of Nick Fury's arms. Go, Nick Fury said. Upon receiving Nick Fury's order, Hill walked out of the office. She is going to find the truth. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs the truth. New York City Center. Rooftop of the New York Temple. Ancient One stood on a high place, looking at everything in the city. Everything, beyond her expectations, was developing in an incredible direction. Why is this? It seems something is wrong. Ancient One couldn't help muttering. Is it possible that she is a little surprised at the moment because of her mood swings? According to the future predicted by the eyes of Agamotto. Things in New York shouldn't be like this. Loki led the army of Zaytari to invade the Earth. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. The Avengers should solve it. But now, things are clearly beyond Ancient One's expectations. In other words, the time trajectory that would have happened has been changed, and everything has developed in accordance with incredible things. The incredibleness of all this stems from a powerful magical aura, which is both domineering and unreasonable. Simply and directly enveloped the entire city center. If it weren't for the powerful magic and the heart that has been practicing for thousands of years to resist, I'm afraid that Ancient One will be deeply involved. This is a breath of fear. But this fear is not forced, but a kind of fear that can arouse people's fear of the unknown. Unknown is originally a kind of fear for humans. Although Ancient One has never seen such a magic. But Ancient One can feel that this is not a powerful magic in itself, but this magic is very cunning. Use people's fears to infinitely amplify unknown fears to produce such a result. Whenever a person is afraid of emotions, this kind of magic can magnify this fear infinitely. Ancient One believes that she has a certain understanding of the magic of the earth and even the powerful wizards. But now, Ancient One felt that it was not enough. It's like this kind of magic, and the person who releases it, Ancient One has never seen or even heard of it. Sovereign Lord. At this moment, someone behind him saluted Ancient One. Listening to the sound, Ancient One knew that it was Mordo. Mordo looked a little flustered. After the ceremony, the impatient Mordo hurriedly said, "The mages of Kamatage don't know what's wrong." One by one suddenly became panicked. Some powerful mages are okay, and some have energy. The weak mages actually knelt down. They have been talking about gods and things. Looking at Ancient One's back, Mordo looked solemn. Sorcerer Supreme after all. Sure enough, I won't panic when something happens. Did you feel it? There is a powerful magical aura. Mordo was thinking, and Ancient One suddenly asked. Powerful magical atmosphere? Mordo frowned, closed his eyes, and felt it with his own energy. But for a while, there was shock on Mordo's face. This. He opened his mouth and uttered a syllable from his mouth. If it weren't for the reminder from Sorcerer Supreme, Mordo really didn't notice that there was such a strange and overbearing magical atmosphere in New York City. Sure enough, you felt it too. Ancient One said. From beginning to end, she didn't turn around, just moved her gaze into the air from New York City. Master. Isn't it Domum? Feeling this magical breath, Mordo instantly understood why such a phenomenon occurred in New York. He speculated a little bit. I would guess that Domum is because he is the old enemy of Taj Kama and even the entire planet. Therefore, it is normal to guess him. No, I know Domum best. Ancient One shook his head, and a slight strangeness suddenly appeared on his calm face. If it wasn't for her back to Mordo at this moment, Mordo would be shocked. This magical power is too domineering, no matter who it is, having such a domineering power absolutely cannot allow him to exist on Earth. Hearing Ancient One's denial, Mordo did not continue to guess. But for such power, Mordo put forward his own ideas. Mordo's meaning is very simple, such a mage must be exiled or expelled. If it can, it should even be eliminated. Don't be extreme or impulsive in case of trouble. Ancient One said slowly. There was a hint of helplessness in her tone, but Mordo didn't seem to notice it. Mordo seemed to want to say something, but Ancient One continued, look at the sky. This made Mordo abruptly swallowed what he wanted to say, his expression was serious, and he looked up at the sky reluctantly. Maybe it's okay not to watch. But this look. But he just showed Mordo to him, how could this be? Ancient One just said faintly, it seems that an amazing mage has appeared on the earth. Chapter 38. Sir. I don't know why the closer I get to the city center, the more scared I am. In the communicator, Hill's voice became trembling. Nick Fury's frowning brows have not been loosened from beginning to end, especially after listening to Hill's words. Nick Fury's brows frowned even tighter. Scared. Why are you afraid? Nick Fury said in a deep voice, with doubts in his tone. He did not understand. People who have not personally approached this breath will not understand. This kind of fear arises. Not controlled by myself, and even less controlled by myself. The inexplicable fear that made Hill's hands holding the steering wheel tremble. Sir, I want to apply for withdrawal, retreat. Retreat. Hill, who did not answer the question, said something that shocked Nick Fury. Nick Fury couldn't even believe that the sentence came from Hill. As the future director of SHIELD. Such an excellent agent. Retreat. Are these all crazy? What about the bullshit? There is no retreat. Nick Fury said. He didn't increase the volume, but his tone was extremely firm. Yes. Hill made a faint trembling sound from his mouth. The panic can be heard very clearly. Such panic made Nick Fury feel unusual. What a god. All of them have become abnormal since they got close to the city center. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Attention Monitoring Department and Operation Room. Ready to launch missiles immediately. Positioning, launching from a wormhole in the sky. Nick Fury made the decision immediately. He summoned the Avengers originally to defend against major crises that may or have already occurred on Earth. But now these people all seem to have been caught in an evil. Aliens won't deal with it anymore. No matter the universe cube. I don't care about the open different dimension wormhole. Actually began to worship God on the battlefield in New York? Although they don't know what they are thinking about now, what happened, but the most important thing at the moment, Nick Fury has not forgotten, that is to solve the Chitauri army summoned by Loki. Immediately. This matter brooks no delay. However, Nick Fury did not get the firm answer he wanted, instead he was shocked when he heard it on the communicator. This is impossible. Nick Fury's brows tightened now. What is impossible? I was about to speak, and then I heard the communicator say, Chitauri army. Nick Fury didn't hear the remaining words clearly. Because, Nick Fury has already seen it. This, impossible. It was Nick Fury's turn to be shocked. Strongly unbelievable. This feeling made Nick Fury's hands that had hugged his chest loosen in shock. Taking a step forward, Nick Fury supported the glass with both hands. It seems that there is something wrong with my eyes. He wiped his eyes with his hands. If there is nothing wrong with his eyes, and there is nothing wrong with it? Is the Chitauri army drilling into the wormhole now? Moreover, they looked panicked one by one, as if headless flies were swarming into the wormhole. It seems that the Earth is hell. If this hadn't been seen by Nick Fury himself, Nick Fury would have never believed it. He had seen aliens invade the Earth. The first time was a long time ago, when the Skrulls attacked the Earth, and also at that time, Nick Fury met Captain Marvel. The second time is this time. Loki led Chitauri's army to attack the Earth. In any case, Nick Fury can be regarded as someone who has seen some big winds and waves. I've seen aliens waving the flag and shouting, aggressively about to invade the Earth, but I have never seen aliens crawling away from the Earth. What is it today? What went wrong? Nick Fury has the illusion that he has been acted a wave at this moment. Where is it terrible? It's terrible that even the Chitauri army was scared away. Chapter 39. Oh, my goodness. The Chitauri army actually retreated. This special code can be called a retreat. This is obviously scared away. There is nothing unusual. Why is it scared away? All these people in downtown New York are kneeling, Iron Man is kneeling. Isn't it unusual for you to call this? Damn it, what happened? Sir, do we fire or not fire this missile? Look. The roof of the Stark Industrial Building. Look at Rocky. Rocky actually knelt down. Didn't he keep saying that he is a god? Why is he kneeling too? The inside of SHIELD had already exploded at this moment. This escape-like retreat of the aliens can be regarded as an eye-opener to everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. In front of enemies whose combat effectiveness is obviously inferior to them. The aliens actually retreated. The retreat is so simple and neat, it's like touching a ghost. This is really unheard of and incredible. However, the speech made by the internal agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. also convinced Nick Fury that there is nothing wrong with his eyes. The Chitauri army just retreated. Moreover, I was scared away. Knowing this fact, Nick Fury quickly contacted Hill. Hill. What happened? Did you see anything there? No, no. But sir, I don't think I can go any further. There are demons. No, there are gods. Human beings can't look at God directly, they can't stand shoulder to shoulder with God. Hill spoke tremblingly. Nick Fury can understand every word, but when connected, Nick Fury feels that his IQ is not enough. What is going on here? Nick Fury's brow furrowed tighter. The tight features are almost distorted. At this moment, suddenly, the internal agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. began to speak again. You guys, do you feel an inexplicable fear? I don't know what's going on. I feel a little scared now, and my hands are shaking badly. Don't tell me, I'm a bit too. Why do I seem to feel fear? Me too, like something is about to descend on the earth. I feel it, oppressive. The noisy and trembling voice kept ringing in the communicator. Such a sound made Nick Fury stunned. Just before he understood what was going on. Suddenly, Nick Fury felt strange, his hands clenched, his fists involuntarily. An inexplicable feeling applied to his head from his heart. Nick Fury just feels his scalp is numb at the moment. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. It seemed that there were needles piercing the top of Nick Fury's head. How come you are so scared all of a sudden? And since the sense of fear is still deepening? From fear, to panic. A cold sweat broke out on Nick Fury's forehead. At this moment, Nick Fury felt like a very powerful person appeared in front of him, so powerful that it even made Nick Fury afraid. But Nick Fury could see clearly that no one appeared in front of him. There is really no one. Where does this feeling come from? The unknown fear and the non-existent strong made Nick Fury a little flustered. Nick Fury even felt that his feet were tied to a kilogram of stone, which made him unable to walk. He was scared, but he couldn't run. It's not that I can't run, but I'm scared at all. I can't run and my legs are soft. With this panic and fear getting worse, Nick Fury's whole body began to tremble, and the tremor became more and more severe, so that he could almost not bear the weight of his body. Puff. Nick Fury knelt on the ground trembling. This is what Nick Fury didn't even think of. He actually kneeled. And still because of fear? What's wrong with this? The rooftop of the New York temple. Seeing the Kittery army digging into the wormhole one by one, Mordu was dumbfounded. Master, what's wrong? Mordu couldn't help but question. To be honest, this is really inexplicable. 80%, I was scared away by that powerful magic. Ancient One said calmly. But the heart is turbulent. In any case, she is also a person who has the eyes of a go-motors and can predict the future. Even knowing that the original thing has been changed. Ancient One didn't expect things to become so unexpected. The army of Kitterui. At any rate, it can be regarded as one of the more powerful races among the alien races, ranking in the top 5. The combat power is not known how much stronger than the Earth. Was scared away? After calming down, Ancient One finally turned his head, looked at Mordu and asked, "Do you feel scared?" Mordu frowned and said, "A little bit, but I resisted part of it with energy." Ancient One nodded. "It's quite relieved. At least some of the apprentices taught can resist this force." "Master, the disciple of Taj Kama?" Mordu asked while looking at Ancient One. The Kittery army had already been evacuated at this time, and Taj Kama's disciples logically said that they should be recalled. "Recall?" Ancient One said lightly. "Then, Master, do you continue wandering or back to Kamataj?" Chapter 40. Zhongyang, okay, the aliens have withdrawn. Watching Kitterui's army withdraw, Wang said to Zhongyang profusely. Just to resist the energy emanating from Zhongyang. The king did not spend less of his magical energy. If it weren't for the fact that the cultivation ability is still strong enough, I'm afraid that at this moment, Wang, like Berkeley, will kneel for Zhongyang. Good guys. A fabricated magic. Zhongyang has learned it so really well, and he can use it handily. Not to mention, this fear magic is really scary. Although it didn't cause any actual harm, it could have allowed the Zetaru army to retreat collectively. The scared wormholes are all closed, which is terrible too. Thinking of this, Wang couldn't help but sweat again. At this moment, when he heard the voice of Wang, Zhangyang took back his fear magic. Seeing Wang Yi in a cold sweat, Zhangyang couldn't help but said with dissatisfaction, "Wang, I went back and thought about it all night. For the time being, I only practiced this magic to this level. How is it? Where is the situation now? How is the Kitarui army?" While speaking, Zhangyang sighed. The attention was too concentrated just now. Zhangyang didn't care about the situation on the scene. It's already very good to be able to practice this in one night. The Kitarui army has retreated, Wang said with a smile. This Nima magic made up by me. If you can really practice it, you are already very strong. The point is, you still practiced until all the Kitarui army was scared back by you, so scared that the wormholes were all closed. What else do you want? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Do you really have to be insane to be considered awesome? Wang wiped the cold sweat on his head and said to Zhangyang, "Let's go back to Kamatage." Zhangyang nodded, and walked back to Kamatage with a portal open. What Wang didn't know was, Zhangyang is now realizing his magic again. At all, there was no talk about the situation between the king and the scene. Nor did he care about Berkeley and Avery who fell to the ground. The great mage. Zhangyang, the wife is so perverted. Berkeley stood up from the ground with difficulty, trembling uncontrollably. Hey. Wang sighed. In any case, the hard days are finally coming to an end. Sorcerer Supreme should return to Kamatage. With shaking hands, Wang displayed the portal, and said to Berkeley, "Let's go." Berkeley wanted to cry without tears, "Archmage, my legs are weak." "Wang, you are so promising." Kamatage, Ancient One Temple. The mage of the Guardian level is almost there, in the middle, on a low collapse, sitting on Ancient One. She looks like she used to be in the white monk clothes. Mysterious and peaceful. Sovereign Lord, the power today is really terrifying. We must find out who has such a strong energy. Kamatage will never allow such an evil force to exist. After the salute, the impatient Mortar said immediately. After he finished saying this, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Wang's face. How can senior brother be so sure that that person must be an evil force? Wang couldn't help asking. It is rare that the king, who has never spoken too much, would speak in the mage meeting, and he still questioned Mordu. Ancient One's brows moved slightly, and without waiting for Mordu to speak, Ancient One said, "Do you know what?" Ancient One looked directly at the king. Wang couldn't help lowering his head and said, "Yes, Supreme Lord, I know from whom the powerful energy comes from today. His name is Zhangyang, a newly recruited apprentice Kamatage, but now, he is already I'm an intern as a mage." Mordo. Ancient One. Masters. What the hell? You said that one of Kamatage's apprentices could have such a strong energy. Wang, you never lie. Mordo said solemnly. He always feels. The king seemed to be teasing him. Chapter 41. To say that the Kamatage Archmage has such a strong magical energy, Mortar was reluctant to believe it. But Wang actually said that an apprentice has such a strong magical energy. If Mordo could believe it, it would really be a ghost. I really don't believe it at all. Big brother, I won't lie. Wang said with a sincere and innocent expression. Don't lie. Do you call this a lie? How many caddies are Kamatage's apprentices he doesn't know? The dead duck is still stiff? Then tell me, how does he have such a powerful energy? Mordu looked at Wang and asked sharply. There are 3 big characters printed on a big stereotyped face, I don't believe it. The Supreme One. It's okay not to mention it. When it comes to this, Wang feels wronged and wants to cry. He looked at Ancient One eagerly and said, Kamatage has come to a magician. What will teach you? If you don't come back, I really don't know what to do. The words of the king made Ancient One feel a little strange. What do you teach? Apprentice. For some reason, Ancient One suddenly remembered that Odin had come to ask for an apprentice before. What will teach you? Before Ancient One could speak, Mordo asked suspiciously. Yes. Wang hurriedly said, that fellow Zhang Yang. I learned the magic shield in 40 minutes. I went back and thought about it all night and learned the scarlet chain magic. Another night, I learned the portal, a portal directly I drove to Asgard. Wang looked at the wizards in the temple whose expressions were starting to surprise, and he took a sigh of relief. After a while, he continued, this is not the end. The most important thing is that we are afraid that his savvy magic will leave Kamatage, so we made up a fear magic to teach him. No, I thought, that kid actually learned it. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Mordo. Ancient One. Masters. Fear magic, what is it? According to what you mean, the powerful energy in New York before, that kid Zhang Yang you mentioned, used the fear magic you made up for him, so you scared the Kittery army away. After the king finished, Mordo couldn't help but speculate. Wang nodded repeatedly. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Wang nodded, Mordo, who was originally serious, suddenly laughed. With Mordo's smile, all the mages in the temple that had caused him to laugh. Big brother, what are you laughing at? Wang didn't understand. No, such a horrible thing, what is there to laugh at? Wang, do you think the atmosphere is too serious and want to adjust the atmosphere? What a joke. Do you know what you just said? Just the things you just said, in the entire world of wizards, no one can carry out. Stopping laughter, Mordo looked at Wang, could not help but scolded. Mordo didn't understand this. The king, who has never lied, actually lied today? What is it today? Always encounter some weird things. Mordo couldn't help but think of it. It's just that Mordo doesn't know, his suspicion makes Wang feel miserable now. Wang hurriedly turned his head to look at Ancient One and said, Sovereign, disciples can swear to Emperor Weishan, every word just said is the truth. When the words fell, the king made a swearing gesture, as if he was preparing to use swearing magic. Ordinary people swear by swearing. Whether it will work is another matter. But the mage's oath is different. Swear magic. Once spoken, every word will be heard by Emperor Weishan. If it is false, it will be deprived of the soul. Wang dared to swear to Emperor Weishan? This made Mordo stunned for a moment. No normal mage would do the step just to lie. Therefore, even if the king is really lying, there is no need for such a vow. Could it be that what you just said is true? Mordo couldn't help asking. At this time, Ancient One seemed to be meditating, but did not interrupt. Of course. Wang said decisively. Modu was taken aback, took a step forward, and said to the emotional king, Wang, there is really no need. In order to make us believe you, you dare to swear to Emperor Weishan. Are you really afraid of your soul being taken away? I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, you will know by teaching him. Wang said anxiously. Teach it? Wang, go, call the one named Zhang Yang. If the one named Zhang Yang is as good as you said, then I will let him be a big brother. Chapter 42. This is the character of Mordo. Extreme and true. But Wang has a straightforward character, he is still a straight man of steel. That's why I explained to Mordo and emphasized. I don't want Mordo, but it's more real. He also said that if Zhang Yang really has this talent, he would give up the position of big brother to Zhang Yang. My darling. This position is also allowable? Let alone Zhang Yang's lack of qualifications, he is still a rookie. In other words, if Zhangyang really became a big brother, Kamatage would definitely exist under one person. How many days have Zhangyang been here? A newcomer has such a privilege when he first arrives, why can't he go to the sky? Big brother, you can't be so impulsive. Wang said yes, his face was sincerely anxious. He believes that what Mordu's words mean is to give up the position of the big brother to Zhangyang. I didn't realize that Mordu was more real. The meaning between the lines is clearly that he doesn't believe it. In the end, Wang Gen is straightforward. He barely spit out a mouthful of old blood. Brother. How could I really give the position of senior brother to Zhangyang? Modu calmed his mind, worrying that Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One was still there. He who originally wanted rage was screened out of emotions and his words became a sigh. Hey! Wang, go call Zhangyang. Finally, Ancient One couldn't stand it anymore, and opened his mouth to save the field at the right time. The most important thing is nothing else, mainly because Ancient One is indeed afraid that Mordu will be pd off by the king's character. This person, Wang, is upright and sometimes even angry with Ancient One. Moreover, he hasn't realized that there is a problem with what he said. For example, now. After Ancient One finished saying this, Wang quickly said, but the Supreme Lord, if I call Zhangyang to prove that what I said is true, wouldn't the senior brother become Zhangyang? Mordo. Ancient One. Masters. Ancient One never thought of why Ken would have such a descendant of Mu's head. Ken Sheng was a multi-talented monk in the East over 1,000 years ago. During the parade, I experienced too much deception and darkness. I vowed to find and protect the righteous magic power on the earth. I finally encountered Ancient One, read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Since then, the Ken family, and even future generations, have been serving Sorcerer Supreme. This is why Ancient One trusts the king so much. To be clear, if Wang is not a descendant of Ken, there is another family like this. A person like him, Ancient One, would never want to take care of it. Although Ancient One has been alive for a long time and has been underestimated by these worldliness, if it can be more happy, why should Ancient One find it uncomfortable for itself? I made my own decision, you just call it. With a sigh in his heart, Ancient One said to the king calmly on his face. After all, it was an order from Sorcerer Supreme. Wang Xingli said, yes. Zhangyang returned to the dormitory and kept thinking about the magic of fear. He felt that this magic was still very useful. On the way back, I heard that the alien army was scared away. It seems that the effect is still there. However, before he could think for a few more seconds, Berkeley came to call him, saying that he was going to the temple. Sorcerer Supreme requested. Sorcerer Supreme? Isn't that Ancient One? The strongest mage in the mage world? The real boss? But why is Ancient One waiting for him? Is it because of Odin's affairs that he came to him to ask questions? It is impossible to say that you are not nervous, but to say how scared you are, it is not. It's just that Zhangyang doesn't know what kind of character Ancient One is, so he feels a little nervous. After finishing the whole clothes, Zhangyang confronted Berkeley and went to the temple. The temple door is closed. At the door, Berkeley motioned Zhangyang to go in by himself, and left after speaking. Brother, aren't you going in? Zhangyang looked at Berkeley and asked. Is Sorcerer Supreme's temple accessible at will? Berkeley said solemnly. When this is a vegetable market. At least one must be a mage at the palace guardian level to get in. When Berkeley said so, Zhangyang felt a little reasonable. Just about to go in, suddenly Zhangyang seemed to think of something, and asked Berkeley, but brother, I have one thing I want to ask you, what level are you at Kamatage right now? Zhangyang has always wanted to ask about this. After all, Zhangyang has never seen Berkeley actually do it. Berkeley looked at Zhangyang, originally wanted to put on a stand, but now I think about it, Sorcerer Supreme is back, and there is no longer a stand. So Berkeley said to John Yang, I tell you, in Kamatage, the level of the mage depends on clothes. Generally speaking, plain monk clothes are for apprentices, dark blue monks are for apprentices, red monks are for formal mages, yellow for monks, and black and red are for temple guardians. This is for it's a good distinction. Apart from that, Taj Kama doesn't have any other rules. I can't hide it anymore. Zhang Yang suddenly realized, so, brother, you are just an intern mage. You are at the same level with me now. What is just? Berkeley wanted to cry without tears. Are you a good trainee master? Do you think teaching apprentices is easy? He also didn't want to teach a student, he was not driven by a duck. However, according to Berkeley's strength, the teaching apprentice is completely enough. It's just that he didn't expect that he would meet a perverted apprentice like Zhang Yang. What's the matter with the intern mage? It is still enough for the intern mage to teach newbies who have just started. Berkeley couldn't help but give Zhang Yang a glance. That's right, don't worry, brother, I definitely don't mean to despise you. After all, you taught me how to get started with my magic. Zhang Yang grinned. How about it, brother, am I very good at teaching? Good to teach. God, the hardest thing Kamatage teaches is you. Sometimes, too good talent is also a mistake. Chapter 43. Brother, don't blame senior brother. I didn't remind you. Kamatage has a lot of talented and powerful wizards. Worried that Zhang Yang is too floating. Berkeley couldn't help reminding Zhang Yang, moreover, the enemies we face are all very powerful, even multiverse-level bosses. So, you must learn magic well. Don't be arrogant. Practice, what you fix is the heart. Berkeley's reminder was kind and out of worry. Zhang Yang understands this. It's also very clear in my heart. Yes. Thank you brother for your advice. Zhang Yang grinned at Berkeley, and pointed to the temple with a humble expression, then I will go to the brother. Okay. Berkeley nodded and turned to leave. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and looked at the temple, feeling a little nervous in his heart. Although Zhang Yang has already met Odin. But Ancient One is different. After all, everyone in Kamatage mentions Ancient One with respect. Especially Zhang Yang did something wrong and opened the portal to Asgard. I hope I didn't come to settle the accounts. Zhang Yang muttered carefully. Just raised his hand and prepared to push the door, at the same time, the door opened. The antique flower carving door was opened with a squeak, and Wang's face appeared in front of Zhang Yang. It's coming. As soon as the door opened, Wang said to Zhang Yang. In that tone, it seemed that Zhang Yang had already come. When the words fell, Wang took a step aside. In the temple, King Jia had a total of 5 mages, and Zhang Yang didn't know him well. After entering the door, Zhang Yang stood stupidly on the spot. It felt like following up with the principal's office is a concept. You mean him? At this moment, a man in black monk clothes stepped forward and looked at Wang with his hands behind his back. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. He frowned and looked at Zhang Yang. For some reason, Zhang Yang seemed to see a bit of unhappiness and disbelief from his eyebrows. Yes, big brother. Wang responded. Then introduced to Zhang Yang, this is our big brother, Mordo. Zhang Yang saluted and said to Mordo, big brother. Mordo gave an without much response. Wang then introduced to Zhang Yang. This is Sorcerer Supreme. This time, Wang pointed to a bald mage sitting on the lowest couch in the center. Wearing a white monk's clothes, holding a small fan in his hand, he was looking at Zhang Yang peacefully, with a seemingly non-existent smile on his face, and he looked like a fairy tale. At first glance, it makes people feel that she must be a peerless expert. In the end, it is Sorcerer Supreme. The temperament is firmly grasped. The Supreme One. Zhang saluted. Yeah. Ancient One nodded, looking at Zhang and responded. After looking at Zhang, Ancient One slowly said, before, in New York, you used fear magic to scare away the Kittery army. Kamataj has no fear magic. But the king told Ancient One before that it was fabricated, although I don't know why the king, a man who never lied, would fabricate magic. But Ancient One chose to conceal it. Ancient One just felt that Wang did this naturally because of his own reason. Yes. Zhang nodded and said. Then he said again, however, the disciple is ignorant, and now, it can only make others fearful, and cannot disturb people's minds and reach the point where the spirit will wipe out the enemy. Zhang would tell Ancient One this because Ancient One mentioned this issue. Zhang thought that he didn't use it well, so Ancient One came to him. Otherwise, as a sorcerer supreme, why is Ancient One looking for itself? And he asked himself this question as soon as he opened his mouth. So Zhang hastened to admit his mistake first. Say what others have said, leaving others with nothing to say, so that you won't teach yourself again. This is what Zhang thinks. However, what Zhang didn't know was, his words pretended to be compelling invisibly. This is forcing. Pretending Mortar snorted and smiled. Haha said, you kid, I really don't know, the sky is high and the earth is thick. Dare to lie in front of Sorcerer Supreme? Where did Kamataj's fear magic come from? As an apprentice, your mind is so impure. The Supreme Lord, this kind of person will definitely be bewitched by Domum in the future when he stays at Kamataj. Chapter 44. Zhang always felt that this big brother named Mordu seemed to be biased against himself. Don't know how high the sky is. Impure. Although Zhang stayed at Kamataj for only a week. But the people I met were pretty good, and they were kind to others. How could it be different when I met Mortar? Is it possible that this is the villain often mentioned in the novel? The kind that people hate? But Zhang didn't know that, in Modu's heart, Zhang was just a new magician who was full of lies and ignorant. Kamataj has no fear magic at all. How can he learn? But just after coming for a week, he said that his magical energy is so powerful that he can scare away the Kittery army. Is magic so easy to learn? Senior brother Mordu, I think you have a prejudice against me. Zhang spoke out his inner thoughts very honestly. Without any cover. The mages present were all dumbfounded. An apprentice, dare to straighten the big brother? This is Kamataj, Zhang is the first. What prejudice, you simply. Your name is Zhang. Being so straightforward by Zhang, Modu originally wanted to reprimand him for a few words, but he didn't want Ancient One but suddenly spoke. Ancient One interrupted Mordu's words, and forced Mordu to hold the next words into his mouth. Well, yes. Zhang didn't pay any more attention to it, and looked at Ancient One. You just said that you learned the magic of fear, but if you don't practice at home, you can only make people feel scared, right? Ancient One looked at Zhang, with a face that looked like a smile and couldn't see any emotions, just said, try it, let me see, where did you go wrong? Ancient One is a long-lived old fox after all. This is not leaking, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. On the face of her, she seemed to be teaching Zhang magic. But in fact, I just want to see Zhang ability. Ancient One will do this, and naturally knows the king's intentions. That's why I said so. However, she didn't doubt what Wang said, after all, Odin had come to pass by before. This proves that Wang's words are extremely credible. Ancient One just wanted to see how high the accomplishments of Zhang's magic are. It is good. Hearing Ancient One said that he would guide himself personally, Zhang was still a little excited. If you can learn from Ancient One, you will definitely learn more than Wang and the others. After all the magic of Kamataj was passed down from Ancient One. Hold back the little joy in your heart. Zhangyang took a deep breath and looked around. Putting his hands behind his back, his eyes sharpened, and he cast fear magic. Powerful energy spread throughout the room. Zhangyang's gaze scanned everyone in the room. Resolute and decisive. Completely different from the docile little apprentice just now. The moment Zhangyang released his fear magic, the expressions of all the mages present changed. The pupils suddenly dilated. Including Mortar. It was an unbelievable and deep fear emanating from the heart. With the enhancement of this magical energy, Mortar's expression began to be a little sluggish, and an inexplicable fear emerged spontaneously. He tried to suppress this force with his magical energy. The mage present also used the same method. Invisible energies are fighting each other, and no one is willing to give in. If there are other powerful wizards passing by the temple, you will definitely be impressed by the powerful magical atmosphere in the house. However, the magical energy released by Zhangyang was too domineering. Overbearing, even Mortar was a little out of control. The big cold sweat on his forehead kept coming out, and the shock on his face did not dissipate from beginning to end. His hands began to tremble involuntarily. Mordo couldn't believe it. This energy is so similar to the energy that forced the alien army back before. An apprentice. There is such a powerful magical energy. And it's only been a week since I came to Kamatage. It's so powerful that even he struggled to fight Zhangyang. What exactly did Wang and Berkeley teach Zhangyang? FK. I'm afraid it's not the teaching of a tyrant. Chapter 45. Sure. The expression on the face of the mages in the temple was getting worse and worse. I roughly felt the ancient one of Zhangyang's magic and slowly opened his mouth, causing Zhangyang to stop casting the spell. Otherwise, continue according to Zhangyang. The temple may get out of control. A group of temple guardians was finally scared away by an apprentice. This sounds like, doesn't it feel that the people taught by Ancient One are all waste? Phew. All the mages took a deep breath and secretly wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Fortunately, no shame. If Ancient One doesn't stop calling, it really can't be stretched anymore. Sovereign, please give me more advice. Zhangyang withdrew his magic and bowed and asked humbly. There is a problem. Ancient One said lightly. This is not a problem. It is too problematic. An apprentice. The magic energy is so strong. The strong are about to approach the Master Guardian. If it is the energy accumulated in a week, then Zhangyang, this kid. Absolutely promising in the future. This is even higher than Strange's talent. In front of Zhangyang, Strange's talent is not considered a talent anymore. In this case, after training for a while, Zhangyang can become Sorcerer Supreme and defeat Domum. What's the matter with Strange? Ancient One thought so in his heart. But now there is a dilemma. According to Ancient One's observations, the future Sorcerer Supreme should be Strange, and it is him who can fight Domum. Since this is the case, why does Zhangyang appear again? And why did Zhangyang appear in Kamatage again? She has been wandering for so long, and she has never met Zhangyang at all. So how did Zhangyang appear in Kamatage? There are questions in mind that can't be answered. Ancient One is also in a dilemma. At this moment, Zhangyang spoke, what's the problem? Zhangyang's words brought back Ancient One's thoughts. Zhangyang asked, obviously what was wrong with the magic he had just cast. After all, Zhangyang didn't know. Ancient One's question refers to Zhangyang's identity. However, Ancient One is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Although Ancient One had never heard of any fear magic, since she just planned to hide it from Zhangyang and acquiesced that this fear magic was Kamatage's magic, she couldn't reveal it. What do you think is the main function of fear magic? Ancient One asked Zhangyang. Although it seems to be asking Zhangyang, do you understand this question? But in fact, Ancient One just wants to know what fear magic means. But now I can't directly ask the king, so Ancient One changed the way to ask Zhang. Zhang didn't think much about it, only when Ancient One was testing himself, so he said, fear magic is a kind of spiritual magic, which refers to the use of its own energy to form an invisible sense of oppression and fear to the enemy. Through the eyes release. People are scared, fearful, afraid to look directly, panicked, yelling, and even mentally deranged and eventually lose their minds. Zhang told Ancient One word by word what Wang had made up. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. I was stunned by Ancient One. Anything else? Ancient One asked. Zhang shook his head and said, no, the king taught me this. Ancient One looked at the king and said nothing. Is magic taught this way? When I heard this Ancient One, I knew it was made up, but Zhang could still realize something from it. The key spell is nothing. The whole is an introduction to a magic name. That's it? Can Zhang learn? No, this is learning. This is obviously a new magic that I directly created. Not only is Ancient One dumbfounded. Modu and the Master Guardian were also dumbfounded. Although Modu didn't believe it at first, Zhang almost scared away after Zhang released his magic. Mordu believed it. Originally, Mordu was still thinking about the fear magic that Zhang learned. Maybe it was the new magic that Wang found while reading in the library. As a result, I heard Zhang say so. Mordu heard it directly. This hearing is just making up, deceiving those laymen who have never been exposed to magic at all. That's it? Can Zhang really make magic out of it? No way. No way. Is there such an evil? Mordu was stupid, looking at Ancient One stupidly. It's a coincidence that Ancient One is also watching him. No, to be precise, the mages in the temple were looking at each other, and then collectively turned their eyes to the king. Wang lowered his head in embarrassment, feeling embarrassed. At this moment, Zhang puzzled voice broke the embarrassment in the temple. The Supreme Lord just asked me if I have any more? Is there any essence of this fear magic that I haven't learned? Zhang words not only broke the embarrassment. He also brought back the thoughts of everyone in Ancient One. At this meeting, everyone looked at Ancient One and seemed to want to know how to solve this question. Ancient One smiled suddenly. He smiled kindly, but didn't speak, just shook his head meaningfully. After a long while, he slowly said, Zhang, do you think magic exists? Zhang frowned, not knowing what Ancient One meant, so he nodded and said, existence. He's all learning, how could it not exist? What about before Kamatage? Do you think he exists? Ancient One continued to ask. Zhang shook his head. Zhang hadn't crossed it before learning magic. If someone asks Zhang if he learns magic, Zhang will definitely think that person is insane. You didn't see it with your own eyes, so you don't believe it, but after seeing it with your own eyes, you believe in magic, right? Ancient One looked at Zhang and asked. Yeah. Zhang nodded, this is indeed the truth. Ancient One nodded and said, this is the way the world of magic, you believe, it will exist. Therefore, you must first believe in magic, believe that this world can be changed. Believe that your magic can achieve the effect you want, so you in order to better grasp the mystery of magic. Ancient One said seriously. This is not made up by Ancient One. It's just some very simple truth. But of course, this kind of statement can be applied to learning any magic. Such ambiguous words. It really deserves to be the Ancient One mage, and all the mages were stunned by the audience. At this time, the collective looked at Zhang again. So Sorcerer Supreme means, my question is, don't you believe in magic enough? Zhang asked involuntarily when he looked at Ancient One. Ancient One shook his head and said, believe in yourself. These words made Zhang stunned. What's worse is to believe in yourself. Do you understand what I said? Seeing Zhang Yang frowned, Ancient One couldn't help asking. Zhang Yang shook his head, I have to think about it. Ancient One nodded and said, then go back and think about it. You are a very good seed. If you believe in yourself more, then you will have a bright future. Ancient One's words seemed to affirm Zhang Yang. This made Zhang Yang a strange firmness in his heart, and he hurriedly said to Ancient One, well, the Supreme Lord, I will believe in myself even more. At the end of the conversation, Zhang Yang left happily. This made the mages couldn't help feeling that it was Sorcerer Supreme. Once the tricks of fooling people stayed, it took a while, and the topic was turned directly. There is no mention of fear magic at all. But I really want to talk about fear magic. It is estimated that even Ancient One does not know how to edit it. After all, that thing, Kamatage, doesn't exist at all. Only Wang was anxious, and begged Ancient One, Sovereign Lord, don't let him think about it anymore. Think about him going against the sky again. The Supreme Venerable still knows too little about Zhang Yang. But don't let Zhang Yang think about it again. Even if it's a nonsense sentence, Zhang Yang can give you what you think. I can still think of you doubting life. Chapter 46. When others say, think about it, they really want it, but if you understand what you want or not, it's not necessarily true. But Zhang Yang is different. He said that when he went back and thought about it, he would practice for 7, 8, 9, or 10 years. Hey! Irritating. Wang shook his head. When Zhang Yang left, Ancient One looked at his brow and frowned Modu and said, Modu, what do you think? Mordu took a step forward with a serious expression, Master, I don't think such a person should stay in Kamatage. The magical energy in him is too strong, and he doesn't look like an apprentice at all, but I think I was in Kamatai before. G has never seen him. Such a person is too dangerous for Kamatage. Mordo said so. Don't say Zhang Yang is an apprentice, just say Zhang Yang is a great mage who has practiced for more than 10 years. This energy is absolutely impossible to possess after a week of learning magic. Anyway, whether others believe it or not, he does not believe it. Ancient One didn't speak, but looked at Wang said, Wang, what do you think? Wang's view is completely different from that of Modu, Master, I don't think so. Zhang Yang is a young child, highly intelligent, and humble. Although I have not taught him for a long time, I can be sure that he has not been in contact before. After magic, he just has a better talent. Wang said with a sincere and reasonable expression. If it hadn't been because Wang had taught Zhang Yang, his thinking would be similar to that of Mordu. After all, with such a perverted talent, Wang really didn't believe it if he had to put it aside. After teaching Zhang Yang, Wang got it. Sometimes the gap between people is more than just a little bit or two. Talent. What kind of talent can be extremely powerful in a week of magical energy? Modu looked at the king with a cold eye. I think Zhang Yang must not stay in Kamatage. Seriously, I really don't want to believe it, he is talented. Mordu insisted on his opinion. He didn't agree with Wang's words. After speaking, Mordo looked at Ancient One and said, Sovereign Lord, I don't think such a person can stay in Kamatage. Zhang Yang is likely to be a hidden danger. He may be a hidden danger on Earth. I suggest exile. Mordo said with extreme certainty. When talking about the word exile, Wang became anxious. Brother. Never. Zhang Yang, this guy? The talent is so high. I tried my best to keep him in Kamatage, you told me to exile. It's a violent thing. Seeing his disciple, Modu, and Wang were quarrelsome because of an apprentice. Ancient One couldn't help shook his head. Since the establishment of Kamatage, he has really seen an apprentice that can make two temple-level wizards quarrel. Okay, let's go. Ancient One waved his hand to make Mordu and Wang retreat. She was a little dizzy by the quarrel between the two. Modu saw Ancient One, and hurriedly asked, "What about?" "Zhang Yang. Don't dare to be too rude," Mordu's tone is full of temptation. Ancient One said, "I have my own set, tomorrow, the king will continue to teach him." Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Wang, no. Master. Let me go. The crowd exited at night. Ancient One sat cross-legged in front of the collapse, and for Zhang Yang, this person, Ancient One, was full of doubts. Can a person's magic talent be very high? The result is inevitable. However, the level of horror that Wang said was indeed a bit weird. However, Odin had come to Ancient One before, and it seemed that Odin still desperately wanted Zhang Yang. This can only prove Zhang Yang is a useful person, not a bad person. But what is the secret about Zhang Yang? Ancient One couldn't think of the answer for a while. Simply, the cast opened the eyes of Agamotto. She seems to want to see the future and the past. After closing his eyes for a while, Ancient One opened suddenly, and his pupils dilated. Actually, no future? This is the first time this has happened to Ancient One. The eyes of Agamotto can't see the future. In anticipation of Zhang Yang's future, all he can see is a golden light. The golden light is the holy light. What does the holy light represent? In magic, the holy light represents the supremacy. New York, Shield. Do you know what happened before? Nick Fury was sitting in the office, looking at Hawkeye, Soul, and the American team on the opposite side. "I heard that we all knelt down." The US team couldn't help saying with a calm face. Although I was embarrassed to speak up, I still had to say it. Nick Fury frowned, looked at the US team and asked, "Where is Stark?" "Stark, go back," the US team said. As soon as he finished speaking, Hawkeye continued, "He looked a little autistic when he left. He didn't even want to eat his favorite beef burger." Nonsense. Normal people who are not autistic, especially Stark, such an arrogant person, knelt in public. If there is no autism, there will be ghosts. Thinking of the Cheatery Army's collective withdrawal, crawling and fleeing, and the panic that caused SHIELD to change, Nick Fury knew in his heart that something incredible had appeared. It seems that what we have to deal with is not just the invaders, but the Earth is not safe. Nick Fury stared sharply. The irritability on the side was heard by Soul and raised his hammer while waving it loudly. "It's definitely that group of strange people who made a ghost. Hulk was lost by them. If I see them again next time, I must hammer. Blow their heads." Saul was a little angry at the moment. The expression on his face showed his thoughts well. But Thor's anger is normal. Even though Soul hasn't gotten to the point of kneeling. However, I heard that Soul was crying on the street to find his mother. In addition, it was photographed and posted on the internet. A brawny man in armor and a strange red rag, holding a hammer in his hand, yelled as he ran, "I'm looking for my queen. Mother." Saul is so scared. This video style is also true. Somewhat weird. And I heard that the number of clicks is particularly good. 1 hour of uploading, the amount of electric shock has broken 50W. Strange person? Who did you meet? The sensitive Nick Fury quickly asked after hearing the key points in the words. Saul was about to speak when, suddenly, Hill walked in from outside. "Sir, Natasha sent the latest information, saying that she was in Kathmandu, and she knew a name, Kamataj," Hill said as soon as she entered the door. Kamataj. Hearing the name, Saul couldn't help but frowned. "I seem to have seen this name in Asgard's ancient books." Chapter 47. Follow Kamataj's old example. Zhang Yang should hand it back to Cassius, Modu's apprentice, to teach. But Ancient One let One continue to teach. In the final analysis, it is because Ancient One believes in the king more in his heart. At the same time, Zhang Yang is also recognized. Early the next morning. As usual, early in the morning, Zhang Yang followed Berkeley to Karmataj's library. Berkeley came to ask for peace, and Zhang Yang came to learn magic. It's just that today's situation looks a little different. In the library where there is only Wang alone, today there are 3 other mages. One is Ancient One, the other is Mordu, and there is another person who Zhang Yang doesn't know. Berkeley was taken aback for a moment, and then hurriedly saluted, Big Brother, Supreme Master, Senior Brother Cassius. The 3 of them were reading books, and Ancient One nodded slightly, but Mortar on the side didn't even lift his head, his face was full of displeasure. Only Cassius kept staring at Zhang Yang without reading the book in his hand. The look in his eyes made Zhang Yang a little uncomfortable. It always feels like there is some emotion. Zhang Yang simply bowed, and the king stepped forward, You don't need to be so polite. Master, Senior Brother, and Cassius are looking up some materials in the library. We will still take our class, so don't be afraid. Reading and holding a group. This reason is compiled. Whether Zhang Yang believes it or not, anyway, Berkeley does not believe it. The most important thing is that Brother Cassius' book has been taken upside down. Good guys. Is your book really good? Although Berkeley understood it in his heart, he didn't reveal it, but Zhang Yang smiled and reminded Cassius, Brother Cassius, your book seems to be upside down. King. Mordo. Berkeley. Good guy, really worthy of being an apprentice brought by the king. This temperament is as straightforward as a king and is not afraid to offend people. Junior brother, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Many magic books, looking backwards, there will be new gains. Bilik, who was next to Zhang Yang, said quickly, and relieved, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Zhang Yang suddenly realized, that's it? Magic books are really unpredictable. You can even watch it backwards. There must be a lot of magical records in it, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Yang couldn't help asking, Wang, when can I read in the library? When you become an official mage. Wang explained. After all, not everyone can borrow the books in the Karmataj library. Zhang Yang asked again, then when can I become an official mage? These words stumped the king. If it hadn't been for Zhang Yang to have too many doubts, according to Zhang Yang's talent and strength, he would have been promoted to an official mage long ago. However, if it's really because they think too much, it's not a good thing for Karmataj to keep pressing on individual talents. When you learn melee combat and can use it well. Wang looked at Zhang Yang seriously, today, I will teach you melee combat. Karmataj is based on melee magic, supplemented by others. In Karmataj, a mage who can't fight melee is not a good mage. The king had flicked Zhang Yang before, and he hadn't taught Zhang Yang seriously, so he felt ashamed of Zhang Yang. However, although it is a flicker, but also for the sake of Karmataj. But now, Sorcerer Supreme is back, and he also told Wang that he should teach how to teach. Wang didn't have so many worries. Thinking about it, Wang flexed his muscles and looked at Berkeley on the side and called out, come on. Berkeley. To put it bluntly, I'm just a tool man. Although Berkeley was a little reluctant, he thought for a while and it passed. Seeing that Wang was ready and eager to try, Berkeley couldn't help swallowing. Over there, Wang is already explaining, Zhang Yang, you are optimistic, I now teach you fighting. The so-called fighting means fighting and fighting. Fighting techniques are different in each country. There are many types of fighting, such as boxing, sanda, wrestling, etc. Because Zhang Yang, you are an Oriental. Today, I will teach you a set of fighting skills that I have learned in the East. You are optimistic. As Wang said, he shot at Berkeley. The two came back and forth, the fight came and went, and it was obvious that Wang was deliberately showing that set of fighting skills for Zhang Yang. But for some reason, Zhang Yang felt that Wang's moves were a bit like junty boxing. After waiting for the set, Wang retracted his moves and looked at Zhang Yang and said, "Okay, this set of fighting skills is called Juntaquan, junior brother, can you understand it?" Sure enough, it's a martial arts boxing. I don't know if Zhang Yang understands it. However, Mordu, Cassius and Ancient One obviously did not understand. It's not. What does the king teach? Military boxing? Is it the set of embroidered legs that is useless in actual combat? Is it really useful in battle? Even if Zhang Yang learns the set of martial arts boxing, it would be a ghost to be able to play an advantage in close combat. Zhang Yang looked at the king and asked with a puzzled look, "Wang, do you usually use this for close combat?" Wang shook his head and said, "Of course not, this is just the basics. I told you that there are many types of fighting skills, but most of them are similar. Once you have a solid foundation, I can teach you better. Besides, fighting is also related to strength. Teaching you military physical boxing is not only to strengthen your foundation, but also to strengthen your strength. Understand?" Wang Yi looked at Zhang Yang solemnly and said, "For some reason, Ancient One has a feeling. The king has changed. Recently I started to pit apprentices. Is it magical? Can you increase your strength by practicing martial arts boxing? Wang, what are you teaching?" Chapter 48. Seeing what Wang said was serious, and Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One was here, it seemed that he didn't say anything. Although Zhang Yang was suspicious, he nodded. Zhang Yang has only heard of military physical boxing, but has not actually practiced or seen it. But looking at the way Wang had just fought with Berkeley, it doesn't look like a serious fighting technique that can be used in fights. But Wang also said, "This is the foundation." What's more, every time Wang and Berkeley taught the weird things, Zhang Yang could always figure out a lot of things when he went back. Zhang Yang was still very skeptical before. But after many times, Zhang Yang felt that magic is really mysterious. It is something that sounds weird to you, but when you think about it, you can always figure out a lot of things. If Zhang Yang really didn't learn what Wang and the others taught, then Zhang Yang might still be suspicious. But the problem is that you have really learned what other people teach. Zhang Yang can no longer doubt this. Thinking about it this way, Zhang Yang decided to study this military sports boxing seriously in his heart. "Zhang Yang, do I teach you the meaning of military physical boxing?" At this moment, Wang suddenly said to Zhang Yang. The expression on Wang's face was very serious. Generally speaking, when Zhang Yang sees Wang, he is very kind. But this time, Wang's expression was obviously different. This made Zhang Yang become serious. "Wang, do you want me to learn the set of military sports?" Wang shook his head and said, "No, I want you to improve your physical fitness and strengthen your strength through the set of martial arts boxing. Zhang Yang, it's not a long time for you to learn magic. Although you have learned a lot of magic and the effect is not bad, the problem is that your physical fitness and strength have not been well strengthened. So, I hope you can pass it now. This set of martial arts will strengthen your physical fitness." When the words were over, Wang took a step forward and walked around Zhang Yang in threes or twos. He gave Zhang Yang a coin and said, "Zhang Yang, if you don't use magic, you can throw this coin with your best effort." When the king finished speaking, Ancient One, Mordu, and Cassius were taken aback. What the hell? Enhance strength and physical fitness? Or use military boxing? At this time, Cassius can't stand it anymore. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. He took a step forward and was about to say something to the king, when he saw that the king's eyes were sharp, and he glared at Cassius. Although Cassius is an archmage, but compared to the king, his status is still a bit worse. Seeing the Wang's expression, Cassius suffocated his words abruptly. Seeing Zhang Yang frowning and throwing the coin, There is no influence. With a ding-dong, after the coin flew out for a while, the coin fell to the ground with a crisp sound. You see, your power is similar to ordinary people. If it is this power, how do you win in melee combat? Wang shook his head and said to Zhang Yang, "Now, do you understand?" Zhang Yang seemed to understand but said, "I will go back and think about it." Wang nodded and said, "Go back and practice the military sports boxing I taught you more. Think about it. I hope tomorrow, you can figure it out." "Yes, thank you Wang for your advice." Zhang Yang bowed and walked out of the library. When Zhang Yang walked out of the library, Cassius finally couldn't help it. "Master. At the beginning, the big brother taught us how to fight, and then combined it with magic. Moreover, the big brother taught us martial arts or sanda. As the basic fighting skills, why do you teach the archmage, Jun, military physical boxing?" Seriously, Cassius is a little dazed now. Just this stuff from Wang Xiao. If Zhang Yang can learn something, he is really a ghost. What kind of stuff is this teaching? I feel that Wang is making up. Mo on the side could not help saying, "I came here with the Supreme Venerable to see Zhang Yang's savvy." "Wang, what do you mean by doing this? Komitage can't do anything like this now?" Morjid's tone was very serious. On the side, Ancient One just looked at the king without saying a word, and couldn't help thinking. You all underestimate Zhang Yang too much. If it is not to prove how abnormal Zhang Yang's talent is. Wang Cai can't do so at the risk of being punished by Ancient One. Moreover, Wang was very determined in his heart. Zhang Yang must be able to comprehend something. As for what he can comprehend, it is like a lottery, and Wang can't guess it. But Wang felt. With Zhang Yang's perverted savvy, what he realizes will definitely surprise people. Of course, this loss was definitely not invented by Wang, but by Berkeley. Wang Shi really doesn't want Zhang Yang to be exiled in another space. It is such a good seed after all. But Brother Modu has always felt that Zhang Yang is a spy sent by the dark forces. If you teach normal fighting, even if Zhang Yang has learned it, Mordo might think he would be there early. Therefore, Wang can only teach something abnormal. After all, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One has neither stated nor taught Zhang Yang from the beginning. Presumably, there is some recognition of Morder's words. Now, Wang wants to prove to Ancient One that Zhang Yang is really talented. And it is very high. Venerable Supreme, I hope you believe in the disciple is definitely not cultivating. Wang looked at Ancient One and said very sincerely, Zhang Yang is different from ordinary people. I believe that what I told him today will definitely be very different. It works. It works. There can be a ghost. Isn't Zhang Yang able to realize a flower from the martial arts boxing? Anyway, Mortar and Cassius didn't believe it. Wang, you vowed to say yesterday, Zhang Yang has a very high level of understanding, even if you teach him indiscriminately, he can realize things. If he doesn't realize things tomorrow, then it proves that you lied. Think about it for yourself. How should you explain to the master? Modu coldly snorted, and couldn't help but say, "Messing around. If not, I will be exiled with Zhang Yang." Wang Du said with confidence. Chapter 49. The Wang's firm tone made Mordo shut up. After all, Ancient One is here, and it is impossible for Mordo to really quarrel with Wang. What's more, Wang always regards harmony as the most important thing, and rarely speaks. But because of Zhang Yang, Wang's attitude has become tougher these few times. It can be seen that Wang really likes Zhang Yang, that kid. I am most afraid of the sudden silence of the air. As if the air had frozen. Berkeley stood by and dared not say anything. When the great masters speak, it is really a fight between the gods. How could a mortal dare to make a mistake? At this moment, Ancient One suddenly spoke, "King, you will lie." A careless sentence floated into everyone's ears. It sounds like it has nothing to do with the content of the dispute between Mortar and Wang, but it breaks the embarrassing atmosphere very well. After Ancient One said these words, she put the book back on the shelf and shook the small fan in her hand and left. There is no punishment for the king. This proves. Ancient One acquiesced in his heart. Upon seeing this, Mortar didn't say anything, just left, and Cassius followed closely. Within 2 steps, Cassius suddenly called Berkeley, "Berkeley, come with me." Berkeley, "No, I didn't speak, this matter has nothing to do with me." Dormitory of the Master Comitage. Cassius put his hands behind his back and looked at Berkeley with his head down, with a very serious expression on his face. "Berkeley, I remember, you brought the apprentice before." Cassius raised his brows and looked at Berkeley and asked seriously. Berkeley nodded repeatedly. "Then Zhang Yang, what do you think?" "What Wang said, but the truth." Cassius asked again. "It's okay not to mention Zhang Yang." When Zhang Yang is mentioned, Berkeley is full of emotion. Zhang Yang, who is a human. That's just abnormal. What a crime. It's true. Although his heart was turbulent, Berkeley still didn't dare to make a second in front of Cassius. After all, he and Master Mortar are both very serious people. Not only serious, but also strict. But not as easygoing as Wang. Huh? It means that his talent is really high. Cassius couldn't help asking, "Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz." "It's true." Berkeley said hastily. "Then what fear magic he used in New York before was really made up by you?" Cassius asked again. "Yes, and I made up that." Although he was embarrassed, Berkeley explained the truth. "All right, you go down," Cassius said with a sharp gaze. Words fall. Berkeley left quickly. The next day, Zhang Yang went to the library to report as always. However, this time, Wang was not in the library. Only Brother Berkeley was in the library. "A piece of Zhang Yang," Berkeley said, "the great master said, today, we will go to class outside." Zhang Yang didn't think much, and went to the fighting arena with Berkeley. The fighting field is different from the training field. There are many tools in the fighting arena. The place is smaller than the training ground, but it has a lot more equipment than the training ground. These are all convenient for training. Wang changed into a monk's clothes today and wore fighting clothes. Ancient One, Modu, and Cassius are here today. If they said that Ancient One went to the library to check the materials yesterday, Zhang Yang reluctantly believed it, but today, it can't be said that they came to the fighting arena to fight. Zhang Yang thought to himself, and saluted several people. Berkeley on the side also saluted. After the ceremony was over, Wang asked Zhang Yang, "Do you know how to teach you the martial arts boxing yesterday?" Zhang Yang nodded and said, "I practiced it again after I went back, and it will be all right." Wang then asked again, "Can you realize something?" Zhang Yang frowned, as if he was meditating. "I really realized something." Wang nodded with satisfaction. "Zhang Yang, today is the assessment for you to become an official mage. If you pass the exam, you will be the official mage of Comitage from now on." Zhang Yang was taken aback. "Is this exactly the mage assessment? Is it so sudden?" Zhang Yang cheered up and looked at Wang Dao. "Then, what are the specific tests?" Wang said with a serious expression, "You can win against me, but you can't use other magic, you can only use the magic of the Ring of Fighting Garagator." Berkeley. Mordo. Cassius. What the hell? Fighting to win the king? Just relying on the set of military physical boxing taught by Wang yesterday? You know, when it comes to fighting skills, if Comitage becomes an archmage-level mage, every one of them can definitely fight. Those are all world-class fighting masters. After all, Comitage is based on close combat. So fighting skills are the key. Wang actually let Zhang Yang beat him. Cassius couldn't help being stunned. After looking at Mordu, Cassius looked at Berkeley on the side and said, "Can Zhang beat the king?" Berkeley shook his head and said, "It's hard to say." It's not that Berkeley doesn't believe in Zhang savvy. Although Zhang savvy is very good, he can realize a lot of things when he is learning magic. Berkeley also believed that Zhang might really understand something from that set of martial arts boxing. But the problem is, beat the king? You know, Wang is an archmage with more than 10 years of melee combat experience. Even if Zhang really realized something, he had to beat the king in one night. But it's hard to say. After all, Zhang has no actual combat foundation. Chapter 50. For Zhang assessment, the difficulty is indeed increased. And the difficulty has not only doubled, but increased more than 10 times. You know, it's not necessary at all for the ordinary formal mage assessment. Beat the king? If Kamatage, any official mage can beat the king. Then what face does the king have to become an archmage? This time Mordu, Cassius, and Ancient One came over, just to see if Zhang savvy was really as exaggerated as Wang said. But Wang used the assessment as an excuse. Let Zhang beat him. Wang's intention was nothing more than to show Zhang talent through the fight with Zhang, and finally used Zhang failed ending to prove that Zhang is not a person from the dark forces. He is really a novice in magic, but just learning. The ability is very strong. It seems that Wang is really concerned about this Zhang, and he has tried his best to prove to us that he is not a person from the dark forces. After analyzing the Wang's intentions, Cassius walked to Mordu and whispered, "Yeah." Mordu nodded. What Cassius could guess, as a big brother, Mordu would not fail to guess. With a cold snorted, Mordu said, "Even if the king likes this kid again, I will never leave this kid in Kamatage. He is too dangerous." No matter how good Wang thinks Zhang is, Mordu still can't feel good about Zhang. In the final analysis, it is because of Zhang bizarre deeds. What learned the magic shield in 40 minutes? What came up with Scarlet Chain after going back all night? You can learn any fabricated magic. Nonsense. In this world there are talented wizards Mordu, and there are heavenly wizards, Mordu also believes, but the problem is that there is such a perverted savvy, Wang said. Mordu really didn't believe it. When it's over, I'll go find the master alone. Mordu whispered to Cassius. After speaking, he glanced at Ancient One. At this moment, Ancient One is holding a small fan and swaying slowly, with a calm expression on his face and no waves or emotions can be seen. Can't guess what Ancient One thinks of Zhang. Mordu shook his head and looked at the middle of the fighting arena. Zhang and Mordu stood face to face. It's like preparing for a boxing match. Zhang, don't be merciful, this is the assessment that determines whether you can become a formal mage. Looking at Zhang on the opposite side, Wang Jens said to Zhang. The expression was unusually serious. You know, this is not only determining Zhang's assessment. It is also decided whether Zhang will be exiled to another dimension with Wang. Wang is of course serious. Okay. Zhang held his fist to Wang. If this is the case, I can think about it while I have time. After all, there is still some fragmented information in my mind that I haven't understood. Zhang thought to himself, and displayed the ring of Ragator in his hand. The red magic ring appeared on Zhang's left and right hands. Zhang, who had fallen into contemplation at this time, obviously didn't see it, and the expressions of Mordu and Cassius couldn't help but be taken aback. The Red Ring of Rajador, read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. This matter, the strongest ring of Ragardo. An apprentice. The ring of Ragador that can use the strongest form. This is impossible. Can display the red ring of Ragardo? How could it be an apprentice? Cassius couldn't help but frown. Berkeley on the side couldn't help hearing it. Brother, Zhang, It only took 3 days to upgrade the yellow Ragador ring to red. Although Berkeley did not want to admit it. But the problem is that this is the case. In any case, Zhongyang's magic was also taught by him. The rapid growth of Zhongyang is witnessed by Berkeley. That's fast. It's bullying. After hearing Berkeley's words, Mortar and Cassius couldn't help but glared at Berkeley. With this look, Berkeley quickly turned his head to look at the fighting arena and did not dare to speak any more. At this time, the king also released the red ring of Ragador. The start gesture of the fight was made. Seeing that the king was ready, Zhongyang also raised his hands. This preparatory movement is exactly the same as the starting gesture of the military sports boxing taught by Wang yesterday. No, Zhongyang really intends to fight Wang with military fist. Seeing Zhongyang like this, Berkeley was a little anxious. Although Zhongyang can display the highest form of the Ring of Ragador, his magic ability is not bad. But the problem is that you can't use other magic this time, you can only play hard. How can Zhongyang fight Wang with this set of martial arts boxing? Archmage is too bullying. Berkeley couldn't help thinking. Only Mordo and Cassius looked serious. They both knew the king's intentions. The key to this game, winning or losing, is not the most important thing. The most important thing is what Zhongyang can realize in one night. Mordo and Cassius are now not focusing on winning or losing. After all, with the magical energy Zhongyang showed before, it was enough to become an official mage. Therefore, the focus of the two of them now is how good Zhongyang's savvy is. The focus of Ancient One is also here. Zhongyang, remember what I said to you yesterday, I will teach you what the real purpose of military sports boxing is. The center of the fighting arena. Wang looked at Zhongyang and said the last reminder. When the words fell, Wang didn't show any mercy, and attacked Zhongyang frontally with his fist. Zhongyang's reaction speed was very fast, and he dodges the king's attack by swiping to the side. But obviously Wang is not a vegetarian either. Soon, he lifted his leg and kicked towards Zhongyang. After Zhongyang blocked him, Wang lifted his leg and kicked it 360 degrees. After a set of tricks, everyone in the fighting arena basically understood it. Wang uses Taekwondo. However, Zhongyang used military fist to block. In the end, it was a martial arts boxing that had no effect in actual combat. Wang continued with 3 moves, and Zhongyang didn't have any actual attacks other than parry. This made Berkeley stunned. No, it's not the same as saying good. It stands to reason that Zhongyang should realize a lot of things in one night. Why does it feel like he didn't realize what he did last night? I didn't see his savvy. Watching the fight between the two, Mordo couldn't help but frowned and said. Cassius on the side also said, indeed, I can't see the goodness of understanding, so, Berkeley, are you lying? He really learned the magic you made up. It's true. Berkeley was anxious, looking at Zhongyang, he also looked dazed. Even the king who was fighting Zhongyang was bewildered. This feels wrong. After the move was finished, Wang stopped and sternly said to Zhongyang, Zhongyang, wake up. You are doing an assessment. The shout of Wang brought back Zhongyang's thoughts. All the fragmented information in the mind is quickly integrated at this moment. Boom. As if a thunderbolt exploded in Zhongyang's mind. The shock made Zhongyang refreshed. Zhongyang stared sharply, and saw that the king had already thrown his fist and attacked Zhongyang frontally. Without hesitation, Zhongyang punched directly. It's okay not to hit this punch. Everyone in the fighting arena was stunned. Even Ancient One couldn't help but move his brows slightly. The red ring of Ragador in the king's hand was directly broken by Zhongyang's punch.